Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest tropical storm Beryl update, or live stream, or coverage, whatever you'd like to call it. We are going to have 3 storm chasers tonight, plenty of live shots, plenty of live cameras. We're going to be covering this probably all the way until landfall, then we'll take probably another power nap, and then we'll have tornado coverage probably in the morning across parts of Texas, Louisiana, and eventually into Arkansas. So it's going to be a pretty busy next, really, probably 24 hours at least, but after that it'll probably still stay pretty busy across at least Texas, and then eventually moving into parts of the Mississippi Valley. If you are new to the channel, obviously make sure you subscribe down below. We'll be live throughout this event tonight, and then obviously into tomorrow. We very easily could be live tonight all the way until as late as possibly 5 or 6 a.m. We'll just kind of see how things go. As of right now, it is again still a tropical storm. It is not yet a hurricane, but it will likely be a hurricane here within the next hour or two as it does move to the north. It has been intensifying quite a bit. We've been seeing over the last few hours the Eyewall start to wrap more, and it's actually become more organized. The northern side of Beryl is actually where the worst of the impacts are going to be felt. So if you're back over in parts of, again, anywhere like near the Matagorda Bay, or if you're just south of Houston, that is where we're expecting the greatest impacts out of Beryl as this continues to move to the north. And this area right here, though, is where the most intense winds are currently being located, and also on the east side of Beryl. So we are expecting the worst of the impacts here in the next few hours for those in Lake Jackson, Bay City, and eventually going towards Houston into the very early morning hours tomorrow. We do have some outer bands that are moving right now into Lake Jackson, a few areas of rotation. We did have a tornado warning about half an hour ago back over in the Matagorda Bay area of Texas, so the tornado risk is going to be something that we're watching for over the next few hours, primarily with this area of thunderstorms that's moving southeast to northwest, and it will continue to move closer to Houston as we go into the early morning hours. So make sure that you do have a tornado action plan in place if you are in these areas, as there will be a potential for a few tornadoes. Now, there are hurricane warnings in effect in the red. We're actually going to go ahead and take off storm surge warning so you can actually see it. Give me 1 second to take that off. How was my nap? My nap did not go well. I got maybe 5 minutes of sleep. I'm going to be honest with you. We did not have a good nap, so I kind of thought that might happen. And so, yeah, we're not ready for a 24-hour live stream. This is the hurricane warnings that we have in effect, though. Again, Victoria, Port Lavaca, and Palacios are all included still in this hurricane warning, where sustained winds as high as 110 miles per hour will still be a possibility. El Campo as well is currently under hurricane warning, back closer to Pearland, and then back over in Sugar Land and Rosenberg. I believe this was downgraded. I believe you're now just in a tropical storm warning. It was initially a hurricane warning, so I'm pretty sure Sugar Land is no longer in that hurricane warning. Despite that, you are still watching for the potential for significant wind. The latest outlook in terms of flooding rain is that 4 to 8 inches of rain is expected overnight tonight. We could actually have some higher amounts in some areas. Again, all the information, though, is on these tropical storm and hurricane warnings. If you are here in southeast Texas, make sure that you have a plan ready if there's any dangerous wind or any sort of strong tropical storm force winds as well. But winds in the tropical storm warning, which goes all the way up closer to Palestine, Texas, we are expecting winds to be as high as 75 miles per hour upon landfall, with wind gusts that could also be higher than that. Hurricane warnings are in effect in the red. Once again, that is where we're watching for the potential for sustained winds as high as 100 miles per hour upon landfall. Right now, the wind is still around 70 miles per hour, and wind gusts are around 75 to 80 miles per hour. That is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Since we last were live, this is not intensified really at all. It's still about at the same pressure as before at 986 millibars as of 10 p.m., which was about 30 minutes ago. Do actually have a buoy in the middle of this, but unfortunately, it is nighttime. There's no magical light in the middle of the ocean that we're going to be able to see anything on this. So, the black screen here in the middle on Radar Omega, that would be where the photos are. Those are photos probably happening right now, but unfortunately, it is pitch black out there. So unless we have some boater go out there and put a light near that buoy, I don't think anything's happening there. Some winds, actually, by the way, in this outer band have been pretty strong right along the causeway. We do have Tyler Kurtz at the bottom right of your screen storm chasing with us until Connor Croft and Stormer Media are on. He is actually on the causeway, I believe. He's in Sargent, Texas. Bottom right of your screen, you can see the water and the waves really starting to crash up there. But he's staying on the causeway tonight, so we'll definitely have some shots with him. We'll go to him in a moment as well for his thoughts. But again, right now, really the main concern in the short term will be that surge of wind that's going to be approaching the causeway and eventually going into areas south of Houston. And and the potential for a few tornadoes over the next few hours. The Storm Prediction Center did mention a tornado watch may have to be issued in the next hour, as there will be an increasing tornado potential across areas just to the east, south, and even southwest of Houston, off to the northeast of Corpus Christi. Again, the greatest tornado threat will be out of this outer band that we have here. We'll probably see some more convective bursts over here as well, and this might turn into a tornado risk going towards Galveston, but that is probably not going to be until sometime overnight tonight, so that might still be a few hours away. Also have a live radar Omega cyclone port in Dickinson, Texas right now. This is live. It would be kind of crazy if we saw a lightning strike on here. Lightning is not very frequent with any sort of tropical activity. Sometimes we get in the outer bands, which we've had a few lightning strikes there, but you know, in the core of a hurricane or even tropical storm, we usually don't see lightning unless it's an intensifying storm. But again, just notice right now, nice conditions right now, a little windy. It's nice in Dickinson, Texas right now, just to the south of Houston. Now, overall for the next few days, and also for tonight, we're going to kind of go through the forecast here. Before we do that, I do want to point out that this is the infrared imagery from the last several hours south of Houston, and the one thing I want to point out is that all that red that you're seeing, those are convective bursts, and we've actually been seeing some wrapping around the Eyewall. We didn't really have that happening until now, so we could see intensification before this makes landfall. Obviously, this is not currently a hurricane, but it could become a hurricane in the next hour or two, as there is some, at least, organization happening right now just to the south of Houston, Texas. Let me try to reload this and see if it kind of comes in better here. Let's play it again. See if it comes in better. You can kind of see it in motion now a little bit better. There you go. So this is better motion, but you can see how it's kind of turning. You see that turning effect there. So this is still intensifying, I think. Even though it's a very gradual intensification, it does look a bit stronger than before. Now, the latest National Hurricane Center update in terms of the cone of uncertainty, the intensity, yada, 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 all that sort of stuff, it is still expected to make landfall as a hurricane just to the south of Houston, Texas by around 3 a.m. tonight. So we should see a landfall within the next 4 to 4.5 hours. Again, currently forecasted to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds around 75 to 80 miles per hour. So that's the current forecast. Again, that could be stronger, though, upon landfall. It's still not being ruled out. By the time we go into Monday evening, this will still be a tropical storm over eastern Texas, and then it'll eventually weaken into a tropical depression moving across Arkansas, and then after that, it's just going to be the remnants of Beryl impacting the Ohio Valley with a low-end tornado risk beyond Tuesday across parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, Indiana, and as well as maybe Virginia and North Carolina. We could see a low-end tornado risk. Long-term computer models, we're not really going to go over that. Again, we'll talk more about that probably later if there's any big changes to the long-term track, but it really doesn't matter much for tonight or even tomorrow. Now, this is the overall storm surge forecast for tonight. Not really any major changes here. Probably the biggest one is that Corpus Christi now is expected to peak at about 3 feet of storm surge. So this has actually been lowered. I think it was around 5 feet a little while ago, but the eye of where Beryl's going is more north and east than originally what was forecasted yesterday. So overall, the storm surge that is expected to happen is still a bit further off to the east now than initially forecasted. With that said, Matagorda Bay back over near San Luis Pass, we are still expecting some life-threatening storm surge. Up to 7 feet of storm surge is in the forecast. In addition to that, Galveston Bay back over near Sabine Pass, we are still expecting up to 6 feet of storm surge. And then in southwest Louisiana, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge in the forecast. Mesquite Bay back through the mouth of the Rio Grande is going to be up to 3 feet of storm surge as well. This is the latest rainfall outlook for tonight from the National Hurricane Center, or NOAA. This is the latest. So the yellow area going to be representing around 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. We are still forecasting a widespread area here, anywhere just east of Dallas, Fort Worth, back towards Fort Smith, Arkansas, to be in a pretty widespread area for around 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. There will be some spots down near Houston, especially, that pick up upwards of a foot of rain tonight, so be prepared for that. Computer models still not really showing this as a hurricane. Actually, all of these models have been actually pretty crazy. All these models have actually been very accurate. Overall, we did kind of expect this, that at least from yesterday, we thought that these were just all outliers, because we honestly thought this might get stronger to like a high-end Category 1 or a low-end Category 2. Not a single model in this database that we've been using for the last several days now has actually indicated that. So it's kind of crazy to think that these models have, at least so far, been all accurate when it comes to intensity. Now, after this will again weaken into a tropical depression as we go later into the week, especially as we go into Tuesday, as it gets in more inland overall. Now, this is the latest forecast for tonight. We're going to go a bit more full screen here on the overall future radar and give you an idea of what time landfall is expected at. Latest HRRR model run has it making landfall near 5 a.m. Central Time. I think it'll make landfall around 3. I don't think it's gonna be that late. I think it kind of slows it down a little bit too much here, but landfall should be right around 3 or 4 in the morning this morning, and then eventually as we go into the morning hours, heavy rainfall, flooding rains will start to ramp up across the Houston metro area, the Woodlands, Huntsville, and back over near Columbus. You can expect a lot of rain as we go into Monday morning. By the afternoon, we're gonna be really watching these outer bands here for an elevated tornado risk across both southeast Texas and western Louisiana, and then back over near Houston during the morning hours, we are going to be looking for an elevated tornado risk. Again, tropical tornadoes are not usually as dangerous as normal tornadoes because they usually don't last as long, and they're usually not that strong. So just keep that in mind. We can sometimes get strong tornadoes, but usually they're on the briefer side of things. Wind gusts for tonight. This is another forecast from the HRRR model. Notice how the wind gusts really pick up around 2 to 3 in the morning. And by the way, timestamp, small text, but top left of your screen. Right around 3 a.m., winds will start to really pick up near Lake Jackson. I honestly think it'll probably be a bit sooner than that, so I would minus about 2 hours from this. I think Lake Jackson will start to get closer to 70-mile-per-hour gusts sooner than that, and then eventually as this moves inland towards areas just east of Victoria, we are expecting a pretty large area, at least when it comes to hurricane-force winds, to be surrounding areas just south of Columbus and east of Victoria, with wind gusts as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour. Once we go later into the morning, those winds will move into Houston. I would expect some scattered power outages if you're in the Houston area, the Woodlands, Huntsville, or College Station. And eventually by the afternoon, the winds will still be strong, but they're not going to be as strong as before, and this will be mostly just like a severe thunderstorm warning when it comes to winds like this, but it'll be over a longer period of time, so power outage is definitely a possibility, and then winds start to weaken as that moves to the north and east. The latest HRRR model run does show a lot of rain still across a very large chunk of southeast Texas, with again a widespread at least 3 to 6 inches of rain. Some areas, especially near Lake Jackson, Galveston, or even Houston, will pick up upwards of 7 to 10 inches of rain, and we could have a few spots over 12 inches of rain as well. This is the other future radar, by the way, just giving you an idea of where that tornado risk will be. Tornadoes will be possible during the morning hours, right around and just after sunrise near Houston and Galveston, and eventually as we go into the afternoon hours, this will start to move more to the north and northeast towards Beaumont near Lufkin. That's where a few more tornadoes will be possible in the afternoon, and then by the evening hours we'll still probably have some tornadoes happening in western Louisiana. So our plan right now is that we'll be live for landfall probably tonight. That's at least what I'm thinking. And then we'll probably be live for tornado coverage tomorrow at some point. I think we might end up just having another really short, like, sleeping time and then just going live again, like 8 a.m. tomorrow. Because it looks like this tornado risk is going to be really ramping up tomorrow morning. By the way, we do now have officially a tornado watch that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be right across the Houston metro area. So Conroe, Dayton, Houston, Texas City, Lake Jackson, Port Lavaca, Port Arthur, and Silsbee, all included in a tornado watch until 10 a.m. Central Time. So pretty long tornado watch. With the wording that they're using here, they're saying a couple of tornadoes are possible. We actually probably will go live again. We'll be live again tonight, probably up until landfall, which is still hours away. But we'll probably end up going live again around 10 a.m. tomorrow, because I think the tornado risk will really start to jump after that. But this is their latest outlook here. Again, new tornado watch. Couple tornadoes are possible. Isolated half-inch sized hail will be possible. We don't usually see hail with any sort of tropical activity, so that'll be interesting if we actually do see hail. And then isolated wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour will also be a possibility tonight. And also, I do want to mention that we do have some rotation right now moving into Freeport and Surfside City. So there's a little area of rotation right now that is just to the south of Freeport. Might even have a water spout that just happened or is ongoing. If you're a boat chaser out there, definitely let me know. Let me know if you're seeing anything. If you're a fish out there, let me know if you got a water spout out there somehow. Do have another area of stronger rotation, actually back further to the south of that, though. This area of rotation is still pretty far out, but this is where we're looking for a more legitimate threat for a tornado. So we'll be watching that closely as this band does really push itself towards Lake Jackson over the next few hours. And there's your tornado watch. It might be hard to see, but it's gonna be that pink area that's shaded in. So again, that's your tornado watch across the Houston metro until 10 a.m. tonight. 15% tornado risk. There's no 15% tornado risk. That's the NATOcast outlook, which NATOcast is not an official outlook. I would have to agree, though, at least with the 10% risk for tomorrow. I do think we're going to have several tornadoes tomorrow. So we will almost definitely be live for a pretty good chunk of tomorrow's tornado threat. I honestly do think this is a hurricane, by the way, even though it's not officially one. The winds, at least on the velocities, are now near 70 to 75, near 80 miles per hour. Granted, the velocities are looking up into the clouds, but I still do think we have a hurricane here. Let me check and see if there's any aircraft right now going into the hurricane, or tropical storm, I should say. Is my voice feeling better? My voice is fine. I mean, it was more yesterday and the day before, but I'm actually feeling great today. This is the latest from aircraft that's going into the storm right now. So we do have some areas actually on the outskirts near 70 knots of wind. Now, granted, this is flight level winds. It's not necessarily what's happening at the surface. But this gives you a pretty good representation that we probably are at a hurricane now. And I think the next National Hurricane Center update is, let me check. I don't know if they're doing a special advisory. Let's see. Their next scheduled advisory is 1 a.m., but they might have an update sooner than that, depending on what we find with the aircraft that's going into this. Let's put up the aircraft on the map, too. This is 3 minutes ago. This might be a hurricane now. It's not official, but, I mean, the winds are definitely getting up there. We have 2 aircraft. So we have 1 aircraft that, as of not too long ago, measured 65 knots of wind. Again, that is flight level winds. That is not necessarily what's happening right at the surface, but it's still a pretty good, accurate representation of what the winds are near, at least. Here's the other Hurricane Hunter, and this one is showing higher wind speeds, which this was a little while ago, but that was near 66, 65 knots. 61 knots, which again, about 10 miles per hour to that. So I do think we are approaching a hurricane. If not, we are already at a hurricane, because, I mean, the winds are definitely climbing here. The pressure, I don't think, is dropping much. The latest measurement of pressure, I think, was 987 millibars. And right now, it's at 986. So really, it's actually not too shabby. They just dropped an air sound into this. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the pressure is actually increasing quite a bit. I'm looking at the latest data here. But 987 was most recent measured data on the intensity. So 985, is it 985? Okay, so I might be 985, but I mean, either way, it's not intensifying much, but we do have a more organized eyewall. As I mentioned, the northern side and eastern side of this, that is where the most intense winds are going to be when this makes landfall. So we are fully expecting this to be pretty intense once it makes landfall here, closer to the Texas coast, right in the causeway. But that area there, that is where we're looking at the greatest wind speeds as this comes ashore, and we are going to probably at least start to see those winds here in the next hour or so. If we track this out in terms of how far this is away, this is the Radar Omega tracking tool when it comes to measurements. The inner band here that's going to be approaching Texas is only 27 miles away, so we are going to start to see in East Matagorda Bay, probably in the next hour or two, some really substantial wind gusts, probably exceeding at least 60 to 70 miles per hour really soon. So again, we will have Connor Croft, we'll have Storm Hunter Media in a moment. We have Tyler Kurtz, bottom right of your screen. Let's quickly go full screen to him. We'll actually check him out real quick. Let's go to this, and let's just go and pull him up, or he's already up, never mind. So this is Tyler Kurtz. We've never had him on board with us before, but we have a nice warm welcome to Tyler Kurtz. He's currently out there in Sargent, Texas, this is where it's expected to make a close appearance. If not, it might make landfall in Sargent.
Yeah, that one spot that I was
right now, the likely area of landfall will be just south of Cedar Lake, Texas.
Get a view of
but he is right in the causeway. Right now, the winds aren't too bad. The outer band had really strong winds, but the outer band's already past them. We're probably going to start to see those winds pick up again here pretty soon.
I don't think we're going to get another view, so to speak.
And just really quickly, let me go to here. I'm going to show you guys what he was looking at a little while ago. He's currently, again, or actually, I don't know, maybe he's going to get a view here or he's turning around, one of the two. Let's go to... Okay, so he's just turning around. Let's go back a little bit. I just want to show you the choppy waters. So this is a little while ago, but this is what it looks like right now, or probably right about now. It's not far from it. The water's really high up, and you can't really see the beach because it's not there. I mean, it's basically just underwater now. So this is from a little while ago when Tyler Kurtz was right there in the action. Literally not even that long ago. This is like 15 minutes ago. So again, those wave heights definitely getting up there, and they might not look big, right? From first glance, they might not look big, but they are definitely large, and they are really pushing this. All that wind is pushing this water inland, and probably within the next 2 or 3 hours, that rock area there is not going to be there. It's just going to be flooded over. So, I mean, this is again like real time. We're starting to see this, at least Beryl in literally here to Sargent, Texas. And so he's repositioning right now, but if we go back to where Sargent is, just for reference, I think it's just west of Lake Jackson. But Sargent, Texas was one of the areas that we had more concerns about when it comes to storm surge. And yeah, just west of, it's near Cedar Lake. That's basically where this is going to be making landfall. So Tyler Kurtz is right there, basically. I think Connor Croft might be too. And then Storm Intermedia, I think, will also be right in that area. So I'm not going to be swimming here, trust me. I'm not swimming here today. I do have to say, though, we are probably witnessing a strong or large water spout right now offshore. Let's check out, yeah. So probably a water spout right now, south of Treasure Island by about 30 miles or so. 35 miles away from land, we probably have a large water spout offshore. If you know any fish in this area, let them know. We're going to issue a little fish warning. This is your fish warning. Flying fish warning. Let's do that. Flying fish warning. I highly doubt there are any boarders out there or any boaters out there right now, but we do have a flying fish warning now in effect for this probably large water spout that's offshore. We don't have any boat chasers out there, so I don't think we're going to get any verification on that, but it's probably a large water spout out there. If Nemo's flying, there's some crazy things happening. If Nemo's out there flying, that's going to be something else. All right, let me check out and see if we have any other photos. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can submit them with the second to top link in the description below on WX Scan. It is completely free to do. Highly recommend it. If you want to send us anything in, you do it right through their platform, and we'll be able to share those on stream. Let me pull up the map here and see if we have any new photos or videos. We do have a live camera as well, just to the south of Houston. Let's check that out real quick. Actually, I'm not going to because there's nothing to see right now. Okay, never mind. Let's see if we have anything right now. Yeah, if you have any photos or videos, highly recommend you send them in on there. Even if they're not good. They might be good. They might be somebody's trash might be somebody else's treasure, if you know what I mean. I think that's the quote. I could be wrong. Just making an educated guess. Yeah, I'm not saying anything too crazy yet. Connor just got stuck on a bunch of fish. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Let's go back to Tyler Kurtz. He's right there on the beach again. It's full cam right now. This is Tyler Kurtz, again, right where this is expected to make landfall in less than about 4 hours or so. As more than likely a hurricane. Nice little view there. Waves again. Pretty choppy seas out there, if you will.
Can't really see the waves as good right here, but it's a little bit different view, I guess.
Okay.
For the meantime.
Tyler's probably going to share his thoughts here in a second. I just put a message in his chat, so. See if he sees my message or not. We're gonna set up a walkie-talkie system in the future for future streams because that's something that I've been trying to do for a while. Also, Storm Intermedia is now live, by the way, so we'll have views from them here in a second, or a little bit.
Try not to be sarcastic, but it's wet, it's windy. No, I'm just kidding. Thoughts are the eye wall is looking a lot better. The convection surrounding the eye has definitely taken on.
By the way, if he's too quiet, too loud, just let me know.
Good-looking convective burst. I mean, even right now, these outer eyewall or outer bands are looking pretty good too. Also, there's that tornado watch out, so probably some quick spin-ups in some areas. It looks like this main outer band for right now is going to be passing to my northeast, towards Freeport. Currently just towards, or right here on Sargent Beach, around Sargent, Texas, just for the meantime. Just kind of waiting to kind of see the track of where this eye may go. Eyeing for an intercept anywhere from Matagorda, anywhere from Matagorda, Texas, to towards Freeport.
It's a little quiet. Okay.
Freeport, Texas. Sorry, my bad. It has been a very long day. I think that should hopefully be a good update for you all over there on Max's stream. And if you happen to watch him as well as me, thank you guys so much. Let me know if you need more Max at any point in time, and I can try my best.
Cool. All right, that's the latest from him. So he's currently, again, right now near the beach in Sargent, Texas. It is confirmed wet and windy right now, so big report there. We have breaking news near Matagorda Bay, wet and windy. And we have officially reported that on Twitter as well, so if you want to make sure to get the word out there. It is now wet and windy right now on the coast of Sargent, Texas. No, but in all seriousness, obviously storm surge can be ramping up here pretty soon. And I don't know when high tide is in Sargent, but that's a pretty big deal. Let me see when the tide is. Let me check when the high tide is, because that actually is going to play a big factor, I think, in terms of when the storm surge is going to be the worst. Why are these graphics so confusing on this website? Let me find a different one. All right, high tide is at 12:21 a.m., I believe. Is that even correct? I don't know. Can anybody find the high tide today? Does anybody know what time it is at? It might not be. I think we might be actually at low tide right now. All right, this is now officially, I guess, a Category 1 hurricane. What is this confirmed via? I don't see it yet. I wouldn't be surprised, though. Oh, yeah, I see it. Never mind. All right, we're good. Yeah, it is a hurricane. So we officially have Hurricane Beryl. This is no longer a tropical storm. It is now officially a hurricane. We have a thumbnail ready for that. We have other overlays ready for this, because I knew this was going to happen, and we have to actually flip over our overlays for this to actually look like it's a hurricane. So give me 1 second here. But we officially have Hurricane Beryl, which is now a Category 1 hurricane. Sustained winds now at 75 miles per hour. I kind of figured this was coming just based off of the latest data from the National Hurricane Center flights that are currently in there, the aircraft recon. So this does not really surprise me by any means. But this is now an upgrade from what we had before. So we officially now have a Category 1 hurricane. And Hurricane Beryl is now coming to Texas. This is now officially a hurricane. We're going to talk more details on this here in a second. Let me just type this out real quick. Okay. I'm just posting that on Twitter for those that might be not seeing that yet, but this is now officially a hurricane. So they do have a special update on this, which that's pretty typical whenever this stuff happens, because their next scheduled advisory is at 1 a.m. So as of 11 p.m., which is literally a minute ago, this is now officially a hurricane again. Data from the National Weather Service Doppler radar near Houston, and as well as the Air Force Reserve, is actually indicating the wind speed. We were looking at the velocities, and I don't usually use that to verify wind speeds, but they actually verified it with that too, so that's interesting. But Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft do indicate that Beryl's maximum sustained winds have increased near 75 miles per hour. Based on this data, I'm guessing that's what that means. Beryl is upgraded to a hurricane. Additional strengthening is expected before landfall. Most recent buoy has reported 60 mile per hour winds with a gust of 74. We'll probably find that on the Radar Omega app. Pressure has dropped to 985 millibars, so that is a 1 millibar drop in pressure for Beryl. So that is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. And for Hurricane Beryl, let me see. I think this is the buoy right here. Yeah, look at that right there. So this buoy that's on the northeast side of the eye, it's actually just recorded a 74 mile per hour wind gust. So that is the latest, and also 52 mile per hour wind speed. I think that's a bit under what it actually is, but nonetheless, that is an upgrade, and not really shocking by any means, but this is now officially a hurricane again. We kind of expected this. Now, from here, how strong will it get? Well, I don't think it's going to get to a Category 2. I just don't think there's enough time. But I do think this will be a stronger Category 1 still. I think upon landfall, this will probably get closer to 80 to 85 mile per hour winds as it gets closer to land. So I still do think that this will be I would call it a quote-unquote intense hurricane if you're right along the coastline, especially in the hurricane warnings. If you're back in the tropical storm warnings, the forecast obviously hasn't really changed. It hasn't changed really anywhere, but obviously the wind has now increased here on Beryl as this now moves into the state of Texas over the next few hours. The worst of the wind will be on this Eyewall, so again, anywhere in this area, we are watching for hurricane force winds. These outer bands are bringing some really strong winds as well, but those are going to be more of just tropical storm force winds with maybe an isolated brief tornado. As mentioned before, we probably have a very large water spout right now offshore that is moving towards Texas. It is still pretty far away, but it's about 25 miles just to the southeast of the causeway and probably about 30 miles southeast of Lake Jackson, Texas. Will this produce a tornado by the time it gets to land? Who actually knows? It might or might not, but this is really the main area of circulation when it comes to a tornado risk right now. Tornado watch, again, is in effect until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, so it's a long tornado watch. Also, at 7:30, which is about 2.5 hours ago, we actually had a report of a brief tornado back over in Beaumont, Texas, from probably the outer band of storms. So I think that might be our first confirmed tornado thus far. This is back to the live Radar Omega cyclone port in Dickinson, Texas right now. So again, pretty calm conditions for the time being, but it'll definitely start to ramp up here soon in terms of intensity, and the winds and all that will start to really ramp up here very, very soon. But look at the velocities. Widespread area here of 70 to even maybe up near 80 mile per hour winds right now, just to the south of Texas. And again, we are getting awfully close to landfall with Beryl. The eye of this is actually wobbling a little bit to the west, it looks like, which is interesting. It's only about 47 miles away from land, and it's moving currently at about 12 to 13 miles per hour to the north. So this is going to be making landfall probably in the next... Actually, no, it's going 10 miles per hour, so it's slowed down even more. It's going to be making landfall, though, probably right around 3 a.m. or so. 4 a.m. It's definitely getting up there. This is Tyler Kurtz right now. He is actually getting one of those outer bands in Sargent, Texas. You can see the wind really start to pick up, the waves also. But he is now in one of those bands.
I mean, there'll still be damaging winds, but yeah, storm surge and flooding is definitely
Tyler Kurtz is one of our new chasers that will be featuring on our stream. You can subscribe to his channel as well. The link is in the description down below as well, if you want to check that out.
Based on just the National Hurricane,
thank you, by the way, to anybody that's become a member or super chatted. I haven't gotten to those. Let me quickly get to a few of them.
That it is going to speed up.
Before the stream started, somebody super chatted $9.99 said, "Sleep well, young one." I got 5 to 10 minutes of sleep in that 3-hour break that we had. Just going to throw that out there. Very, very poor sleep. Thank you, Tony and Gabby, for becoming members. How late will I be live? Right now, the plan is 3 or 4 a.m. Take a 4-hour sleep break and probably get back on in the early morning at some point. Thank you, Andrus, for becoming a member. Thank you, Lisa, for the super chat. Thank you, Vex, for the $5 super chat. Do we have a submarine chaser? That is a real-world problem right now. We need a submarine chaser out there. We need to try to get somebody that can confirm those water spouts offshore. Thank you, Ellen, for the super chat. Thank you, Chaz, for becoming a member. Tyler is too loud now? He was too quiet before.
Okay, so that is just from the National Hurricane side.
Hopefully that's better. Man. I really need like a feedback system so I can actually hear what's happening. If that's too loud, too quiet, let me know. Let me make sure that's good. Reed needs to build a submarine. If Reed Timmer builds a submarine for weather, I think he's like literally the goat of weather.
Beryl is again a hurricane.
Insane.
Data from the National Weather Service Doppler radar near Houston, Texas, and reports from airport.
Well, we had the graphic ready to go. It's officially a hurricane. Do we have the Storm Chaser graphic updated? Oh no, it's just never mind. We didn't. I didn't specify what it was on there. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we still have more than likely a water spout offshore. Looks like that rotation is beginning to weaken. We might have some flying fish coming towards Texas, though. We'll check out the debris signature. Interestingly enough, like, the debris signature doesn't have to be crazy for a water spout. We usually don't see anything on the CC, but I honestly think there might be some fish right now in the sky. Like, I'm not even kidding. We might have some flying fish right now heading right towards Lake Jackson, Texas. Will they make it? I don't think so. But if you see a fish in the morning, it might be because of that. Never know. Unfortunately, you really can't track flying fish. So, sorry, I'm trying to be serious here, but that's a possibility. In all seriousness, flying fish are a thing. Let's go to Storm Intermedia real quick. They're actually at their hotel, it looks like. Let's go, just quickly to them. I want to show you what they're looking at.
You guys just enjoy this. I'm going to take a little nap. No. I'm just kidding. Maybe.
I don't know what he just said. Let's go to Storm Intermedia real quick. So they're currently at their hotel. They're just leaving. Actually, the roadways here in Bay City are already starting to flood a little bit. So when they were leaving in their hotel, there was already some puddling there. So we are already starting to see too much rain, and we are really early into this.
Welcome everybody coming over from.
By the way, Tyler Kurtz is right now in Sargent, Texas.
For tuning in over
he
here
is
as
literally
well.
already getting hit with some of these outer bands. Bottom right of your screen is what we're looking at near his area, but the wind is starting to pick up there. We're probably going to continue to see that wind really get going.
Never mind.
If we get any flashes of lightning, we might actually see a water spout. We'll have to wait and see.
Hello, Nathaniel. Hello,
actually, let's go back to Storm Intermedia real quick. Hello. So going back to them, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you'll actually see that kind of puddling effect in a way. It's not really puddling. Well, now they're over to the other thing, but you can kind of see how it's already starting to not really flood, but we're getting into that stage of where there's already too much water on the roadways, and that's going to continue for the next several hours. Near Bay City, near West Columbia, like a lot of areas are going to start to feel those impacts really start to ramp up here soon.
In areas for quite a while.
Definitely something to watch for.
So you can get more accurate wind speed readings.
Tyler Kurtz, I don't know if many other chasers on the causeway. I think Reed might be, but there's a few on the causeway.
I don't want you to, Blondie.
Tyler Kurtz right there on the causeway, and yeah, he's picture perfect view right now when it comes to the storm surge that we're gonna be seeing in the next few hours. Will the eye become ashore? It's probably gonna be around 3 or 4 a.m. tonight. So we should be live at least until then. We might be live beyond that. I'm not sure yet. I actually feel pretty awake for only having a 5-minute nap earlier. just being honest. Well, I tried to go to take a nap. It took like an hour for me to take a nap. Napped for about 5 or 10 minutes, and I woke right back up, and I couldn't go back to bed. So, good times. But I did have I had the meal deal from McDonald's, so, and a large Diet Coke. We need the caffeine fund in effect for tonight, for me to be fully energetic and actually awake for the next several hours. By the way, does anybody know what the tide is in Sargent, Texas, the high tide? I missed that. Does anybody know what the high tide is in Sargent? Because I am curious, because Tyler's right there, and I'm just wondering when that peak storm surge will probably be at when it comes to the tides, too. Thank you, Marissa, for the $15 Venmo. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. That'll be for the caffeine fund. My Diet Coke was, I mean, it technically was just like 40 cents more on top of the meal deal. So it's like $5.40. McDonald's is never a good idea. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do during this time of the year when we're live all the time. 10:20 a.m. 12:21. Okay, I don't think that's it. Around 7:30. I'm getting 3 different answers. I don't know if we're gonna be able to verify this. I got 4 different answers. Sargent, Texas high tide. We are actually right now at low tide. We are at the absolute minimum of low tide. And this is what it looks like, which is actually kind of crazy. Yeah, this is low tide, and you can't even see the beach anymore. So Tyler Kurtz has a view right now of the ocean waters obviously moving in. This is the bare minimum low tide right now. It's actually 11:14 a.m. is low tide, or 11:14 p.m. excuse me, is low tide here in Sargent, Texas, which is actually crazy to think because high tide's at 8 a.m. So the storm surge is only going to get worse from here. We are at low tide and the water is already beyond high tide. Like, this is already flooding the entire beach, which is actually crazy. So this is what's happening in real time. So really crazy stuff. This is low tide. Yeah, I'm actually, I didn't realize it was low tide, but it makes sense with how high the water already is and comparatively to the storm surge.
Yeah, my hotel is in Bay
All right, we
City,
do have a
so
fishnado warning. We got a fishnado warning on that. We water spouts and wind gusts to nearly 50 knots. That is going to be moving right into Freeport here soon. But be mindful if you're in Freeport, Texas, Lake Jackson, Jones Creek, have the potential for maybe a tornado if this comes ashore. But right now, possibly a fishnado happening now. Fish might be flying towards the Texas coast as this gets closer. I got in all seriousness, this could be something to watch for as that moves towards Lake Jackson. Thank you, Vex, for the $5 super chat. Culver's, I think, actually is a bit healthier than McDonald's. I'm just going to be honest. I think it is. I could be wrong. I'm not a health expert. I go to McDonald's, so I don't know what you can really expect from that. The rotation isn't as strong as before, but I still wouldn't be surprised if we had something. Almost got like a little hook shape on this. You usually don't see that with tropical activity offshore. See if we can see anything from Dickinson, Texas. By the way, you can watch these Radar Omega Cyclone ports and also Storm Chasers in the app with the top link in the description below on Radar Omega. And if you want to check out the hurricane data, because again, Beryl is now officially a hurricane, you can go ahead and check that out with an alpha subscription on Radar Omega. And again, downloading it is the top link in the description down below. The worst of the wind right now is still well offshore, but that's going to be approaching really quickly. Really, we're probably going to get hammered near the Matagorda Bay in Texas here pretty soon. And then back over near Lake Jackson and Treasure Island, we are watching for a short-term isolated tornado risk over the next couple hours. So just be ready for that. And if we go back over to Tyler Kurtz, who is right now live on Sargent, Texas, right along the beach. We alluded to this a moment ago. If you're just tuning in, though, crazy enough, that's low tide right now, and we are looking at something that's well over high tide. So this is we are like exactly right now at low tide according to tidescharts.com. This is exactly low tide. We are at that point. The tide is only like the storm surge and all the wind is pushing all this water onto the beach. So the the waves are big, obviously, but all that water is going right to the top of the beach, basically where a normal high tide would be. If not, this is actually beyond a high tide. So it's actually pretty crazy what we're seeing right now in Sargent, Texas.
Hurricanes.
Really crazy. But again, this is Tyler Kurtz. He's new with us. If you want to, make sure to subscribe to him, by the way. The link's in the description. He might be able to hit 10k subs if we get enough if he gets enough subscribers tonight. We like to support our small storm chasers.
I should have probably went back to the hotel for a little bit, honestly. But I wanted to provide coverage.
If he sees lightning, that'd be kind of crazy, though. I'm kind of curious to see if we get any sort of lightning shots from this.
We would have time to go back to the hotel, but I would not want to.
Do you think Tropical Storm Beryl will be worse than the derecho? We actually covered the derecho that happened in Houston. I would probably say that was worse, but this is going to be a longer period of wind. That's the thing. Like, the wind that we're going to see in Houston early tomorrow morning is going to be, like, more persistent, if you know what I mean. Like, that's going to last longer. So even though the winds might be a bit lower than the derecho, they are going to be longer lasting. So I mean, you got a short burst with derechos, you get a elongated, you know, long-lasting wind field when it comes to hurricanes and tropical storms, which again, this is a hurricane. So yes, Connor is live. We'll pull him up if we have any view with him of anything. Which you will see him at some point in the stream, I can almost assure you. Thank you, by the way, Joe, for the $5 super chat for the Diet Coke fund. I do appreciate that. We might even have to DoorDash Diet Coke. Actually, I do have a Diet Coke 2-liter in my fridge. I'll have to probably just open that up. How long am I going to be live? I don't know yet. We might be going all night into tomorrow by lunchtime. We also might be live here for 4 hours and then maybe live again in like the late morning tomorrow. Like, I don't know. We're going to see. But we're going to be live for several hours here. I don't plan on getting off anytime soon. I mean, honestly, I feel actually quite awake for whatever reason. It might just be because of how bright the lights are. I have 2 lights. You can't see them, but they're really bright. And so they keep me awake. Shout out to the lights in my studio. Looks like the fishnado that was happening offshore, that is now pretty much occluding. Very weak area of circulation. We have another area of broad circulation just off to the east of Freeport. So we'll have to watch that closely as this continues to move westbound. That right there, moving west. Another cool feature, by the way, on Radar Omega is their drawing tool. I can't even speak. And there's actually a shortcut on computer, so you can actually do it easily. But that's the area of a little bit of circulation going towards Freeport. So that might produce some sort of isolated tornado threat. I do think overnight, though, the tornado risk is only going to grow. So again, we're really early stages of this tornado threat. It'll probably get going a lot more as we go later into tonight. So I think it'll be more of a morning threat, honestly. But late tonight and early tomorrow morning, that'll probably be our greater chance for tornadoes or water spouts, that sort of thing. Connor Croft is currently in his hotel room, so I'm not going to show him yet. I wonder if they're watching my stream. They're low-key, literally live in their hotel room right now. That's wild. Alright, let's go back to Tyler Kurtz here. And Tyler Kurtz right now right on the beach in Sargent, Texas. And if you're just tuning in, which many of you might be now, again, he is right along where this hurricane will be making landfall in only a few hours. And yeah, I mean, the water's just so high already. I mean, again, we're at low tide, like exactly just a little after now low tide, only 5 minutes after low tide. And keep in mind, tides take about 8 to 10 hours to change over, so high tide's not until about 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you, Matthew.
So pretty wild stuff. Alright. By the way, Tyler Kurtz is the one that has confirmed that it is windy and wet in Sargent, Texas. Just letting you know. He is providing very important updates right now. So overnight tonight, the Storm Prediction Center did put a couple of tornadoes being possible in the tornado watch. I would probably agree with the wording. I don't think we're going to have a tornado outbreak tonight, but I do think tomorrow there will be a potential for a tornado outbreak. Tomorrow's severe weather outlook, a bit different. It's a much larger tornado risk. So this will stretch literally from Texas and Louisiana back into Arkansas and throughout the Mississippi Valley, where the potential for several tornadoes, I think, will be possible tomorrow. Most of them, though, should be here right in southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana, right when that outer band is coming ashore by around 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, all the way through probably the early afternoon is when that greater tornado risk will exist. I do think overall, though, our threat for tornadoes is going to be relatively low tonight because a lot of the bands that we're seeing right now, like the tornado action that we're seeing currently is all stuff that's on the northern side of Beryl. Those don't usually produce anything too obnoxious, like most of the time. I think once this outer band develops back over here south of Galveston, I think we're going to start to see more of a tornado risk materialize tomorrow. NATOcast just came out with a new outlook, by the way, and they have decided to bullseye between just south of Texarkana. Actually, this was an hour ago, but this is their latest outlook. They decided to bullseye a 15% or 30%, sorry, tornado risk just around in northwest of Shreveport. So again, these sorts of forecasts, I again can't stress it enough, it's not a Storm Prediction Center outlook, but it is an outlook that we do look at because a lot of the time they are actually sometimes accurate. They're not always accurate, but with tropical systems, when Ian happened, it was actually pretty accurate. Now, I'm not saying this is Ian, but we definitely have potential for a few, if not several, tornadoes across parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas for tomorrow. And so we will probably be live for most of this. Let me pull up the timing guide here and give you an idea of when this is all happening. But yeah, that's a big jump. They didn't have a 30% before. Now, again, granted, I would ignore the colors. Just focus on where the brightest stuff is. I mean, this will be the greatest tornado threat overall tomorrow. We'll go all the way up into Arkansas. Now, I do have to say, when it comes to tropical activity, NATOcast can be extremely hit or miss. This is the Louisiana timing, though, for tomorrow. So again, convective activity in the morning will be mostly near Beaumont. By the afternoon, we're going to start to see some of these storms rotating as they move towards center in eastern and southeastern Texas. I do want to mention that this is a poor radar coverage area, so the odds of there being a lot of tornado warnings tomorrow for things that probably don't produce tornadoes is going to be there, but there are going to be a lot of storms here that do produce at least some rotation and produce the potential for a tornado. Once we get closer to 5, 6, 7 o'clock, these storms continue to move into Shreveport. Again, most of this will be during the afternoon hours, so I do think our plan right now is that we'll probably be live again for landfall until 4 or 5, and then we'll be back live as early as 11 or 12 for the tornado risk that does look a bit more significant for tomorrow across Louisiana, Arkansas, and East Texas. And Connor Croft, I know, will be storm chasing this entire thing when it comes to tornadoes. So he'll be out there storm chasing that threat for tornadoes. And I think Storm Media might too. I have no clue about Tyler Kurtz, to be honest, but I don't think he is going to, because he is on the causeway, and I don't think you're going to be able to get off the causeway until, like, tomorrow. By the way, we do have some showers and thunderstorms right now rolling across northwestern North Texas. Majority of these are just gusty winds, but some isolated damaging winds will be possible. And this activity has nothing to do with what we're talking about when it comes to Beryl. And we also have a storm east of Des Moines that's probably producing winds upwards of 60 to 75 miles per hour near Newton on the north side of Interstate 80 moving towards Grinnell. And most of that will just be gusty winds. Flooding will be a concern as well in those areas, as there's been a lot of rain there recently. So, just letting you know. The fish warning still does continue south of Treasure Island, or the fish NATO warning. It's not actually called a fish NATO warning, but we like to call it that here. Again, possibility for a water spout as it moves towards Freeport. Rotation's been broader over the last few scans. It might be trying to intensify again. So if this does intensify again, I wouldn't be surprised with an isolated tornado near Freeport. So if you're in Freeport, just be staying vigilant. Our short-term tornado risk will be definitely near Freeport, Texas. And since this hurricane is only moving north at 10 miles per hour, we should have a pretty good grasp of about, like, you know, exactly where these storms are going, how fast they'll be moving. Let's go over to infrared imagery real quick. We haven't looked at this in a while. Let's go to infrared on the clear view. Look at Beryl, man. Beryl's actually, I mean, it's organizing. That Eyewall is coming close now. So Beryl is definitely organizing right now. The eye is going to be right about there. It has wobbled a little bit back and forth, but it's staying pretty much on that trajectory towards Lake Jackson in Sargent, Texas. But we got a big convective blowup right just to the south of Bay City. We also have some big thunderstorms developing down to the south of the eye. But this eye wall has become pretty much almost entirely closed. If this had 6 more hours, I bet this is a category 2 or 3 hurricane upon landfall, at least. I low-key think this would be a big hurricane if we had 6 more hours of this in this type of environment. Like, the only thing that's holding this back still is, like, this small opening on the southwest side of Beryl. But aside from that, it's a hurricane, obviously. And again, it is officially a category 1 hurricane, but it definitely is organized a lot, and the biggest storm activity is on the northwest side right now. But we are starting to see this north and east side organize as well, where the winds will definitely be increasing here over the next little while. Let's go to Tyler Kurtz. Again, this is Tyler Kurtz right along Sargent, Texas, where landfall is likely to be within about 25 to 30 miles of this area. Waves are definitely getting bigger out there. Storm surge is going to be a big problem here. Up to 7 feet of storm surge will be possible.
Thank you, Chezzy bread. Chezzy bread.
Is a tornado risk big for Conroe, Texas? I wouldn't say it's big. I'd say it's like a low to medium chance. I usually categorize it as very low, low, medium, high, extreme. That's how I categorize it. So, I mean, I would say low to low medium.
Wow, almost a 9.3K.
I don't think it's huge.
Quite a bit in just a short amount of time.
But it is a potential. It's maybe an isolated tornado or two in that area. I think the greatest risk will actually probably be late morning tomorrow and the afternoon. So I mean, guessing everything goes to plan here, and this makes landfall by like 3 or 4 Central Time. We'll probably be live again around 11 tomorrow for tornado coverage, with the remnants of what Beryl looks like, which it'll probably be a tropical storm tomorrow. I thought somebody just said, is Sugarland gonna get food? I was like, what? Is it gonna flood? I would say there's a good chance that there will be flooding near Houston. I would say at least there's a medium to high chance that we are gonna have flooding across areas near Houston. Now, I'm not saying everybody's gonna flood, right? But flooding's definitely gonna be up there. If you're an area that is prone to flooding, you're gonna probably have flooding by tomorrow morning. I mean, 4 to 8 inches of rain is expected to fall, and I would say areas near Lake Jackson are probably going to pick up over that threshold. They're probably going to be upwards of 12 inches at this point. I mean, the amount of rain that's already fallen near Lake Jackson has probably exceeded 3 inches, I would say. So more and more rain is expected to fall here soon. Let's go back to Tyler Kurtz again. Tyler Kurtz is in like the absolute perfect position right now in Sargent. I mean, look at that water. It's coming over now on that rock. I don't know if that's a rock wall, but I mean, it's getting up there now. It's really starting to crash right now on the wall here on the beach. Thank you, by the way, Storm Chaser Gabe, for the super chat, $5 super chat. What's your prediction with the max intensity of Beryl? I mean, a lot of people said it's going to be a Category 2. I wouldn't be surprised if it briefly gets to a Category 2 status, but it's going to be a stretch. I'd say at the bare minimum, this is going to be making landfall as a stronger Category 1. I think this will intensify before landfall more than what it already has. Just purely based off of the trends that we've been seeing. But the pressure is continuing to drop, and I think the winds are actually increasing still.
Yeah, thank you so much to the long-time channel supporters. Some of you guys have been around for quite a while.
Let's check out the wind speeds on velocities. Again, velocities are going to show winds that are a little bit off the ground, but like, look at this right here. This pocket right here of 85 to 90 mile per hour winds on the eastern side of the eye. Now, again, is it really that high on the surface, which is where we're looking for hurricane force winds and whatnot? No, but we're probably at least around 80 mile per hour winds now. I do think this is intensifying still. And I do think we're going to at least get to a high-end Category 1 upon landfall. It's a really last-second sort of thing, obviously. Like, this is happening really last second, but this was kind of expected. Now, right now, with where the eye is, it's kind of right along the line, but it's a little bit to the left of the line. So, a landfall closer to, like, Palacios in the Matagorda Bay of Texas, I think is a higher likelihood right now. But it could wobble again to the right. So just keep that in mind. Wobbling is an expected thing with Beryl as it continues to move to the north. It will continue to wobble a little bit left, a little bit right, but once it gets closer to land, I do think we're going to have a more clear shot where this will make landfall, which will probably be Matagorda Bay. Matagorda Bay, and then maybe Lake Jackson, but that might be a bit out of the reach here. This is the cone of uncertainty. I haven't had it on the screen here, but this is where the possibilities are for landfall today, or tonight, I should say. It's not really today anymore. Palacios near Matagorda Bay is one area, and then the other area would be near Lake Jackson. Right now, it is expected to make a very close appearance to Houston, so Houston is going to probably at least get tropical storm force winds, but we could end up seeing some hurricane force winds as far north as Pearland, or Pureland, I think it's Pearland or Pureland, south of Houston. Houston, I wouldn't be surprised with some gusts that exceed like 70 miles per hour at this point, at least with its current trajectory. Let me check out the velocities here. Let me take this off again. I took this off because it shows everything better. Pearland? Pearland, thank you. Okay. Well, I mean, even this radar site near Corpus Christi shows these winds here like near 80 miles per hour. Actually near 90. I don't know. I don't know if it's really that strong, but there was a big convective burst on the north side, so it is possible. So we might already have hurricane force winds approaching Matagorda Bay right now, which Tyler Kurtz, bottom right of your screen, he's right there. So we might start to see that here soon. All right, that fish NATO warning has expired. or it might have been canceled. Actually, it was probably just expired. Do still have an area of rotation that'll be approaching Highway 36 near Lake Jackson soon, near Freeport, Texas. So we may end up getting a new warning on this, like maybe a tornado warning or something like that. So that is still a possibility. Oops. Trying to pick up my water, and I just absolutely flung this map across the screen. All right, let's go back to Tyler Kurtz. Yeah, the wind's definitely picking up where he is. He's getting pretty close to that inner band of storm activity right now. Look at that wind really picking up right now. Wow.
I'm trying to stay as dry as possible.
Right in Sargent, Texas.
Yeah, winds are really starting to pick up yet again.
Hey, by the way, Pecan for the $9.99. I'm trying to submit a video of the tornado in Beaumont this evening.
I'll try to do it here soon, I promise.
The site listed to upload videos and pictures will not let me. You can message me on Twitter or Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not gonna swim.
Just let me know what
I'm
Facebook
stupid,
page you set it to, and I'll definitely check it out.
It's like the focus is... maybe
If you do have any photos or videos, you can submit them with the second top link in the description below. I'll try to show some of them. But wow, that wind's really picking up in Sargent.
Yeah, it's getting nastier for sure. Still watching.
Definitely starting to see some, at least stronger tropical storm force winds, possibly near hurricane level in the inner bands. Are you silent for the $5 super chat? I'm in Northwest Houston. I would say tornado risk is very low tonight, northwest of Houston. Very low. But keep a tornado action plan ready to go and have ways to receive alerts just in case. Thank you, Jared, for the super chat. Thank you, Mary, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Jasmine, for the $5 super chat. Baytown. Let me figure out where that is first. I'm going to keep it on Tyler for the moment because it's definitely getting active out there. I would say Baytown is in the spectrum of a flooding potential, for sure.
But I mean, I do want to get out at some point.
Thank you, Draco, for the super chat.
That's part of experiencing a hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, once it hits land, it's going to weaken. I mean, that goes for any hurricane. Whenever a hurricane or storm makes landfall, it's going to weaken over land. So it's going to weaken, but it's still going to bring big impacts no matter what. Because this thing, it's been such an intense hurricane for such a long time, and obviously now it's only a Category 1, but it was for a while. It's been a very impressive hurricane, and there's nothing really weakening it other than land, but it's going to take time with how much energy it still has left in it. So this is going to take a while, and we're still going to see flooding rainfall up and down, East Texas. Let's copy and paste this one. Northeast of Houston, main concern again, flooding rains, isolated tornado potential, and some tropical storm force winds. Thank you, Mindy, for the super chat. I have to drive from League City to downtown at 5 a.m. on Menards and have to get home. How bad will it be at 5 a.m.? Let me find where League City is.
When everybody else starts freaking panicking and leaving as well.
I would say League City is probably going to get a lot of heavy rainfall, and the winds are definitely going to be picking up by then. Because landfall is expected around 3 to 4, so tropical storm force winds are definitely in play by then.
I'm not going to lie. I'm nice and dry right now. I'm at a
Thank you, Blank, for the $10 super chat. Tomball. I would say Tomball is mostly going to be a flooding concern. Again, 3 to 6 inches of rain, isolated tornado threat, probably up to 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Thank you, Average, for the $10 super chat. Made it through the derecho and have a tornado behind the house on camera. Really? That's crazy. That is actually really crazy to experience 2 of those things in the same year.
And not a good
Thank you, Colo, for the $1.99. I have to go to the beach tomorrow. You don't have to. You just want to, I think. I don't think you have to. This again live, Tyler Kurtz in Sargent, Texas. Looks like some hurricane force winds might be coming through right now. At least tropical storm force winds, but they might be really up there now. Right along the immediate coastline. I mean, he is absolutely getting hammered right now in Sargent. Again, Tyler Kurtz, he is the new Storm Chaser with us. We've never used him before. This is our first time, so I highly recommend to at least subscribe to him on YouTube. The link is in the description down below if you want to check him out. We'll have him up throughout the stream. He has gained over 300 subscribers since I've said this, so make sure to subscribe. He might hit 10K tonight. Let's see if we can get him to 10K. I'll put the link in the chat real quick. Make sure to go subscribe to him. And then come back. Let me put the link in the chat here. Thank you, Storm, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, local stations, they'll be covering it probably tomorrow morning. Early. Thank you, Manuel, for the super chat. Pasadena. I don't think Pasadena is actually... Oh, that's actually east of Houston. You're going to get hit by heavy rain and all that. I mean, you have all the threats that any other place in Houston has. Flooding rains, storm surge not really a problem, but flooding rains, isolated tornado threat. Possibly even up to hurricane force winds. Hey, Reality for the super chat. I don't know what Dayton we're talking about. I don't know if that's Texas or not. Oh, it's for your vacation? Well, stay safe. Thank you, Gaming, for the $4.99.
Yeah, we've got a
I mean, I don't think it'll be that bad. It's just gonna be windy.
So we got this
I think you'll be all right, to be honest. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of rain, but just take it slow on the roadways, and I think you'll be all right.
A Green Moo crew member.
It is really windy. This is near Sargent, Texas. If we go to the map here, I'm going to show you where Sargent, Texas is, and again, it is in the cone of uncertainty. This is Sargent, right? And I think he might be right on the causeway. I'm not sure what road he's on or whatnot, but I think he's right in the causeway. I could be wrong. Velocities on radar, if we go to the Corpus Christi radar site, are showing, near Sargent at least, that the winds have picked up near 60 to 70 miles per hour just offshore. So the winds could actually be really up there right now. Just to the south of where he is, and also probably where he is. Because these bands right here are where the highest wind speeds are going to be located, and even down in here too. Over here, there will be some high winds, but it's not going to be as strong. North and east side is where the worst of the wind will be for the time being. So it's definitely looking interesting right now. And we're probably going to get a tornado warning here soon for Freeport, if that rotation keeps up. Might have a water spout offshore, possibly some flying fish heading towards Freeport, Texas. We may have a tornado warning with that, though, here soon.
2 hours.
The forecast for Victoria is the same as earlier. Just an update, high winds on Lake Jackson. Thank you, Trevor, for the report. Yeah, if you have any reports, you can feel free to tweet me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. If you have photos or videos, you can go to wx-scan.com, the link's down below. You can submit them on there, and we'll definitely keep a close eye on those whenever you do submit anything. Wow. That wind is strong. And my light is so far off the wall. There we go. How'd I meet Tyler? Twitter. I think I met like every storm chaser on Twitter, actually. The eye is still about 45 miles off coast. It's definitely getting closer. I'll give you an actual distance. Give me 1 second. Measure this. It's about, actually, it's about 37 miles. Let me double check. Maybe not that. It might be a bit more. 44 miles. It's about 44 miles from Landfall. Thank goodness I'm going to the north. Yeah, stay safe. Seriously. Hopefully you're staying away from this.
Again, we're at Sargent Beach here in Texas. We're going to ride this thing out anywhere from between here back towards Matagorda.
Not fast it's going. It's about 10 miles per hour to the north right now. And that's the current speed. This is back to live radar. Again, we got a lot of rain coming with this thing. Tons of moisture. It is absolutely going to be dominating when it comes to rain. It's not super slow, so it's, again, not like Harvey, but there is a lot of moisture. This is the water vapor presentation in the mid-levels. Low levels are still pretty impressive as well. Why does it look like it's going southwest? I don't know. I don't know why you think that. Let me check out the infrared. I mean, this should give you a better indication it's not really going to the southwest. If this was moving southwest, I would say Houston, we have an actual problem. Let's go back to Tyler Kurtz. Look at that right there. Look at that. Look at the rain and the wind. That's insane.
You really see that rain coming down.
Let's get Tyler to 10K. I agree. Make sure to subscribe to Tyler Kurtz on YouTube. The link's in the description. He's only 500 subscribers from 10,000. We can get him there. If every one of you guys goes and subscribes to him. I'll put the link in the chat again. This is right now live in Sargent, Texas. With Tyler Kurtz. Who's intercepting, probably going to be the light. I'm guessing he's going to be intercepting the eye, actually. It's going to get pretty interesting when he... Landfall actually happens. That wind is insane, though. I gotta say that. This wind is just crazy. For this being, I mean, again, the eye is still hours away, but, like, he is in Sargent, Texas, which is, like, right about here. If we go back to live radar, it's crazy. I mean, this is just some of the... I mean, it's like the inner bands right now is what we're seeing here. And then we probably have a water spout right now heading towards Freeport. I think we're about to get a tornado warning for Freeport and Surfside Beach. Maybe. If we do have one, it's going to be going through Quintana Beach, eventually towards Freeport. So we might get a tornado warning here in a moment for Freeport, just south of Lake Jackson. Who else is in Lake Jackson? I can tell you I'm not in Lake Jackson. I'll tell you that. Thank you, IMO, for the super chat. No problem at all. Yeah, definitely. Stay safe, again, if you're anywhere around Houston, no doubt. Thank you, Lynn, for becoming a member. Thank you, Yuri, for the $4.99. And... I think that's it. Thank you, Reality, for the $4.99. Dayton, Texas? Let me check it out. Northeast of Houston, again, main concern is going to be heavy rainfall. We could see some flooding. Tropical storm force winds also being possible there. I don't know why there isn't a tornado warning on this. I mean, the rotation isn't strong or on the... It's, like, not on the ground, but... Or actually... It might be on the ground. We have a small little... it's not enough. It's close. But we might have a tornado trying to drop near Freeport, Texas right now. No tornado warning on this at this time. There's a squeaky arm stand. Let's go back to Tyler Kurtz real quick. Look at the water and how far it's gone up now.
Yeah,
it's over the rock wall on the beach. And again, we're at low tide right now. This is not high tide in Sargent, Texas. This is low tide. Wild.
Thank you so much, Blake.
That water's getting high right now, right on the beach.
Some storm surge starting to come back up.
Why is there a low tide and the high tide? Rumor has it, Queso has a gravitational pull.
So close. Wow.
That makes it go low tide and high tide.
Less than 300 now.
Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. I have not gone grocery shopping. I have literally not gone grocery shopping. I'm not even kidding. Really I've had no time. Hopefully after Beryl, I'm going to go grocery shopping. Like, I'm not even kidding. We need some grocery shopping in my life right now. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Katy, Texas? I don't even know where that is. If you're within like 50 miles of Houston, either west, north, or west, north, or east, it's mostly going to be rain, isolated tornadoes, like 3 to 6 inches of rain, possibly a bit higher than that, and then tropical storm force winds. If you're south, hurricane force winds and a bit more rain. So I'm just letting you know. You don't have to keep super chatting for your specific location. I'm trying to give you an idea what's happening. I feel like I've mentioned every single town at this point.
Yeah, how's this,
Still have an area of rotation to the south of Freeport. Does look a bit weaker than before. May have just had a brief water spout or tornado, though, come ashore near Quintana. We don't have a tornado warning on this, but honestly, I feel like it could have warranted one. Aside from that, I don't think our next tornado threat after that little cell will be probably for another half an hour. Most of the other areas of rotation are still offshore. Let's go back to Tyler Kurtz. And again, he's right in Sargent, Texas, where the Eyewall is beginning to approach. It's still a little bit offshore, but we're going to start to see some of the worst of this action here soon. I don't know what Tyler Kurtz's plan is for an escape path, but I don't know if he's just winging it, but he might be. Who knows? By the way, make sure to subscribe to Tyler Kurtz. He's only 300 or he's actually only 250 subscribers away from 10K. I'm going to put the link to him in chat. I want him to get to 10K for his welcoming to the Max Velocity channel. 9,500 of you. We can probably do it. Thank you, Pepsi Cola for the super chat. Groceries are expensive. I can't disagree. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Grocery store fun. We don't need that, but I do appreciate it. Beryl turned left. It is turning a bit left. I've been noticing that. The infrared imagery still has that circulation, though, kind of.
Escape plan is this
I mean,
big-ass
if you look at
bridge
reflectivity, let's go back to reflectivity here. Like, the eye is actually right about there or so, maybe a bit further south. But it's about right where I put the X mark. So it's a bit left of the line that the National Hurricane Center drew out here. Now, again, it's going to be naturally wobbling a little bit. So keep that in mind if you're, in the causeway. This could make landfall closer to Sargent. It could also make landfall, that's Sargent. It could also make landfall closer to the Matagorda Bay. No matter where it really goes, the impacts are not going to be very different overall. So, a small shift to the left or right is not going to make a big difference. The only difference it'll make is that there will be slightly more time for intensification if it goes a bit more to the east. If it goes a bit more west, which is what it's kind of doing right now, it's going to have a little bit less time to strengthen. What's that black spot in the radar? I don't know which spot you're talking about. Hey, Lynn, for the $5 super chat for groceries. I don't need a grocery fund, but I do appreciate the generosity. Let's go back to Tyler Kurtz.
That's a big-ass windy bridge.
And this is right along the beach. Low tide right now, so this is impressive for it being low tide. The water is getting now up near the roadway.
Starting to hit the roadway.
I have no clue what his escape plan is going to be, but he is dangerously close here to the beach and the storm surge that is ramping up right now. How likely is a 10% tornado risk upgrade? I have no clue, but I'm guessing it's probably going to happen. I don't really know, though, because I'm not the Storm Prediction Center. I don't have an insider source. I don't know. Can we buy you a camel? What? You really shouldn't be in water. I don't know. I don't know where he actually, I don't know where he actually is. That's the thing. He probably has some sort of escape path. Hopefully. I don't know if he does. I think he's starting to drive, though, now. The wind is getting really strong there. I mean, this is easily hurricane force winds, I think, where he is. He's starting to drive. He's also starting to lose connection. There's a road. We have a road. We have road. That wind is just so strong. You can just see it. It's really ripping here near Sargent, Texas. So worried about him. I think he'll be all right.
Really wants him to start to really.
I don't really know though. This is our first time using him. I don't know how aggressive he is. He's backed up a little bit, so he's a bit further back from the water. That's all. He's basically just repositioned a little bit. But again, you can just see how strong the wind is left to right. It's really ripping here now. Like we are getting into the core here of the strongest of the winds, right along the causeway. In Sargent, Texas. It's gonna get really rampant from here.
Shout out to all the mods keeping up with this craziness.
Pecon, I don't check Instagram, so if you can, try to send it on Facebook. I don't have Instagram pulled up. I do appreciate the $9.99. Thank you, Joanne, for the $5 super chat for the 8-inch brownie fund. Really? Velocities right now offshore still indicating 90 miles per hour to the east of the eye. Let's see if the Hurricane aircraft has indicated anything new here. Yeah, they're really starting to, the wind's definitely picking up. I mean, this is still a little bit above ground, but I mean, these wind speeds here, that's 75 knots approaching Texas right now, which to miles per hour, that's near 85 to 90 miles per hour. We should have another advisory, I think, in like 8 minutes, like an update, little update probably from them in like 8 minutes. I think this is going to get upgraded further. I don't think it's going to go Cat 2, but I think this will be 5 miles per hour stronger at least. Because that wind is definitely picking up right now. We can pull up the aircraft on here too on Radar Omega. Let's go to Tropical and Hurricane Hunters. Let's go to the last 7 minutes. And so right up in here, 64, 74 knots. Yeah, we got a 74 knot reading up there, which would be near 85 mile per hour sustained winds. So we'll see if they have another update in 8 minutes. I don't know if they will for 5 mile per hour, like a 5 mile per hour increase, but they might. We'll see. I found the stream of the guy in the truck. Oh, really? Is that guy streaming too? I don't know who's actually out there. There's a lot of crazy people out here, including Tyler, by the way. everybody's pretty crazy out here, right in the causeway where the worst of the impacts are going to be. Tyler Kurtz is getting really just hammered with that rain and wind right now. Look at that wind, just unbelievably strong. This is hurricane force, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I think this is going to be a Category 2 before landfall, just by like what we're looking at. I have chased a Category 1 hurricane, Hurricane Nicole. I think that was last year. I chased when it was a tropical storm, and the winds were nowhere near this before landfall. This is definitely a Cat 1 type winds right now in Sargent. If not, it's very close to it. It's pretty nuts out there. I know it, you know, it's nighttime, it's hard to see, but like it's clear as day. It's very strong winds. Really ripping there though in Sargent. Every outlet is saying barely Category 1 landfall. Well, every outlet's using the National Hurricane Center outlook. It's a little bit different. Jessica, I have no clue about anything like that. We just work with them now.
No, the Dominator's not out here.
Why? What data do you have to say it could be a Category 2? Just purely off the trends that we're seeing right now. The Eyewall has become a bit more closed in. I'm not saying it will be. I'm just saying it is possible. And the winds are definitely getting up there. The aircraft right now flying through flight level winds near 75 knots, which is 85 miles per hour. It's been gradually intensifying for the last couple hours, and if it can stay a bit more on the east side of this line here, this will probably start to intensify further. But right now it's kind of on the left side of this line, which means that landfall will probably be within the next 3 hours, or maybe a bit after that. And so when that happens, it'll start to weaken. But it does have a window here where it could strengthen over the next, again, few hours. I mean, again, we've seen a gradual increase for the last 2 to 3 hours of wind speeds, so I do think it's going to be a bit higher here on the next outlook. Connor is live. Yeah, we can pull him up here soon. Let's go back to Tyler. I mean, Tyler's in the brunt right now of the impacts. Connor is just off to the north of Sargent, so he's not going to be on the causeway because he wants to chase the tornado threat tomorrow, so, or today technically. It's about to be today, so.
So we're probably even fine for longer here too. It'll just get intense periods with some of these more intense parts of the outer band.
What's the projected path inland? It's probably going to go right up the west side of the Houston Metro. It should stay east of College Station, but you'll probably still see 2 to 4 inches of rain at least. By the way, Tyler is 100 subscribers away from 10,000. Make sure to go subscribe to him. The link's in the chat. That's who's right now live here. Try to get him to 10,000 subscribers tonight. Getting nervous for Tyler. It's sketchy. There's no doubt. It's definitely getting sketchy out there.
Service cuts in and out. We're probably about to lose Starlink here in a bit. We'll see how well AT&T does on its own.
I mean, just look at the wind. It's unbelievable. It's non-stop, and again, what I mean by like persistent wind, this is the definition of persistent wind. Like, you know, when you have a severe thunderstorm warning, this only lasts about a minute or less. In some cases, it can be more, but like it's usually about a minute or two. This is happening for like literally 20 plus minutes now straight. Tyler has officially hit 10K subscribers. Bada bing, bada boom. I think we got him like 1,100 subscribers here.
I don't have my light bar on right now because I don't want to blind these people.
See if he responds to that. He's in the middle of this hurricane, so I don't know. He's gonna see the message, but.
Holy smokes. We hit 10K, ladies and gentlemen. 10,007. W, thank you Max and all of Max's viewers. Wow, thank you guys so much. Holy smokes, I really thought it wouldn't be until like tomorrow that I hit it. Wow.
Matt, that's a Debbie Downer type move right there.
Oh my gosh. Wow, thank you guys.
I think Tyler will be all right. Again, I mean, it is low tide still. Like it's going to high tide, but it's pretty much near low tide right now. So this water is still relatively low compared to what it'll be, but I'm guessing he has some sort of escape plan. I don't know though.
Ooh, thank you guys.
There are storm chasers here beside him too, so I think it'll be all right.
Hopefully you guys will stay subscribers and stuff through the coming months, even in the slower time frames.
So I just asked if there will be rain in Galveston. I would give it a 250% chance that there's going to be rain in Galveston. If there isn't rain there, I'd be very concerned. Like, low-key. Another area of rotation just south of Freeport. As well. So, let's check in on Connor real quick. Or actually, never mind, he's driving. Alright, once he gets a view of something, we'll go back to him. I was gonna go to Connor, but he had some swaying lights. Again, this is Connor. You can watch him also on the Radar Omega app. There are multiple storm chasers live on the Radar Omega app, and you can watch them for only $8.99 with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android for Radar Omega. Not just that, you get the live radar feed. You can track them in real time. You get live data as well, so you'll see there's, with some storm chasers, there's actual temperature data and stuff. So that's something that's a cool little feature. In addition to that, you can customize the app as much as you want. There's lots of customizability, much more. Make sure to check it out. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And if you're an alpha subscriber on the app, you get access to a lot of the, like all of the hurricane data, including hurricane hunters, you know, satellite imagery, and a ton of other cool stuff. 12 a.m. update. I don't know if there's going to be one.
Alright, let me
So
look
far
up
there
the
isn't
gritty
one.
real fast.
I don't know if they're going to do an
if
update for a 5 mile per
remember.
hour difference, even if that's a thing. So
You guys are going to get like 10 seconds of this. Gritty example. Why is there a 6-minute 43-second tutorial on how to gritty?
I don't know what he just said. Tutorial for what? I actually see the waves pretty nicely now again in Sergeant. He's pretty far back. He looks fine for right now. You say gritty? There's a tutorial to gritty? 6 minutes and 43 seconds? I didn't even watch the tutorial. Oh my goodness. If we get 20 members in the stream, I'll do a gritty. I'll do that gritty at any point, unless there's a tornado warning. So it's an instant guarantee gritty. We get 20 members in the stream.
I am not coordinated enough.
Imagine if Tyler does a gritty though in the middle of this hurricane. That would be insane. I gotta say that would be the clip of all time.
Supposed to get out of the car, but to celebrate 10K, I don't really know what dance move to do, or if
There's
any.
no way. If he gritties, that would be insane in the middle of a hurricane. Be insane.
But I will definitely get out of the car real fast. Yeah, I don't know who the hell these people are.
If he does that, that'd be crazy. I'll let you know if he does. We'll be watching him closely. I mean, he's literally in the causeway here, right where the worst of the action is currently. I want to see Connor. I'll show you Connor when he has a view of something. He's looking on a road right now. They're just positioning to get closer to Beryl right now. They're gonna be there within the next probably 10 minutes or so, maybe sooner. The aircraft recon still picking up on strong winds on the northern side of Beryl. 65 to 70 knots being picked up right now by the aircraft recon. So again, there's a possibility right now that Beryl is a bit stronger as a Category 1 hurricane. But as of now, it is still at 75 mile per hour sustained winds. If that does change, obviously we'll let you know. The next official outlook from the National Hurricane Center is in approximately 50 minutes. So we will obviously see what happens when that comes out. We just went to Tyler as the...
Alright, I'm so sorry for...
Thank you, Christy, for the 1 gifted member. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's organized quite a bit. I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised if this intensified. Is he doing it? No shot, he's actually grittying, right? Oh my goodness, he's gonna gritty. There's no shot. We got a live gritty in the... Or is he? I don't know if he is. If he gritties right here in the middle of this hurricane, there's no shot, right? We got almost 10,000 people about to watch history. And might be the first person to ever gritty in the middle of Hurricane Beryl. It might be. Oh, he's doing something else. I don't know what that dance was. Okay, it wasn't a gritty. I don't know what that was.
I am now wet. Thank you.
What, I don't know what that dance was.
I should have stood closer. I'm sorry. Oh
What's
God,
a gritty?
I'm
I'll
wet.
show you if we get 19 more
Who
members.
would have thunk?
If you want to become a member, it's the join button down below. Or you can gift members, one of the two.
Alright, I should have had towels up here at the ready.
That is
I think they're in my
golden
bag.
content right there. Might be the first person to dance in the middle of Hurricane Beryl. Who knows? First recorded data. Can't believe we went outside his vehicle for that. At least he had a jacket and goggles on, because otherwise he was going to be absolutely drenched. But again, the winds right now, right along the causeway, upwards of 70 to 75 miles per hour, estimated by radar, a little bit off the ground. So Still a pretty organized hurricane right now on the northern side. That's where the worst of the activity seems to be. Back over to satellite, or back over, not really to satellite, but we'll go back over to infrared imagery on Beryl. Again, massive burst of convection on the west and north side. That's where the highest winds are currently. Still got a bit of dry air, it looks like, on the south side of Beryl. It's still struggling to really organize, but the winds are definitely picking up right now. So, very possible right now that, again, it's a stronger hurricane than what is advertised right now. I wouldn't say it's a Category 2 yet, but it's probably not far from it. It's probably at least 80 mile per hour Cat 1 or something like that. I have another little water spout possibly developing also southeast of Freeport. So a little area of circulation there right now, moving northwest. Thank you to Papa for becoming a member. Thank you to Sherry for becoming a member, or Shree for becoming a member. Thank you, Dan, for the 20 gifted members. Put some hearts in the chat for Dan, and also make sure to thank Dan if you got a gifted membership. I appreciate your generosity, Dan. Thank you very much. We'll do a gritty here in a second. Thank you, ATX, for becoming a VIP Velocity member as well. Put some hearts in the chat for ATX. That is the highest tier membership on the channel. I do appreciate the generosity. All right, I told you I'll do a gritty whenever we get 20 members. So if you don't know what a gritty is, I will show you here in real time. We're gonna quickly, I'm gonna put on the party light here. We're gonna do the little party light here for the gritty. Let's get some gritty emojis in the chat here at 12 a.m. All right. I need to change the light so it doesn't do this anymore. Here we go. W's in the chat for Dan, and thank you to anybody else that became a member. Thank you, Emma, as well, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Let's go back to Tyler here. Right in Sargent, Texas.
I could take the damn
Somebody just said that was cute. Thank you.
battery out of this thing.
I strive to have the best gritties here on YouTube.
Thank you, Mike.
I don't think anybody can beat the quality of the gritty, though, from that TV meteorologist at Fox Weather. I can't remember his name. But I don't think anybody can beat him. Like Loki.
The GoPros, I like the stupid.
So go to Connor real quick. This is Connor Croft. So Connor's starting to push into the wind now. He's again near that explosion of convection just to his south. Screen recorded and forever in my phone's memory. I'm glad. Glad it's in your phone's memory.
You guys are just tuning in. Make sure
That's Connor Croft right now. We'll go back to Tyler. And Connor's getting closer. He's just positioning right now. Does Max have Discord? We do. The Discord link is in the description below.
At some point, and Max and I can have a gritty showdown or something. Thank you, El Ramirez.
There's 103 mile per hour winds on the velocities on Radar Omega. Yeah, it's kind of, it's one of those situations though, like, it's up in the clouds, one, and then two, some of these are just specs. But it's pretty consistent with 80 to 90 mile per hour winds on the east side of this. I would have to say right now, like, we need another flight to go, or like, and we needed the hurricane hunters to try to go back through some of that area, or at least somewhere around the eye, which they're professionals, they know what they're doing, but like, you know, I think right now the worst of it is on the east side. I don't think it's 100 yet. Like, I don't think we're at a category 2 as of now, but I think we're not far from it. I think we are definitely a bit higher than before. I'll say that. I think we're pretty close at least to a category 2. I just don't think we're there yet. And right now the maximum sustained winds are 75 miles per hour. It is still a Cat 1. As I mentioned before though, I would not be surprised if this is a bit higher than that. Again, the difference it makes when this makes landfall and whatnot is mainly just for those that are near the coast though, because those wind speeds, I mean, they're not going to make it, like, we're not going to have hurricane force winds all the way to, like, you know, Shreveport or whatever, but, like, you know, the immediate coastline, maybe even Houston, will have some more impacts if the winds are a bit higher. When it comes to wind damage is what I mean. I mean, again, we do have some velocities that are measuring pretty high, but again, that's still elevated wind. It's basically not what's happening right at the ground level. We have an updated pressure. The latest is 985 millibars. That is the latest on Beryl. Or Beryl. Go back to Tyler Kurtz again. Got view of the waves again. Still surging here. I've got to tell you, I feel so awake right now for it being midnight Central Time. Is Category 2 possible? It has been the entire time. The National Hurricane Center has been warning this entire time to be prepared for Category 2 impacts. Even though it's not like a guarantee to happen, it is something that has been in the playing cards here this entire time.
Somebody else is deciding to leave.
Oh, I have my Drunk NATO t-shirt on. I don't know if anybody knows that. If you want to pick up a Drunk NATO t-shirt, it is shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's down below. Pick up one of our fantastic t-shirts. I've been wearing it all day. Feels fantastic. Looks like that truck is leaving, by the way. I don't know if I don't think Tyler's alone though. I think there's a few other people here. Sergeant. Will we lose more power if it becomes a Category 2? I don't think it's going to make much of a difference more inland. If we go to the National Weather Service of Houston forecast for tonight. This is their forecast. Let me quickly show you here when I get it up on the screen. Or wherever it is. I don't know if they have a recent one. I'm looking for the recent one. This is currently their forecast. They actually condensed it a little bit. So, right now, the maximum winds currently expected, possibly up to Cat 2 level, will be near Wharton, Lake Jackson, Sargent, and Edna. That is where widespread power outages will be a possibility tonight and tomorrow. Anywhere near Houston through Conroe, Huntsville, College State, just east of College Station. This is where we're looking for scattered to potentially numerous power outages. Closer to the right you are, the better chance you have of power outages. But I would at least expect some scattered power outages. So have flashlights ready to go. And make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place and multiple ways to receive alerts. And then the yellow area is where there will be a potential for isolated power outages. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the forecast. I subscribed to you because you hit the gritty. That is honestly kind of sad now. I guess we're getting subscribers because we hit the gritty. Wow. What a time to be alive. Hey, roses for the super chat. Tornado risk should be pretty low for Ohio. We are down bad if we're getting subscribers for doing the gritty. We are officially down bad if that's happening. I went back in the stream a few minutes ago to screen record. I mean, I guess it's gonna be in history on many people's phones. You know, I've never had a girlfriend, but imagine you get a girlfriend and they're like, can I look through your photos and videos? And they just see this random screen recording of some random person grittying. You're gonna be like, what in the world is this doing on your phone? Like, I can just see that happening. Now, I've never had a girlfriend, for what it's worth. But I can see that being a thing. It's like at least 2 people that have screen recorded these gritties. Hey, you got Grice to the 499.
Is that eye really?
Indiana's the same thing. It's gonna be a pretty low threat on Tuesday. It should be primarily in the southern side of the state. Never had a girlfriend? Nope. I talk a lot, never had a girlfriend. People call me the professional yapper here on YouTube. I just literally don't stop talking. I could talk for 50 hours straight if sleeping wasn't a thing.
That way here soon.
I feel like I need Tyler to gritty. He'll probably do it at some point. I mean, doing it in a hurricane's kind of tough though. Gotta think, it is very windy out there.
Though, see if I can
it is
try to
very windy out there.
North.
It's not as bad as before. I think, like, right now, I don't think the wind's as strong there, but I think really the main reason why is because we just had that outer band, or one of those, like, inner bands come through, and we have another one coming through here shortly, so I think there's a little break in the strongest of wind, but it'll probably pick up again here soon. Millibar update, right now 985. We haven't had any new updates on that, though, recently. We haven't had an update in an hour on the pressure. Let me see if we have any other updates, though. I'll be your girlfriend. I have 2 people just saying I'll be your girlfriend at the same time. That's wild. I had somebody say they'll pay me $100 to go on a date with me. I'm like, what? There's no way we're doing bribery out here. Let me see what the aircraft looks like, though. Actually, the waves are getting pretty big right now. This is Tyler Kurtz. Waves are getting pretty large. Right along the coastline, and there goes the wind again. It's picking up.
That's Reed right there.
And the truck is back. Back in full force. Yeah, no new data from the aircraft right now.
Again.
Why haven't I had a girlfriend? I mean, if I had a girlfriend right now, we would not be alive. I'm just keeping it a buck. I can probably have a girlfriend 1 month out of the entire year. The other 11 months, I'll be like, I'll see you later. I'm going to be doing some severe weather coverage for the next 11 months. The Boltums for the super chat. That's good to hear. I mean, again, it's going to start ramping up there pretty soon.
79 degrees.
Still a little ways away from it really getting going. In, like, the Houston Metro, for example.
That's where my hotel's at, is Bay City. So that's why I kind of wanted to stay here a little bit longer. I mean, we still got a couple hours before the actual official Eyewall intercept. Intercept it between here and Monta.
Sounds like Tyler's gonna start repositioning here soon. That's Reed's truck. Oh, is that what that is? Is Reed in a truck? I didn't realize that.
Matagorda. Really anywhere from between here to Wadsworth, Matagorda, or Bay City. Bay City towards the end.
Hex is in a relationship with Beryl. Feels like it's been that way for the last 2 weeks. Or a week, at least. Let's go back to infrared imagery real quick. I do want to show you Beryl. This is what it looks like right now on Tropical Tidbits. Got a massive explosion of convective activity on the northwest side. It's really organizing. I mean, Beryl's been organizing a lot more than what we saw earlier today or even yesterday. With that said, I mean, again, I do think this is intensifying still. Everyone fill out a girlfriend application form? Oh my goodness. We're not doing that. Married to the weather. That's how it goes. It's how it goes. I just want to show you Beryl, my girlfriend. Absolutely, yeah. This is right here. That's our girlfriend, right there in the middle. Max, you can date my sister. That's fantastic. This is not a Tinder live stream. We're covering a very serious matter here with Hurricane Beryl. All right, let me go back to see what Connor's doing.
Okay,
let's go back to Connor real quick.
On the road.
It's Connor Croft. He's still a little bit north of the causeway. I don't think he's going to the causeway, but he's still seeing some pretty strong wind gusts here.
I love when you only have the periodic reflector to remind you that, hey, you're still on the road.
Right. Here and there, periodic. Oh,
Connor had the idea.
This is the road,
Connor Croft. He had the idea the other day that we should set up like get 10 women here in Florida and just like have like a members only stream or something, or even like a public stream, and just do like a whole like interview thing. I don't know. I don't know the whole concept of it, but that'd be. We're not doing that, but that'd be pretty crazy.
We got the Reed turkey call.
That'd be bonkers. Beryl is getting emotional. It's like a very emotional hurricane. Back to Tyler here. Tyler again, still right there in Sargent, Texas, where the worst of Beryl is approaching. Very strong winds right now. Hurricane force winds possibly in the area. Storm surge definitely becoming a problem. Obviously, at this point, you really can't evacuate. It's kind of too late in this area, but we'll see how these areas fare over the next few hours.
I don't know if it's going to do a wobble back up this way. That's what I really don't want.
I'm in Beaumont, Texas. Not excited about the tornado threat tomorrow. There was actually a brief tornado there earlier, apparently, at a couple miles, I think, west of Beaumont. Which is pretty wild. What is the Max meet and greet? I mean, me and Connor are going to be at Disney World probably sometime either this month or next month. So, I mean, if you're in Disney, just if you see us, feel free to say hi. I don't know when it will be, but we're planning on a 2 or 3 day vacation there. That'll be We're gonna do a golf stream though, publicly at some point before or after that. As in Connor Croft, by the way. I'm not talking about somebody else. When's the next update? Next update is about 35 minutes from now. You can have my girlfriend? Wow. Wait until your girlfriend sees that message. Sheesh. Thank you, Ty, for becoming a 1-month member. Just bought my Disney tickets. I've only gotten recognized once, and I've gone to Disney probably a total of like 9 days now in the last month and a half. Only got recognized once. It's at Contemporary Resort. It's like a kid, actually. Pretty crazy. He was like, "Are you that guy from YouTube?" Didn't even know my name. Wild.
Come on, what do you...
Let's go back to live radar here. We'll see if there's any rotation coming ashore right now. Any fishnados. Still got a little bit of broad rotation near Freeport. It's been kind of like that for a while. Nothing really imminent. Our better shot for a tornado will be overnight tonight. Or really tomorrow morning, I would say. Tomorrow, late morning into the afternoon, that's like our best shot for tornadoes. It's gonna be a gradual increase in terms of the tornado threat for tonight. And again, multiple storm chasers out there right now. Obviously, we got Tyler Kurtz, we got Storm Runner Media, and as well as Connor Croft on the scene right now, with Hurricane Beryl making landfall here within the next, really, probably next 2 or 3 hours. Again, this landfall is not far from now. If we go ahead and measure out how far the eye is, it's going to be approximately 40-ish miles, 45 miles from landfall. So we are closing on landfall probably by around 3 or 4 in the morning tonight. And then after that, it's going to be a big rain threat for Houston in the morning. Tornado threat will definitely be up there as well in southeast Texas and even eventually into western Louisiana. It's definitely going to be a threat to be watching for. And then again, tropical storm to maybe even hurricane force winds in and around Houston and just south of Houston, Texas. So definitely going to be a big deal there. But Connor Croft right now, he's actually maybe approaching some rotation. Let's check this out. I think there might be a small area of rotation right now, just to the north of Cedar Lake. Small little area of rotation. Apparently somebody just recommended on Connor's stream that he should stream to LinkedIn in. I don't think that's possible. Could be wrong. Let's go back to here. Let's go to Connor. By the way, this is Tyler. He has an escape route. He is repositioning. Just letting you know. I don't know where he's going, but he has officially begun his repositioning process.
He's trying to form one. I don't know if it's going to be successful.
This is Connor Croft. Some of the wind is picking up here as well.
Not sure either, to be honest.
Right along the coast, by the way, that's where the worst of the wind will be because there's nothing blocking it.
But,
Where Connor is, there's probably a few more trees here, so the wind will not be as intense, but it'll still be pretty intense when it gets closer.
Not, like, the coast here isn't that.
Thank you, James, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Braxton, for the super chat. Will Corpus Christi keep the golf courses open? I have no clue.
Still strengthening it.
That's up to them. That's not up to me. I don't say, hey, close the golf courses. I mean, if I were them, I would have them open just purely for the memes. Very strong winds, you know? Very strong wind speeds. Add that up with the rain. Yeah, that'd be a heck of an experience there. The ball would go flying backwards whenever you're hitting in the wind, but it would be pretty fun. Hey, Tigers, for the $10 super chat. It's extremely, extremely bad for me. That's all I'll say. It's a massive swing in the direction of more males than females. I can drive 100 yards instead of 40. I mean, you're probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. Beryl moving east. It's kind of right now on the line. I mean, it's a little bit left of the line, actually. We have aircraft recon right now in Beryl. This is what it looks like right now. So the eye is probably going to be getting pretty close now to the coast. It's about right here, I would say. It's still measuring a pretty consistent wind field there of around Category 1 force winds on the northern side of the Eyewall. I mean, if you look at the spin, like, the eye is probably going to be right about there. Actually, it might just be on the line. I mean, if not, it's like a little bit left of the line. But again, as I mentioned before, it's gonna wobble a lot here over the next few hours before making landfall. So like, you know, it's not gonna be going like, even if it did go a bit more right of the line, it might go back to the middle, if you know what I mean. Like it's not gonna make much of a difference. It's gonna be pretty consistently wobbling for the next hour or two before it makes landfall. Unresponsive Brian M. Finger. I don't know who that is. Is that a storm chaser? He might have just lost signal or something. I mean, Tyler Kurtz has been in the Sargent area for a while. I don't think he's actually been having any issues, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I don't think he's had... I mean, he's been in that area. Hopefully he's okay, though. It might just be connection, maybe, or something. I don't know. Houston is now just getting rain and wind. Yeah, you're still hours away from even being close to the peak of the threat there in Houston. I mean, I would say probably around 8 in the morning will be the worst of it. Maybe 9. Eye is now going through the Woodlands instead of College Station. If you look at the cone of uncertainty, it really could still go anywhere. This is the cone right now. So College Station still in the cone of uncertainty. I mean, the Eye is probably going to go right through Sugarland, maybe just west of there. Just on the west side of the Houston suburbs, and then go through the Woodlands. That'd be my expectation at this point. It's possible that Beryl will hit Dallas or be dying by the time it reaches Dallas. I don't think we're going to see much in Dallas no matter what happens. Like, I think it'll just be some isolated showers and thunderstorms nearby, but that'll be about it. I think tonight, what we're seeing right now will probably be the worst. And this isn't even from Beryl, it's just from ordinary stuff. So, I wouldn't be too concerned. This is the live radar Omega cyclone port right now in Dickinson, Texas. And again, you can watch these live cameras on the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Consistent drizzle. Some light raindrops. Maybe some cheese curd size raindrops out there. But again, you can watch those live cams on the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. I just got a mention in a tweet about the chat summary on this live stream. Viewers in his chat are joking that Meteorologist Max is dating Hurricane Beryl, making comments about Max having a girlfriend, and even suggesting potential names for a future weather girlfriend. What in the world is that chat summary? Holy cow. The chat summary is too realistic out here. I can't believe YouTube added a chat summary. That might be the wildest feature ever. It's crazy how accurate it is. Oh, let's tell you guys. I don't know. I don't even know anymore. This live stream quickly turned into a Tinder live stream. Apparently, I'm dating Hurricane Beryl.
Yeah, I mean,
back to Connor Croft.
If we
He's currently in the outskirts of where the strongest the wind is. He's far south of Houston, again, just north of Sargent, near Wadsworth, Texas, where hurricane force winds will be picking up here soon in the area.
Plus, like,
back over to we'll go to Storm Intermedia real quick. We haven't checked in on them yet. It's a Storm Intermedia. They're looking at some palm trees. Wind is picking up here.
The wave it came in, right?
Let's go to Tyler Kurtz as well, who's also out there. He's getting some gas. Just giving you a quick update. He also confirmed that it's raining. So it is raining out there if you were very curious into that information.
It could hit Cat 2 before landfall. It's got a couple hours to get there.
It's feeling less likely now, but like you never know.
Back to the weather chat. Let's keep the weather memes going.
Intensification.
True.
I'd like to know what my future is with Hurricane Beryl. Oh man. This Twitter post is gonna go crazy too. The chat AI has a sense of humor. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk? Let's put up Storm Intermediate bottom right. We'll keep that up there for now. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Somebody just said you'll be widowed soon. Yeah, Beryl's not going to last much beyond tomorrow. I mean, again, Beryl will be a tropical depression even into Arkansas, because it's going to be moving so fast. And then after that, it'll actually still be a quote-unquote tropical depression, but it'll be just the remnants of Beryl by the time it gets into Ohio. The one thing that I do want to mention, the National Hurricane Center did make it so that the cone no longer goes into Canada. Does that really matter? Not really, to be honest, but Canada is not included right now in the cone of uncertainty, because you'll probably still see rain. It doesn't really matter where the cone is, if you know what I mean. You'll still see some impacts. If you do have any photos, again, you can go to wx-scan.com. The link's down in the description, and you can send in those photos or videos. It's very easy to do. Again, no sign up really. It's free to do. It's very easy. Link is in the description below if you want to send in any photos or videos if you're right now in Texas, and we might even share a few of those on the stream. And link's also in the chat from Jessica. Wow, wind's really picking up right now. Oh, we got 3 storm chasers on this. I mean, the wind's just picking up like crazy still. We got the Eyewall starting to make an appearance now closer to the coast. It's getting very close. The worst of the wind is going to be right in here. Tyler Kurtz, again, is going to be probably the first one to see it out of our 3 storm chasers, as he is going to be right there in Sargent, Texas. And then you got Storm Intermedia, and as well as Storm Intermedia is actually in Freeport, Texas, so they're pretty close too. And then you also got Connor Croft, who's currently back up in Wadsworth, Texas. So the Eyewall is getting very, very close to making an appearance here along the coastline of Texas. And we do have buoy data out here. The wave heights are not indicated on here, but wind gusts still at around 60 miles per hour. Don't know if we have any wave height data out here at this point, but yeah, we don't have any wave height data, unfortunately. Let's go back to Storm Intermedia. They have a pretty good view right now of this. Rolling in. Look at the traffic lights, by the way. Looks like they already lost power here in Freeport. Traffic lights are already down. Should we go to sleep or stay up for tornadoes? I mean, it's up to you. If you want to stay up, go for it. I think the tornado risk tonight will be pretty low. It's going to be higher tomorrow, especially during the afternoon. Lake Jackson lost power. There are going to be plenty of power outages, unfortunately. Sargent Beach is bad. Yeah, Tyler Kurtz was there not too long ago. He's not there anymore. He's getting gas. He's just positioning right now more than anything, but he was there. And unfortunately, it looks like Sargent Beach is really getting hit the hardest.
On the surge,
and Connor is not far from that area either, but he's a bit further north. He's inland a little bit more. Not like fully inland, but just far enough from the causeway where he's perfectly fine where he is.
I mean,
as a chaser.
Is that cat?
Do surface temperatures matter at this point? Not really. I mean, they're all in the 80s. It doesn't really matter. Power flash? Was there a power flash on Storm Intermedia's feed?
We're checking out the surge map, guys, just to kind of like scout out.
If there was, let me know. I can go back.
Cat 2 is a little bit.
There's a little town called
sketchy.
Hawkinsville. Right
I do see that. Hawkinsville is safe from even Cat 2, so.
We could just go down to Hawkinsville.
Let's just start going out a little bit to Hawkinsville.
I missed that power flash. I don't know what it was.
It's a pretty cool town name, too. Yeah.
Going to Hawkinsville, Chad. Thank you for the gifted subs.
Unfortunate.
Peapod. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Going to Hawkinsville.
Hopkinsville. Drop it south.
There's a chaser.
Me and Jessica for the 9.99. Are we safe in El Paso? Oh. I was like, I was about to say El Paso's in like West Texas. I mean, unless this thing takes a full-blown 180 turn and somebody decide, like, I mean, you need a big fan for this thing to go that far to the west. In all seriousness, no, you're going to be dry, unfortunately. I don't even think San Antonio or Austin are going to really see anything either, unfortunately. Like, those areas, they desperately need the rain, and don't think much is going to be coming here anytime soon. No, there's no landfall as of right now. We are still probably an hour or two from landfall. But we are getting closer. I mean, the eye right now, it's still about 40 miles out. It's still a long ways away. I mean, it's going 10 miles per hour to the north. At this pace, it won't make landfall until 5, I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong, but it's going to be a fat minute until this thing makes landfall. Let's go back to Tyler Kurtz here.
We have roads.
We can go back and
No.
hop over. Wait.
He's near the, again, he's in the causeway right now. The wind is still relatively strong there, too. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is the red button down below. Make sure to subscribe. Like the stream also does help get this out to more people that need weather coverage. That wind is really strong, though, right now in Sargent Beach area. And this is live with Tyler Kurtz. It is very windy. Very, very windy. The Eyewall is approaching right now, so we got live coverage now of the Eyewall. Thank you, Pecan, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Sam, for becoming a 2-month member. I appreciate that. Well, I can help. Keep you entertained, at least, I guess. So I'm not really helping you, I don't think, if you're not getting any sort of weather coverage. Appreciate you tuning in, though. About Waco, Texas? I think Waco will probably only get like ½ inch to 1 inch of rain. Remember the tumbleweed stream? I do. The title of that stream is literally called the Tumbleweed Outbreak.
Ooh, these are some stronger wind gusts. You gotta point the vehicle facing.
Guys, I'm telling you, the chat summaries, they're going wild.
Into the wind.
Alright, Tyler's beginning to move here. Storm, or not Storm, but Connor Croft, too. He's driving through a lot of the wind right now, too.
Just spam the chat. Be like, if something's wrong. That way we can, like, see it and fix it.
Facts.
Wyatt, thank you for that super chat. Yeah, make sure you guys have...
Still a bit further north of where Tyler is,
Once
for
it gets
example,
even
but
more
still
intense.
definitely windy even inland a little bit.
Once it gets more intense, we
The
may
Hurricane
lose
Hunters
some
did a
service.
measurement of 89 mile per hour
Well,
winds, 10
eventually
seconds
probably
sustained
will
wind speed.
Starlink.
Yeah, again, I do think this is a stronger Cat 1 hurricane. I don't think it's Cat 2 yet, but it's definitely stronger. Thank you, Twisters, for the $2 super chat. 80 knots on the plane? Really?
On the computer, you know, whatever.
Really? Let's check it out. Let's go to tropical weather, Hurricane Hunters. Let's turn it on. It is a messy radar. Let me take off radar real quick. 84 knots. That would be this one, I think, right here. Nope, that's 66. Where am I even looking here? Oh, right here. 74 knots. 71. 79. Wow. It's definitely up there now. I mean, this makes sense with what we're seeing on radar. This would be nearly a Category 2 hurricane, if that's true. 79 knots, though, is the highest one I'm seeing there. I'm looking at the wind barbs. Yeah, 79 is the largest one that I'm seeing there. I mean, go to velocities. It matches up. Like, we got winds over here near 90 to 95 miles per hour on velocities. So this could be nearly a Category 2 hurricane right now. Again, the next National Hurricane Center update is within the next 15 minutes, possibly sooner. So we will probably have information here in a moment on what the intensity actually is, and I bet it's going to be much stronger, at least, than what it is now. It won't be a massive increase by any means, but it will be an increase. Could easily be now a category. It could be near a category 2 at least. And again, we are still several hours from landfall. I mean, it's not making landfall here for a few more hours anyway. So this thing is still intensifying. And we might be seeing a category 2 in the making moving towards Texas right now. Let's take off Hurricane Hunters again. Alright, let me fix this. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright. Let's go to National Hurricane Center website. They just updated, I think. Nope, not yet. Never mind. I don't think they've updated it. Yeah, no update yet from the National Hurricane Center. If it's a Cat 2, does that increase the odds of a Category 3? I would say probably not. I would say that this does not become a Cat 3. Or even a Cat 4. I don't think there's enough time. If this had even 4 more hours, I would definitely consider that, but it's not going to have enough time, I don't think. Because the eye right now, it's closing in right now in Texas. We are very close, not really that close, but we're very close to near landfall. So the odds of this intensifying in the short term are very low. They have increased the wind speeds. So the latest National Hurricane Center update just came out at 1 a.m. We're going to go over all the details because they have increased all of the different things here. So this is the latest National Hurricane Center update on Hurricane Beryl, which has now intensified a bit further. Let me put it on infrared imagery here. But this is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Beryl is strengthening as the center approaches the middle of the Texas coast. Conditions are deteriorating with dangerous storm surge, flash flooding, and strong winds expected. The latest is that this is currently about 30 miles to the southeast of Matagorda, Texas. So landfall should be by about 3:30 a.m. tonight, Central Time. It is 95 miles to the east of Corpus Christi. The maximum sustained winds now have increased to 80 miles per hour. I would not be surprised by 2 a.m. if that gets increased even further, because the wind speeds do seem to be higher than that. At least looking at velocities radar and looking at the aircraft data from the National Hurricane Center, I would not be surprised if that's higher. But for the time being, it's at 80 mile per hour sustained winds. Currently, it's moving northwest at about 10 miles per hour. So again, we are about 3 hours, if not a little bit earlier than that, for landfall. Pressure's down now to 984 millibars. So far, the HRRR model has actually been very accurate with this, and people are saying HRRR model is not for hurricanes. Well, I kind of disagree. It can be sometimes. Storm surge warning is still in effect from Mesquite Bay back to Sabine Pass, including Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay. Hurricane warning from the Texas coast from Mesquite Bay back over to Port Bolivar. Again, I'm not going to go over all those details because those are already kind of known. Nothing's really changed with watches and warnings. Here's the latest discussion from the National Hurricane Center. The center of Hurricane Beryl was located in latitude and longitude. We're not going to go over that. Beryl is moving to the north-northwest at 10 miles per hour. A turn towards the north is expected this morning. On the forecast track, the center of Beryl is expected to make landfall on the middle Texas coast during the next several hours. Beryl is forecasted to turn northeastward and move further inland over the eastern Texas and Arkansas late Monday into Tuesday. Report from the Aircraft Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter. Aircraft and coastal Doppler radar indicates that the maximum sustained winds have increased to 80 miles per hour, which is 130 kilometers an hour, if you use that measurement for whatever reason. With higher wind gusts, additional strengthening is expected before the center reaches the Texas coast. Significant weakening is expected after landfall, but we will still be talking about some big, wind gusts and all that, and heavy rain, tornadoes, all that stuff. Tropical storm force winds extend outwards up to 115 miles from the center. So if you want to go ahead and check that out on radar real quick, 115 miles from the center of this, which this is not an updated center, but the center is right about probably here or so. 115 miles out would go all the way closer to Houston. So the tropical storm force winds are now reaching up near Houston. I don't know if they're really that far to the north, though. Well, they're up to 115 miles, so that's just an estimate, right? That's not confirmed, but that's an estimate. The latest minimum pressure is reported at 984 millibars. So that is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. This is still intensifying, and it will likely make landfall as a strong Category 1 or a low-end Category 2 hurricane. We've been saying this all day today. Nothing's changed with that forecast. There was obviously question 6 hours ago whether this would intensify. It took a long time, but it's now fully intensifying. And definitely more than likely going to start to see hurricane force winds start to enter more into the inland areas, but some of these outer bands that we're seeing right here, and even some of the inner bands, that is where the worst of the wind is currently going, right towards storm chasers like Connor Croft, Storm Intermedia, and as well as Tyler Kurtz, which again, we have all three of them currently on the scene. We got Tyler Kurtz right now in Bay City, Texas now. He's gotten off the causeway, I think. Connor Croft is now in Bay City. And then we also got Storm Intermedia in Freeport, Texas. So again, we got 3 storm chasers, multiple live cameras, and we'll continue to keep you posted with the latest. Let's go to Connor first.
Right here.
He's right now in the middle of Beryl with the high winds. He's going to probably start to get a lot stronger winds here over the next few minutes as that inner band starts to move in. The worst of the wind will be hitting Sargent within the next hour or so, maybe even within the next 2 hours. So Sargent, Texas is going to start to see some big impacts here pretty soon.
This is
I don't know why
actually
the
like
light keeps moving. It's
pretty
kind of
fun
annoying.
for like
Let me flip this around real quick.
Just like
I'm just
There we go.
out here living, man.
All right, we're going to keep it on Connor for a second. I need to take a quick
Gotta live life
60-second
to the
bathroom
fullest.
break. I'll
Happy
be
to
back
be
in
out
60
here.
seconds. Stay
Cat
tuned.
1, tropical storm, tropical depression. Just happy to be here, man.
oh yeah, it's gonna start getting real intense.
I mean, it's
here.
getting like close to getting intense.
Yeah, we are almost in the Eyewall.
You can tell we're in like the marsh field. The marsh fields here.
I don't like the Marshfield look.
No, marsh field look is scary. I wish
Not a fan of the
I wish we would have went here during the day, so we would have had a little bit better of an understanding.
That's why you're supposed to scout things out there.
Sorry, that was a really bad McDonald's rip.
Yeah, I'm definitely
about
smelling
that
that McDonald's.
Sorry about that one, but that one.
Might have to
Oh
roll
my
down
God,
the window here.
that's
Bro,
awful.
That is crazy.
That's awful.
Dude,
Holy crap.
what did you do?
My body is not happy with me.
Why is that guy got like
Was he on a bike? Sorry, yeah, chat. We had a little McDonald's ripper.
Yeah. Wow.
That was a big problem in the car.
It's like a feedlot in there.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'll just try and hold those in. I didn't realize it was gonna be that bad.
That was, wow.
Jeez.
What was it to move past though? But
All right.
oh, right here. Shoot. This might be a good spot to just like.
By the way, I'm curious. Where's everybody from in the chat? Let me know. If you're in Texas, let me know.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious. I haven't asked at all today. Wow. Okay, wait. Actually, let's go back to Connor again.
I don't like.
Wind's really picking up on his end.
Stay here anyway, really, but.
Wind is very strong here.
Might just get to like a good like
New Hampshire, Wisconsin, Ohio. Wow.
Right.
Okay, we have actually people outside of there.
maybe right here on the left.
Montana. San Francisco.
To the beach, not
Wow.
stay there,
Okay,
obviously.
we got a variety. Jeez. Minnesota. Indiana.
Honestly, we can just go
I'm seeing a good amount of
Oh,
Texas.
power-
Actually, we got Bay
power's
City
out.
in here. That's interesting.
Yep. No, that was a power flash.
Connor is here in
big
Bay City
power
right now.
flash.
Whoa, wait.
I think. Or is that just a?
That's just,
No,
another,
that was a power flash.
that's just another light that just
That was.
turned
Oh, the
on.
light just came back on.
Oh yeah, so it was a power flash.
It was
The
a
light
power
came
flash.
off,
Got
and
a
now
gas station. I might just pull into this.
now the
gas
light's
station
back
for a
on.
second.
Because the light
Yeah.
came on
That
and he thought it was a
definitely
power
sounded- I
flash.
thought it was lightning, but it was definitely a
Starting to
power.
get some action. This is all gonna go like explode.
Dude, yeah,
Like
is
this.
like
This is
South
like-
Florida,
this is an
Seattle,
explosion.
might go
In
boom.
fact,
Chicago,
may not even wanna
Virginia,
invest in that even now.
with a skull
Like
face.
ever.
Virginia's
Might
not
just
that
go
bad.
like
I've been to
a
Virginia
wind gust
before.
here soon.
Might
We'll
never
start
wanna be
shooting
downstream
over
of this.
straight in our windshield.
Yeah, we'll probably. I mean, see how far
I don't know how long we even want to be here.
Look at the tree swaying there. Again, the eye is not far from landfall, so the
we
wind
did
is
set
only
a
going to get
power
stronger
flash
from
there,
here.
guys. You actually saw it.
We're
on
only
the screen. I
about
saw it with my eyes,
3
so I know it
hours,
was a
maybe a bit
power
less from
flash.
landfall. Could even be sooner than that.
Might just back up and just kind of point with the
Point
gas
with the
station
wind.
here.
Definitely not far from landfall.
5 miles from the beach right here. And Sergeant, if I look at the surge map again,
Yeah, it's pull up that.
Where's my home base? We're on Mars. Sorry to spoil it. Connor farted in the car. It's fantastic. I'm glad I knew that information. We were really concerned about his his well-being right there. Kyle, Texas. Did you go to the Kyle gathering? I think they were trying to go for the record amount of Kyles being in one town, like a Guinness World Record or something. I mean, he's at the gas station. It makes sense, right? Here's the eye, by the way. If we measure it from landfall, it's about 30 miles out. So we are within 3 hours of landfall. Let's get some claps in the chat. Maybe we can go to bed at least somewhat reasonably tonight. I don't know if I'm going to bed tonight. I don't know if we just do a full-blown live stream until the morning. I have no clue. I'm playing it by ear once again, by the way. Like earlier, we might be live past it making landfall. We also might take a quick like 4 or 5 hour sleep break and then come back for the tornado coverage. So we'll see. I'm just gonna play it by ear. I'll also play it by ear with the Storm Chasers too, because if we have all 3 of them still, we might just continue. Stormrunner Media has a pretty intense view of it right now too. Let's go back to him.
Unless it's like insane.
Just Stormrunner Media. Look at that wind whipping right now. Right in Freeport, Texas. It is blowing. Wow, that wind's actually really strong right now. That's an intense band of wind moving through right now. That looks honestly stronger than... It looks like Cat 1 at least right now here. That's very strong winds. That is very strong action. If we see a flying fish go across the screen, then you know we've had a fishnado, by the way. For right now, I'm not seeing any imminent tornado threat, but... or fishnado threat. You never know. We could see one. We will see. Find out next time on Fishnado Broadcast. Did I hear Cat 6? If this goes to category 6, TikTok's gonna be going crazy. Look at that wind. Wow. That is just crazy. This is really intense wind right now in Freeport, Texas. This is all just kind of circling here near Lake Jackson, Freeport, Bay City. And that wind is just really strong right now. Wow. Connor is also getting a big surge of wind too. Let's go back to Connor.
And now.
He's kind of still driving, but he's also going through a big surge of wind. We are definitely getting close to the peak of this wind threat. It's not far from it.
Those flags are moving.
Oh, yeah, they're whipping.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
It is getting windy.
To get
Oh, yeah.
some intense
We have
conditions
confirmed wind gusts right now in Bay City, Texas. It's windy out there.
Moving
National
with
Weather
the
Service of
flags,
Houston just said there were
it's like
23-foot waves in Freeport. I'm guessing it's offshore, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that. It's at least a little bit offshore.
Wow.
Look at the rip across.
By the way, we've had
here.
absolutely
Here we
no
go.
tornado warnings thus far, which is good news.
Wow.
Not even just
Big
a
time
Look at that.
right here.
Look at that wind.
Yeah, could work just a little pulling right here even for a little bit.
Make sure it's not like mud, but looks pretty chill to me.
Pretty.
Oh wow.
You
pretty solid.
guy for the
Wow,
999.
there we go.
Gonna win right in
Gator
front of us
NATO.
here.
That'd be crazy.
We're definitely touching 60.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm starting to get some hurricane force stuff as well now.
Let's do a roar.
Yeah.
Actually, even get a little roar in here.
There you go. There's a view of the flags whipping here in Bay City. Gives you a good indication of how strong the winds are as we speak. Just to the south of Bay City, Texas. Or actually, probably in it. I think it's just south of Bay City, though, where they're at.
Oh,
Where is Connor?
there we go.
Oh, yeah, he's actually in Sergeant. Never mind. Connor's actually in Sergeant now. So he's actually much closer than I thought. He's actually right along the beach, basically. So he's in Sergeant. It says it right there in the middle, too. He's where the most intense winds will be, probably, from Beryl. Look at that wind. Absolutely whipping here right now in Sergeant.
That was a nice gust.
That was a good gust there. That probably was 70.
Like that was probably the first almost hurricane force that we got.
Might reposition just a little bit, just out from underneath the power poles.
True.
Just to be doubly cautious here. Wow. Oh yeah.
Listen to the howl.
Look at that.
Listen to the howl.
Point out my side window here.
Oh, what he just said. I couldn't hear him. They have opened their window, though. We're definitely looking at hurricane force winds. The eye wall is now moving right into Sergeant. It's getting very close, at least. It's not fully moved in. The eye wall is right now in the causeway more than anything. They're still a little bit to the north of that eye wall, so this isn't even the worst of it yet, which is kind of crazy to think.
Always funny when you got convergence in the most random place in Texas. Oh yeah, look at this.
Sorry, I hit my mic.
Ripping.
There you go. There's he going.
Going in.
I'm gonna angle the car a little bit back again like this. So it's like, yeah.
Will you chase any hurricane this year? We'll see. If one makes landfall in Florida, I might. But we will see. I did last year with Nicole. I think that was last year at least. I can't remember anymore. Time flies, bro.
Why did it not occur that I didn't take the flags
Time
down
is
for the
flying.
storm? I thought that was a thing people did.
It's back to Storm Intermedia. They're pretty close to the same area. They're near Freeport. Let's go back to Connor again. Kind of go back and forth a little bit here.
They are whipping it.
Connor's still looking at intense wind right now in Sergeant, Texas. With Hurricane Beryl making landfall in the next 3 hours, could be very soon as well. It's not far from landfall.
Get out and get an action shot. Listen, chat, we've been talking about this Friday night. The problem is we have like 16 more hours in this car, and if we are soaked, it's gonna be miserable. So
Yeah.
we're playing that by ear.
We're not just going back
That
to
wind
the
is
hotel
really strong right now.
afterwards.
What happened to Tyler? He's still, I don't know what Tyler's doing. I think he's just repositioning though. He's in Bay City as well. He's just a bit further off to the north, I think, of where they're at.
Then again, I do kind of want to get out.
I do too.
And again, this one we're looking at on live radar. So we got that Eyewall wrapping in right now to the Matagorda Bay. And then this is where Connor is right now. So for perspective, the Eyewall, this is really where the highest winds will be. That's not even where he's at yet. He's still kind of north of that. And so once that moves in, that's where really the most intense winds are expected to be with this particular hurricane, which you can actually see that on velocities as well. If we go back to infrared imagery, you'll also be able to notice that explosion of convection just to the south of both Connor Croft and a lot of other storm chasers, which, by the way, you can watch all these storm chasers on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And you can track the hurricane if you're an alpha subscriber with the satellite imagery and much more. And again, this is where the explosion of convection is happening. So that's where the most intense part right now of Beryl is. And then back over on the southeast side, we have some more convective activity there. But that shouldn't really be anything to be imminently concerned about, at least for Texas. But, I mean, this is definitely intensifying. There's no doubt. It's still not on land, so intensification like this is going to be a possibility for the next hour or two before it makes landfall.
Wow.
I mean, look at that wind.
Oh, here we go.
My gosh. Also,
It just keeps getting stronger, I feel like.
And the phone just decides that, like, it wants to get wet and not charged anymore.
It's currently at 80-mile-per-hour winds. Gusts are up near
That's kinda
100 now.
That is another
That's
issue.
kind of the
Connor Westing. All right, we'll go back to him in a second. Oh, he's back. All right, let's go back to Connor again. We'll stay on Connor for a second. I do want to check out and see if the
Okay,
aircraft
yeah.
recon has come back in here.
Twisted situation. Look at our radar here real quick to see what we're talking about. I think we're just getting clipped by maybe some of these
Yeah.
little, like, the real stuff is still just to the south right
Yeah, aircraft recon is still measuring wind speeds that are
definitely getting
right
stronger.
around
Let it rip.
80 to 85 miles per hour. So this is still definitely a Cat 1, but this is pretty crazy for being a Cat 1 still. I remember when Hurricane Nicole made landfall, and it did not look anything like this. Like, the winds were definitely not this strong. I wouldn't be surprised, again, if this
Guys,
was a bit
probably
higher
a
on
good,
the
like,
side of
20,
a Cat 1
30
right now.
minutes.
Personal experience, at least.
Wow, big time gust coming.
Power's starting to go
Power's
out.
flickering.
Just look at those winds.
Lights are
Wow.
starting to flicker.
If the power goes out, then we just have to...
Really intense out here.
Unless this light stays on.
Power will likely go out shortly. Especially
Yeah,
as
apparently
wind
we also
picks
just.
up.
we also gotta keep
Aircraft
watching out for
recon
the
is still
rattlesnakes.
investigating, by the way, so we're going to continue to let you know if anything does increase in terms of wind speeds before this makes
Apparently
landfall.
there's rattlesnakes out here too.
Yeah.
I've seen some say it's taking a bit of a western turn.
Light is
It is
hanging
definitely a
on
little
over
bit to the left of the line.
Flickering, though.
The eye is definitely still kind of meandering on the left side of the line, but it is definitely still wobbling a bit.
Just ripping now.
That's a Cat 2. I don't know if this is Cat 2 winds. I think it's on the higher side, though, of a Cat 1. But again, it doesn't really matter because the difference is just so minimal when it comes to wind speeds. We do officially have a 10% tornado risk tomorrow, by the way. The Storm Prediction Center just came out with their new outlook for tomorrow. There is now a 10% tornado risk from the east side of Lufkin, Texas, back towards Shreveport, Texas. So we now have a 10% tornado risk that is an enhanced risk for tornadoes. So several tornadoes will be possible today. That's their wording. Several tornadoes will be possible from Tropical Cyclone Beryl. So we'll be again live tomorrow for this tornado risk that is expected. All right, so we'll be here.
Right, I do have another.
For Beryl's tornado threat, which will be barreling right into Texas. Thank you, Christy, for becoming a 1-month member. Appreciate that. Thank you, by the way, to everybody that's a member of the channel. Really do appreciate your support. Thank you guys for being around.
A little gust
Helps
there.
page out a lot. Helps us be able to have so many storm chasers
big
like
time frog.
Connor Croft, Storm Media,
Wow.
Tyler Kurtz, and also being able to upgrade the studio. Wouldn't be possible without you guys.
It's going nuts.
Oh yeah.
Also, thank you to anybody that subscribed to the channel. And again, if you are just tuning in, make sure to subscribe. It's the red button down below. Make sure to like the stream as well. It is all free to
Not
do.
even joking.
Liking the stream does help get this out to more people as well.
This might be 80 now.
The next National Hurricane Center update could be soon, if any intensification
chat.
does happen.
Starting to get real.
But for the time being, their next scheduled outlook is at 4 a.m. But they'll probably have an update sooner than that if something does
Flags are
change.
hanging on.
Which I think intensity could go up a little bit still. 319,000 people watching? I just don't think so. I don't think we have that many people watching. If we had that many people watching, that would be
I think I'm gonna do
absurd.
it, bro.
Did you do it?
I'm going out. I'm going out.
Wind changing direction. Well, they've also repositioned their car a little bit, so it might be changing a little bit, but it won't be changing drastically.
Dang.
Wow. Might have to try to do it too.
This wind is no doubt intense. We're only actually 150 subscribers
dude.
away from 320,000,
Oh, my
so if you're new to the
goodness.
channel, definitely make sure to subscribe.
Woohoo.
This wind is absurd. Wow, it is just whipping right now.
Absolutely ripping.
Just south of Bay City. Again, Connor is near Sargent, Texas. It's just absolutely absurd. I mean, this again, the storm that we're looking at. Again, it's the hurricane. Obviously, this is the inner bands of Beryl. This is near the Eyewall, and again, this right here is where Connor's located. So just north of Sargent. And the winds are still very intense for him being not even in the causeway. So multiple storm chasers as well in this area. There's a ton all across the board here. Quick little update from Dickinson, Texas. This is the live radar Omega cyclone port away from where the center of this is. You can notice how it's nice and calm, just some showers right now, a little bit of wind, nothing crazy. That's just south of Houston. So Houston's still a little ways away from this. Apparently Connor is shirtless, by the way. Which is interesting. Oh, he's going outside. Okay, this is not what I was expecting. That would be why he is shirtless. I don't feel like this is worth it, to be honest. And I don't think we can hear him. Connor is insane. I just don't think this is worth it. It's worth it. I did this when Tropical Storm Nicole happened, and that was not worth it at all. Oh my goodness, look at the wind. It's even crazier when he's outside the car. Tell you, I mean, is Freddy shirtless too? I can't even tell. I don't know what's going on in that car.
That freaking hurts, man. How's it like? It freaking hurts out there, bro.
I just don't feel like that was worth it. Like that's gonna probably one hurt,
We're going back out in a
and
second,
two,
guys.
I don't know if he has towels, but
Yeah, I didn't put my shirt back on.
All right, getting ready, guys. I got more shirts in the back too, so.
Woo! Where did I put that shirt?
I don't know.
Shirt's got
you can also
on, it
subscribe to
hurts the
Connor, by
back.
the way. He's on YouTube. Link
Hurts
down
the
in
back
the
like
description as
crazy,
well.
chat.
About time, guys. We're gonna go out.
Hurts your back. There you go. There's pain and suffering from that.
Woo!
Living the dream.
Not cold.
I don't know,
tell
man.
ya.
I don't know if that's really the dream right there.
Nice.
Tell you it was cold.
A good thing he had protective
Hold
eyewear
Chad,
on,
I'm going
because
back out in a second.
looked like a scientist
I'm
out
gonna
there.
go back out with
Good thing he
Connor
at
here.
least had
Let's
that
go.
on.
That was just hurt.
Ready to roll.
He's put on a shirt after literally being soaked. Okay, I don't know about that one. That shirt is gonna be uncomfortable for the next 24 hours until he takes it off. But again, this is Beryl. If you're just tuning in, Connor decided to go out in it in Sargent, Texas. The wind's been insane there. Winds right now upwards of probably 80 miles per hour in that area, or at least wind gusts at least at around 80 miles per hour. Still looking at impacts really along the coastal areas, and then tropical storm impacts expected near Houston as we go throughout the morning hours. Again, we're still a few hours out from tropical storm force winds being a bigger problem there in Houston. But hurricane force winds definitely making an appearance right now in Sargent, Texas, and as well as in the Matagorda Bay area of Texas. Again, we'll be continuing to cover this live for you, so if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Thank you, Jen, for the $4.99. I'm on a cruise ship floating in the Gulf. When should this hurricane move out of Galveston? You'll be done by, like, late tomorrow night, but there will still be higher wave heights probably through Tuesday. It's already 1 a.m. I know. It doesn't feel like that. I'm still wide awake right now. Massive storm surge at Sargent Beach. Yeah, Tyler Kurtz was there, and it was definitely very intense. And he left about an hour ago, so who knows what it looks like now, really, but it was crazy. No doubt about that. Connor going out again?
It's weaker than it was a second ago.
He's going out there again. Well, he said it's weaker than a second ago, apparently. Does he have a shirt on? He doesn't even have eyeglasses on anymore. What's going on? What? Connor is absolutely crazy.
Here we go. I get a little bit of wind coming in.
Thank you, Ethan, for becoming a 1 month member. How long have I been live? I've been live for 2.5 hours, and we were live earlier for about 3. So about 5.5 hours today. I mean, this hasn't been an insane day. The problem is today, the event that's happening is just so late at night. We don't usually cover events this late. I mean, is Freddy really out there too? My goodness. I just don't feel like this is worth it. The car is a much more comfortable place to be during this sort of event. Shaky camera? Well, it's a shaky camera because they're outside right now. They are literally outside. They're standing outside of their car.
There it goes!
Both Freddie McKinney and Connor Croft.
Over there. Oh. There we go.
I don't know what that light means. Maybe they're saying, hey, you should go inside. What are you doing? Thank you, Zero, for becoming, or for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Or maybe it's just like a, I don't know what that light even means. Oh, it's doing it again. Or unless it's just, unless the power's going out, I don't know. I think it's just a sign. My goodness. Oh, he does have his eye goggles on again, but he does have a shirt on. I think it's a different shirt. Morse code? It's probably Morse code, honestly. Hey, this is just absurd right now. That wind is absolutely hounding in Sargent, Texas. And again, this is not Bay City, this is Sargent. Is Connor actually doing this on his Radar Omega stream too?
Oh my god.
He is. Wow. I mean, I've done this before in a tropical storm. That was probably with 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts. This is double that, I think, or pretty close to it. It has to be way more painful. And I would say 45 miles per hour wasn't even painful. I mean, there was no pain to it. Connor is live. Yeah, we got Connor, we got Tyler Kurtz, we got Stormer Media. All three of them out there right now. Quick update, by the way, for tomorrow. I just want to point this out. We do have a 10% tornado risk. That does include Shreveport, Louisiana. That's basically the only area south of Texarkana. And that's just to the east of Lufkin. Again, the potential for a tornado outbreak does exist tomorrow, but again, it should be a relatively quick type of... I mean, it's going to be like an elongated tornado outbreak, but like... Again, a lot of the tornadoes tomorrow will be on the brief side of things. They will not be, like, super long-tracked or strong. At least that's what we're thinking. There might be an isolated strong tornado, but it should be mostly weak and brief tornadoes. In the event it does become concerning, again, we will be live. So subscribe to the channel if you're new here. I think we will be live tomorrow, though. Pretty much no matter what. I just don't know when. What are the current wind speeds? The latest update from the National Hurricane Center is 80 mile per hour sustained winds. That is the latest from them. Is it higher than that? I think so, but we don't have any official update on that end right now. Just want to remind you, by the way, we are currently 60 subscribers from 320,000. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you are new here. Stay up to date with the latest on Hurricane Beryl and obviously much more. We don't just do hurricanes, we do severe weather coverage like all the time. Let's go back to Connor again. She is still outside. For whatever reason, he is still outside. I don't even know what he's saying. Those winds are picking up again, though. This car that's passing by them right now is like, what in the world are these people doing? Like, why are they outside? What is that light? I have no clue. I do not mispronounce names on purpose, by the way. Other than Boliviar. Boliviar is the only one that I actually do because I like it. I do not mispronounce names on purpose, if you were actually wondering about that. All I could hear from him is that he's going crazy or something. I don't know.
Oh, it might be gone. It won't stop.
They are crazy. We are now 1 subscriber from 320,000. There ain't no way we're gonna be on a cliffhanger here for like 20 seconds. I guess we are. Oh, we just hit it. Yay! I think we just hit 300,000 like 5 days ago. Or yeah, or maybe about a couple weeks ago actually, but still feels like it was sooner than that. As a reminder, the eye of Hurricane Beryl is currently probably about an hour, maybe an hour and a half from landfall, maybe a little bit later than that. We are expecting landfall right around 3 a.m. Central Time, so we still got about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Let's go back to Connor because he's still out in the rain. He's basically Jim Cantori out there. Thank you, Steelers Nation, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Hit the gritty, already did. I'll do another gritty if we get 20 more members, though. If we get 20 more members in this stream, we'll do another gritty, because I actually feel like exercising.
Where? Down there?
And those can be gifted, those can be new members, whatever it might be. Oh, power just went out. Oh, maybe not, came back. Or, yeah, power just went out and came back. Again, this is live in Sargent, Texas from Connor Croft. And as well as Freddie McKinney. Thanks so tight for the 20 gifted members, I appreciate it. I guess we're doing another gritty. This might be the first time ever we're doing 20 gritties in the same stream. Put some hearts in the chat for Sotyke, and also if you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Sotyke, and also thank you Christy for gifting a member. Thank you Kenneth as well for the 5 gifted. Got a gifted member from Kenneth as well. Make sure to thank him in the chat. While Connor's doing this, we're gonna gritty. Might as well, right? Let's do a gritty when Connor's doing this. Add to the madness. Alright, if we get 20 more gifted, we're doing another gritty. If we get 20 more members in any way, we'll do another gritty. We could do 3 gritties in the same stream. That would be absurd. Thank you also, Nicholas, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Probably a sergeant resident. I don't know what this Morse code is with this light. I gotta be honest, I don't think it's just flickering.
Dude, I know.
Where is he at? He's in Sargent, Texas.
I'm trying to face this way.
Man, this is where he's at right now. He's just south of Cedar Lake. You got 3 different storm chasers right here. Right where the Eyewall will be here pretty shortly. I think the wind is still probably a little bit away from actually being the strongest it's going to be. Again, I think this is like the side item of the entree right now. Like, we're not there yet, but we're getting pretty close to it being the worst of the worst. It is getting close to being the worst of the worst. Guess we'll just go back to Connor for the time being.
Wow, look at that. Big wind.
I don't know what the flashing means. Again, I have no clue. I really don't. Thank you, Steelers, for the 1 gifted member. Appreciate that. Storm Chaser Party, basically. What website am I on? It's Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android.
Power's out down there.
It's only $8.99. Has lots of features,
Power's out.
including
over
live
there.
radar feed, watches and warnings,
Over there, there were
live
lights.
storm chasers, live
Power's
cameras. Thank you also, Mike, for the 5 gifted members. I appreciate it. 6 of 20 on the membership goal for another gritty. We need 14 more members
out. Guys, we have the
for
digital
a
water
3rd
here.
gritty in the same stream.
What are these called?
The icon model was correct? No, it was not. No, the icon model was not correct whatsoever, actually. The icon model went way too strong on it, and it also had it going towards Houston. This is still outside of that, and it's also not as strong as advertised. I didn't really think the icon model would verify. It's not a model that I really use for hurricanes anyways. I showed the scenario, but like, it's not a model that I usually use to forecast hurricanes. Wait. Tyler Kurtz, I think, has damage. Let's go to Tyler. We still got Connor out here going crazy. Let's go to Tyler. Apparently there's some damage here. I think. Or maybe he said he's getting gassed. I couldn't tell. I thought he said damage. But it does look like there's at least some debris there. He's also in Bay City. I think he's near Sargent as well. That's Tyler Kurtz. Let's go back to Connor again. Which is... Connor's still out there. He's been out there for like 10 minutes. At this point, he's just part of the wind. Can I unsubscribe if I see that gritty again? That's not very nice. Helps me to exercise. We don't really stand during these live streams, so doing a gritty actually does help me be physical. It's like my gym workout for the day, if you know what I mean. Connor is taking a shower. That's what's happening right now in real time. He's taking a shower in Sargent, Texas. We should get a flying Connor meter. Oh my goodness, that'd be hilarious. I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, he's absolutely crazy. He's so tight for another 20 gifted members. Well, I guess whoever that was is unsubscribing to the channel because we're going to do another gritty. Thank you, James, for the gifted member. That's a third gritty in the same live stream. That is wild. Before we do that, let me check aircraft recon and infrared. Aircraft recon is still measuring about the same wind speed, so this is still probably a middle to high-end Category 2 hurricane. And here is currently the infrared imagery. Let me, this is a bit of a dilemma, because it's now stuck on my bottom taskbar. I don't know how in the world I close this. How do I close this out? I can't move this tab on my screen. Oh? Oh? Nope. Come on, please give me the X. Give me the X. It's like 1 pixel. We're having technical issues. Alright, there we go. Alright, let me pull it up again. I have 4 monitors, by the way. If you're new to the channel, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got actually 6. We got 2 on the right, too. This is what it looks like, though, on infrared imagery right now. It's still got an explosion of convection on the north and west side of Beryl. The right side still doesn't look overly healthy. I mean, again, if this had 4 more hours, this would probably be a Cat 3 on landfall, but it just doesn't have that much time. But it's definitely a bit more intense right now. It looks like the eye actually might be right about here. It's actually a pretty it's organizing rapidly, it looks like. So we might have some sort of brief rapid intensification happening just to the east of Corpus Christi. It's possible. I mean, again, it just doesn't have enough time to actually fully rapidly intensify, but I think it is trying right now. It is definitely trying to rapidly intensify, despite it having very little time here to actually do so. So this could become a Cat 2 on landfall. Very well could. But as of right now, Beryl is still a Category 1 hurricane. Has not been upgraded, at least so far. Somebody just said it was a Cat 2 in chat. I don't think that's accurate, though. Let me double check, though. It's a large Drunk NATO. I have a Drunk NATO t-shirt on. Yeah, it's not a Cat 2. Yeah, I didn't think so. Connor's doing a gritty? Is he actually? Did he actually do the gritty, or are you trolling? If he did the gritty, we gotta pull that up real quick.
I'm gonna do your gritty, bro. Promise. Gotta give me a half of a second here to get my bearing. I gotta somehow, bro. I can't get out of this shit. Yeah, I know. We're stuck.
I didn't see him do it.
Dude, I'm like driving.
Wind's still really strong though in Sargent, Texas right now. This is again live from Connor Croft. Thank you, Steelers, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you tuning in. No problem. From the Steel City. I'm a Patriots fan, so I'm not a Steelers fan, but I do appreciate the super chat. All right, another gritty.
Wow.
Third one of the stream. This is a record.
Going crazy. Going absolutely berserk out here, guys. Hanging on. Ugh.
Wow.
Trying to warm up.
Historic moment here on the Max Velocity stream. There's 3 gritties in the same stream. Wild time to be alive. Landfall where? It's probably gonna make landfall in Matagorda Bay. Matagorda Bay is probably where we're gonna see landfall here. I just joined in time for the gritty. We've had 3 gritties now. This is our 3rd one. We'll do a 4th one if we get 30 more members. I'm gonna up it because we've done so many. We, for whatever reason, get 30 more members in this stream. We'll do another one, but that'd be insane if we actually had 4. Connor's gonna do the gritty? I doubt it. Ain't no shot he's doing a gritty out in this weather. This is live again in Sargent, Texas, where landfall will be pretty close to this area. This is where the worst of the wind will probably be out of Beryl.
Apparently the storm surge is coming. Apparently the storm surge is coming in.
You said he's gonna do it soon?
Apparently the surge is coming in. Is it coming in? Yeah, no, up there. I mean, I don't know if it'll ever get here, but I mean, I don't know this area.
I don't know exactly where we're at.
Me neither. I mean, Yurka just drove that way, so.
Wow.
Jeez.
Starting to really rip.
I don't know what the flashing light means. I have no clue. If anybody knows, let me know. I don't know if it means anything or if it's just them playing around with the light. I don't know. Or if it's the power flickering, which I kind of doubt. This power doesn't usually flicker like that.
Alright. I'm gonna take the tape off and see if the audio gets better.
Get Connor a Max Velocity shirt? I already did. I got him a Drunk NATO shirt, but he hasn't checked his mail. Or he hasn't done a fan mail opening yet.
He's an animal, man. He's
In water right now?
he loves.
SOS.
Whoa.
He loves.
Might be.
destroying those rentals.
Thank you, Mike, for the 5 get to members. I appreciate that.
Unfortunately, we're
You
not
gotta get to
trying to
membership. Make
destroy
sure to thank Mike in the chat. Need 25 more members apparently for another gritty. Our category 1 hurricane NATO's strong. I mean, tornadoes and a hurricane in general usually aren't strong. If they are, they're usually brief. I would anticipate that this tornado risk, which will again be more than anything tomorrow, like late afternoon or late morning, I mean, into the afternoon. Most of the tornadoes will be brief and weak, but we could have a couple of tornadoes that are a little bit stronger. It's a low chance overall. We do possibly have a couple water spouts offshore right now. Yeah, a couple, actually about, might have up to 3 water spouts offshore southeast of Treasure Island. Nowhere close to Texas right now, but might have a few offshore right now. But Beryl has definitely intensified, there's no doubt. And it might be close to a category 2 hurricane at this point. Might be close to it. Let's go to, wow. Let's go to Tyler Kurtz again. Look at this. This is Tyler Kurtz right now. He's right there in Bay City. Wind is really strong right now. Looks like it's starting to flood a little bit too. That is wild.
That's an intense wind one.
What, did Connor say something? I didn't hear him again. Everybody's saying sus. I don't... Just a little rain. Yeah, I think Tyler can confirm it's windy and raining. It's the latest. Back to Carl with sports after this. Yeah, he's in the brunt of it right now in Bay City. Connor is shirtless. He's been shirtless, I think, the entire time. I think his phone just broke, too.
Let me know whenever I'm
Possible.
good to speak if you want me to speak.
The stream is froze. Trampoline meter's off the charts, no doubt. Yeah, the flying trampoline meter right now is off the charts. Like, we are literally at the highest level that you can have for a flying trampoline meter. We are at a gone forever stage when it comes to flying trampolines. This is the worst of the worst. We have a flying trampoline outbreak in progress right now in Southeast Texas. And I don't know if there's any repair at this point. Don't know if there's any repair at this point. And what in the world is going on at the bottom right of my screen? Where? What do I even have pulled up right there? What was that? Oh, that? Huh, I didn't know I had a third Storm Chaser slot. Oh, that's interesting. Queso? I did watch... I mean, again, I allude to Queso quite a bit. I do watch Queso sometimes. My screen was being weighed down by that being on the screen, by the way.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Guys, I see reading. Thank you. I don't need everybody to spam with the chat. Literally one person just spamming this. Out of curiosity, by the way, for members of the channel, do you guys have a slow mode? Like, if you type too much? You guys have a slow mode? Connor has left the building. Connor's stream is gone. Reed's stream is also frozen, apparently, so I guess both of their streams are frozen right now.
North of Matagorda.
Which I don't know if they're in the same...
Actually, probably closer to Whip.
I mean, they're not in the same spot, but...
Absolutely getting rocked
They both just went out at the same time. Might be some sort of cell tower, maybe, or something, I don't know. Because, I mean, I don't know what Tyler Kurtz runs off of. I don't know if he has Starlink or he's just off cell data. I know that Stormrunner Media is on a... Stormrunner Media is on Starlink, so they're on a bit of a different platform.
Very intense. Just like I said, over the last couple minutes, you can see these rain bands very quickly come. Minor tree damage in the area so far.
Hello, I love your channel.
At the gas station just a couple miles up the road. Nothing too significant yet. Probably gonna try getting a little bit further toward Matagorda, towards the beach, as long as the flooding is not too significant, as that looks like where it's gonna be official landfall for this Category 1 Hurricane Beryl.
Hey, Travis, for the $4.99. I don't know who that is. Hopefully he's okay, though. I mean, again, it's pretty typical, though. I mean, honestly, like, whenever you have a hurricane, there's always... not always, but there's a lot of the time with these types of hurricanes, somebody gets stranded. Especially with this being a hurricane that is literally hitting a causeway. Like, there's a lot of people on the causeway, so... You know, this is not something that's uncommon by any means. Looks like Tyler also just went out. I think Tyler will come back, probably. Let me pull up Stormrunner Media here. We'll put them up for now until Tyler comes back. But so far, it looks like Connor's fully gone, at least for now. And Tyler has lost connection. And then Stormrunner Media is good right now. If I didn't have slow mode on, we'd have to have it on members only. So that's why we have slow mode, because it just the chat goes too fast. The storms that are west of DFW are not going to do anything to the hurricane at all. This activity is so slow too. It's not even really moving. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, or tornado warnings, which is kind of crazy to think, because every time we're live, we're usually covering warnings. We are covering warnings, but they're not severe weather related. They are hurricane related. What time is the giveaway? I don't think there is a giveaway in the stream. Question mark? Was there ever a giveaway? All right, Tyler Kurtz is back. Let's go to Tyler full screen.
Terrible.
This is Tyler
I'm
full
sure it
screen
is,
right
the
now.
Colorado River is right there as well.
A gritty
Yeah,
giveaway.
down there.
Thank you, So Tyke, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I appreciate that. Put some marks in the chat for So Tyke. That's the highest tier membership on the channel. We're like 23 members away now from another gritty.
I'm at Bucky's.
Free subscription to Radar Omega giveaway. We actually could probably do that at some point. I would have to organize that with Radar Omega though.
There was a power
Somehow.
cooker at one point for a house.
I bet we could probably do that at some point though.
But it was very quick and then came right back on.
The giveaway today, or tonight I should say, is the free wind that we're currently having with Beryl. That's the giveaway. Some raindrops and some wind. Hurricane Beryl merch? I'm not doing merch for Hurricane Beryl. When did I last eat? Probably about 5 hours ago. Not doing too shabby. Check Connor's stream on Radar Omega. Is he still live on there? No, he's off on Radar Omega too. I think his phone may have died or something, or he just has no connection at all, like cell connection.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jacob, for becoming a member, and welcome to Velocities.
Alright, that was something with
Yeah, Reed is
LSM.
just
Holy
insane.
Shit, guys. Getting absolutely rocked here. I'm gonna
I mean,
reposition the vehicle yet again.
Tyler
so I'm gonna
Kurtz
video
right now,
my
he's
cell
right
phone.
in the, looks like the flooding now.
So I can point my cell phone out the window. Getting absolutely
It's absolutely crazy here in Bay City.
Thankfully,
Do I have Culvers? I did
no
not
major
know.
damage yet.
Is the cyclone intensifying? We haven't had any new updates, but I do think it is
Check on
intensifying a
radar
little
real
bit.
fast As well.
Sergeant Texas, by the way, now has up to 4 feet of storm surge
Yeah, we
as
are
of
getting
now.
a little broken
This is the latest. We're gonna go full screen. This is the latest. And again, observed storm surge right now is at a moderate stage of flooding in Sargent, which is probably gonna go even higher as this makes landfall. The good news is that this is making landfall near low tide. Again, I mentioned this earlier, that like we're looking at low tide. It's going up now to high tide, but like, you know, it can't really get much better than that, like when it comes to a hurricane. With that said, it's not going to matter a whole lot because we are still going to probably get to that major flooding stage as this continues to move inland. But that's the latest out of Sargent, Texas, which is where the worst of this is currently happening. But the inner core of Beryl is absolutely a monster compared to what we had earlier today. This is definitely not something to be messing around with. Obviously, if you are in if you are in Sargent or Bay City, make sure that you are staying away from windows. There's flying debris very possible as this moves inland.
Getting more intense. Live over on YouTube.
But the wind just keeps getting more and more intense, as Tyler's saying here. Right inside of Beryl.
Oh yeah, these are freaking intense.
It is a ripper of a wind though right now. Wow. It's not as strong. I mean, it might be near as strong as it was earlier, but like what we're seeing right now, there's no like flags or anything, so you can't really compare and contrast from what Connor was seeing, for example.
Hey Mel, you good to once I get this video automarked, you good to post this to Facebook for me, please?
Just a calm breeze, absolutely. Just a little sea breeze action right now in Bay City. It's the current wind speed. It's currently at 80 miles per hour, but it might be higher than that. We don't have any update as of the last like hour or so. We should have another update, I would say, in 20 minutes if this does actually intensify. Thank you, by the way, Virginia, for picking up a set of stickers on the shopmaxvelocity.net website. And also with the $5 donation, I do appreciate that. Is 10 miles per hour considered slow? I would say it's normal for a hurricane. I wouldn't say it's slow. I would say slow is anything under like 7, though. Or even under, I would say under 6. Anything under 6 miles per hour is slow. Anything over 14 miles per hour, I would say is fast. But it's moving north right now at about 10 miles per hour. Power outages in Lake Jackson. Yeah, power outages are only going to get worse from here, unfortunately. Wonder if we can actually, I don't know if the power outages have updated yet. This is on Radar Omega. You can see the power outages by county. Let me do by state first. Right now in Texas, we currently have 13,000 people without power. I'm guessing the bulk of those are going to be here in Southeast Texas. So we already have about 13,000 people without power. And that number is only going to go up overnight into tomorrow morning. This is the live Radar Omega Cyclone port over in Dickinson, Texas. You can watch these live cams on the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Wind has actually shifted directions just a little bit. Raindrops coming in a bit more from the left to the right now. Still pretty calm, though, overall in Dickinson. Again, we're not really expecting major impacts there until a little bit later into the morning hours. So, still relatively early there. Houston, Texas, we do have some of the outer showers, I would say, reaching you, but nothing really there yet that's actually, like, you know, major by any means in the Houston area. Let's go to Storm Media real quick. Let's go to Storm Media. They have a pretty solid shot right now of this as well. Look at that. Where are they? They're in Brazoria, Texas. They are actually right where the... looks like water's rising really quickly there. Very strong winds as well.
Looks like this gas station definitely boarded his windows.
Yeah, and it lost power.
Really crazy out here right now.
Up here has power.
Paul, I have the highest tier membership on Radar Omega. I also have the Radar Suite, which is another add-on. Turn around, don't drown. I entirely agree. But again, these are storm chasers. They know what they're doing. I mean, even Reed does. Like, they know what they're doing. They are professionals.
Not so sure about the...
So, what we're seeing with Storm Media, they've been doing this for a while. Tyler Kurtz, Connor Croft, which Connor Croft, by the way, is back. So, just an FYI, he is back. No clue what happened to him, but he's back. Let's go to Connor real quick. See if he can talk about what happened there. Actually, no, we're going back to Storm Media. Look at Storm Media right now. Left side of your screen. That wind is really picking up again.
Helps the moisture. I'm just not sure that that the rain.
Surge of wind. Wow. We're getting to the peak right now of that wind threat. Right along the coast as the eye is making a very close appearance to land. It's only an hour, maybe an hour and a half away from landfall. That wind is very strong right now. There is a flood warning now in effect for Lake Jackson, Bay City, West Columbia, Texas as well, Cedar Lake, Sargent, Texas. No shockers there, but that is a new flood warning for this area. And it is absolutely intense right now here in Brazoria, Texas is where Storm Media is. The wind is obviously very strong here. I mean, we got insane views all over the place. We also got Connor Croft, which again is still in the same area as he was before here in Sargent. He doesn't have an overlay right now. It should be back, but he's in Sargent.
I mean,
Are we like kind of teetering on the edge here?
sort of, kind of.
And then this is Tyler Kurtz. And we got all three of them right now in this mess. Actually, I think we can just go full screen to all three of them. There you go. Yeah, that's all three of their perspectives right there at the bottom of your screen. There's no doubt it's been crazy, to say the least. With Connor Croft, Stormer Media, Tyler Kurtz, all in the eyewall right now of Hurricane Beryl, as it literally barrels towards the Texas coast. Looks like some tornado weather. I don't think this tornado risk is going to get going yet. I think it's going to try a little bit, but it's going to probably get going more in the morning. Okay, I see the sus moment now from earlier, by the way. Thank you. For whoever just sent that video on Twitter. I now see the video. Thank you. There are power flashes being reported, by the way, in this area. So, in Sargent, there are power flashes happening now in real time. As Hurricane Beryl is, again, only about an hour away from landfall right now in Texas. We're getting very, very close. By the way, this is a new overlay. Do you guys like this? Like a panning out to 3 different storm chasers. I'm thinking about adding this to actual severe weather coverages in the future, whenever we have multiple chasers. We've never used that view before, but I had to basically do an emergency add-on of that for tonight. Stormer Media is in the midst right now of the highest surge of wind right now in Missouri, Texas. The next National Hurricane Center update, I mean, their official one is at 4, but we might have one earlier than that, we'll see. Because they still have aircraft recon measuring data in the hurricane. I mean, we have a widespread area of wind around 80 miles per hour moving right into Sargent.
Although the wind is moving away from
Alright, I'll be back in 60 seconds, taking a quick break. Be right back.
Not the wind. Now we're in a flash flood.
Figures.
Okay. Update's a little windy, it definitely is.
Inner band is starting to move on shore.
Looks like it's just gonna miss us to the west. Hard rocking.
Oh, this is obviously a Cat 1 hurricane. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind right now that this is a Cat 1 hurricane. I mean, there's just no way it isn't. Cat 2, it's very well in play that this might be a Cat 2, but we don't really, again, know if it is. But, I mean, Stormer Media, they're getting an absolute surge of wind right now. It's crazy. And keep in mind, this is within about an hour or so from landfall. So, we're going to have a landfall within the next hour. If we go over to infrared imagery again, just an explosion of convection here. Really intensifying the eye of this hurricane, so I do think that there is a possibility that we are up to a Cat 2. It's possible. I'm not saying it is, but it is a possibility. There was a recent wind gust actually measured. Let me check this. Let's put back Connor Croft bottom right. Yeah, so that's a crazy view. Let me check this out real quick, though. We had a new wind gust measured here that was higher than the rest recently. Where is this? And we had 71. Oh, maybe not. Okay, that might have been from earlier. I'm just seeing a new wind barb now. It looks like it's near 80 knots at one point. We have a lot of 75 to 80 knot reports here from the aircraft, which is a little bit off the ground, so there's just no doubt right now that this is definitely a powerful hurricane when it comes to just purely wind speed as well. But the storm surge, again, and as well as the flooding, are going to be the greatest concerns here overnight into tomorrow morning. And then the tornado threat will get going really more than anything tomorrow afternoon. Let's go back to Connor Croft. He is, again, right now, we're in the peak right now, I'd say, or near the peak. We're at least nearing the peak of the wind here with Hurricane Beryl as it barrels into Texas. We are within about an hour and a half of landfall as well in Texas.
Cactus, thank you for the $50 super
It is
chat.
definitely getting intense.
W guy.
No doubt.
Cactus.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a stronger Category 1, though, than advertised. I wouldn't be surprised if the sustained winds do get up to like 85 or 90 miles per hour. For what it's worth,
Inside the windshield is dry.
there was a
guys.
wind gust report, or the forecast was that this was supposed to get to a Category 1 hurricane with 85 mile per hour sustained winds, so we might be there now. Again, I'm not the one that releases that forecast, obviously. The National Hurricane Center does. So if it is indeed that strong, then we'll have an update from them probably at some point soon. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people that are in the path of Hurricane Beryl.
Go get some rattlers, buddy.
Let's go get a couple rattlers out there.
Dang.
We're about to get that second.
Yeah, I know. I
That's
see
the
that.
one that's gonna be like
Secondary one's coming
crazy.
in. Second Eyewall.
I'm sleepy and I'm in Houston. I won't be able to get much sleep. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I'm not going to get much sleep either. So, like, I don't know where our plan is still. We might be live through the morning hours. I don't know. I'm not tired right now, so I'm feeling good. I don't feel any need to go to bed anytime soon. I'm just saying, I don't know what our plan is still. We might be live for the next 12 hours. We also might be live
Really far west.
tomorrow morning and take a quick, like, 4-hour sleep break after it makes landfall. I don't know yet. We'll see.
I don't know. It's like really
We
wobbling
will
hard.
definitely see. We are up so late that we have the 06Z HRRR model run coming through, which is wild. It's about 3 a.m. Eastern time for me right now.
Matagorda. I think that honestly might be the play.
It is wild how late it is. Granted, I usually stay up until 4 a.m., so this isn't anything new. But still. Let's go back to Stormrunner Media. Actually, yeah, let's go back to them real quick. Actually, we might stay on Connor. He might have the same view in a second, or he's just driving away. Let's go to Stormrunner Media. They have a crazy view right now of this wind.
Come on, what do you got? Give me more than that. How about a little more? They leave. They didn't like my recommendation.
75 mile per hour wind gusts reported at Matagorda Bay as of 25 minutes ago. Thank you.
Further up. I don't think they like it.
This wind is intense, no doubt. I can confirm there's wind right now. In Brazoria, Texas. I think that's where they're at least. That's what their location says. Absolutely ripper of a wind right now.
Wow, yep, here he goes. There he goes.
It's what a hurricane is all about. And there's no doubt, again, that this is a hurricane. If you ever had a question about it, this is definitely a
I
hurricane.
want to give the storm ideas, though.
Stormrunner Media measured the winds and they're at least 50 miles per hour. Yeah, I bet they're higher than that. I mean, again, measurements can, like, I don't know what they use. They might be using a Kestrel. If it's a Kestrel, Kestrels aren't exactly accurate when it comes to higher winds like that. I actually used a Kestrel at one point for measurements. It's not necessarily the most accurate thing out there.
I know, do you want to reposition up here?
The Intensify has made landfall? It hasn't made landfall yet. We're still at least an hour and a half, I think, from landfall.
Or do you think that we're okay right here?
Like, this is where the eye is. It's still south of Matagorda Bay. It's about right here or so. That's about where it is. I mean, it's still... Let's check out the mileage here. I mean, this is still probably about 20 miles. Yeah, it's about 18 miles from landfall. We're probably still about an hour or so, maybe an hour and a half from landfall. Let's go Corpus Christi real quick. This might give us a better indication. That's actually a bit further north. Let's measure it again. No, that's about 17 miles. We still got about 17 miles to go until this is on land. Crazy to think. But, yeah. Where's that footage? It's in Brazoria. Alright, we do have a new update from the National Hurricane Center. So another update for Beryl. They have just come out with another exclusive update. As of 2 a.m. So I'm going to go over all the details because they did upgrade at least some of Beryl here as it approaches Texas. So Beryl is nearing the middle of the Texas coast and is expected to make landfall within the next few hours. Conditions are deteriorating with dangerous storm surge and flash flooding. Sustained tropical storm force winds and hurricane force wind gusts have already been reported along the coastline. A gust up to 75 miles per hour was confirmed in Matagorda, or at least observed in Matagorda Bay recently. Another position update will be provided at 3 a.m. So our next update after this one will be in about an hour from now. So just letting you know. Let's see. All right, so this is the latest details. So currently, so the eye of Beryl is currently about 20 miles to the south of Matagorda, Texas. That doesn't mean it's 20 miles from landfall, because Matagorda is about 2 or 3 miles to the north of the causeway. The sustained winds are still at 80 miles per hour, so that has not been upgraded, but the pressure has decreased. It's now down to 982 millibars. For reference, that is a 2 millibar drop. So this is still intensifying. It is not weakening. It is intensifying as it approaches the Texas coast. I would still expect that this wind speed could increase by 5 miles per hour or maybe even 10 miles per hour before landfall. I would say a Category 2 hurricane is becoming less likely with how little time it has until landfall, but it is at least still a strong Category 1 hurricane, which again, 80 miles per hour, it's still on the lower spectrum, but like even then, this is still, no doubt in my mind, an intense hurricane, especially right along the coast. With everything that we've been seeing for the last few hours with all 3 of our storm chasers, it's been crazy to say the least. I mean, look at the bottom of your screen, all 3 of them. They're all repositioning right now, but like the wind is still crazy. And Sargent right along the causeway. So yeah, there's not really any other words to explain how crazy the wind's been here for it just being a Category 1 hurricane. Thank you, Kay, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. And we're about to hit 2 a.m. Central Time, and as we hit that, we are about an hour from our next National Hurricane Center update. Thank you, Starlight, for tuning in. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Let's go back to the eye here again. This is where it looks like right now. The eye is just spinning off the coast of Matagorda Bay, Texas. Just spinning off the coast right now. How many till the next gritty? I think we're like 21 away now. 21 members to our next gritty. I do not expect this to be a Category 4 hurricane by any means. Category 3, I wouldn't even expect that. I mean, at this point, Category 2 is about all it'll get to if it does. With that said, I mean, it's still going to pose the same threats, even if it's a Category 2 or 1. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're still posing basically the same threats, meaning high winds, storm surge, flooding, all that stuff. It's all still the same threat. There is no giveaway. Why is there like, why do I keep seeing messages? What time is the giveaway? We don't have a giveaway. If you're having skipping audio, refresh the stream. It's not on my end, it's on your end. Thank you, Mitzi, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Now we're officially 20 members away from another gritty. back to Connor right now. Connor's going through a surge of wind here. Yet again. Live here inside the Eyewall, or near it at least. They are going right back. They're actually going into the Eyewall, so we'll see how intense these winds really are.
Yeah, like right here's perfect, I feel.
They're right next to the Eyewall. Is this really live? No, not at all.
And we got good light.
This is not all happening in real time. Apparently Hurricane Beryl doesn't even exist.
Some of the wind.
It's a conspiracy theory.
Make it more intense with the trees and everything.
Hey, Robert, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
When is Landfall?
Connor Croft is with Freddie McKinney. They're both in the same car.
We're not really going for the eye.
That's who he's talking to.
Just because, like, we're just gonna try and stay in the core.
Well, we're going for the eye wall.
Right, we're going for the eye wall. The eye is not gonna be impressive. It's cloudy. It's night.
Imagine one of these days the stream is just pre-recorded. That'd be insane.
Maybe it is too shielded. Let me look at our maps here just to see. We do have like this little
All
tree
the
wall here.
trees are shield some.
Dang. Literally, this spot was pretty fire. Actually, not even.
Right.
Shed and then like.
Oh, did we lose Connor? I think we did. Oh, nope, maybe not.
Down the road.
Connor's had some technical issues, but I think he's coming back, maybe. Oh, nope, never mind. Alright, he's gone. He's gone for the time being. Let me, let's see. Oh, sign just fell down on Tyler Kurtz's feed.
New update here.
Tyler Kurtz just had a sign fall down in front of him. He's right there in Matagorda, Texas, at a gas station that has no power whatsoever. That is a gas station right there in Matagorda. Is Connor stuck in the mud again? He's not stuck in the mud. I don't think, right? I don't think he is. If he got stuck in mud for the 4th time, that'd be crazy. I don't think he's even driving. I think it's actually, I think it's Freddy that's driving that car.
By the way, what's up, Andrew? Wyatt, thank you for that super chat.
Oh yeah, definitely.
By the way, we might have actually a water spout right now in progress. We actually have a debris signature on this. We may have just had a tornado. An unwarned tornado, I think, just went through Terra Mar Beach. Look, this right here is a water spout, probably a fishnado right now in progress. I mean, we have a debris signature on this, which is crazy because we're over water. So we got a water spout in progress right now north of Point San Luis, northwest of Terra Mar Beach, heading towards Peterson Landing in Hoskins. So water spout, possible tornado as well beforehand. Possibly has some fishnado. It might be a fishnado. We actually might have a debris signature from fish. It's actually a pretty tight couplet. I mean, that went right over the beach too. I don't know if we had a debris signature back there, but that thing is, that was possibly a tornado right over land. It wasn't warned, and I mean, there's no warning on this at all, and not even a special marine warning. We'll see if it lasts up until land here. It'll be heading towards Liverpool, Danbury. Again, a lot of these tornadoes are usually brief, but that's a water spout right now, or fishnado. And we may or may not have a tornado going on land here in a moment towards 2004 Road. We have not had a tornado warning at all in this stream, by the way, for what it is worth. That is a debris signature over water still. That right there is a debris signature. See what the velocity show. I mean, that's clear as day right there. Yeah, that's still a water spout or a fishnado right now, heading towards Peterson Landing, Texas. It's not warned. We're gonna get another radar scan, I think, in a second. Debris could be boats. That's true. Yeah, this could be from boats, too. But no warning on this at all right now. That's... I mean, that's probably a tornado coming ashore. Let me take off the radar entirely. We're gonna see what's here. Looks like it's a river, nothing. A little road over here near Hoskins, Texas. We'll be approaching 2004 Road near Peterson Landing. I'm a little bit surprised that this one doesn't have a tornado warning. And this is the only storm that I even see at all that's rotating. And it has a debris signature from before. So it looks like it looks like a tornado to me. Moving towards Peterson Landing right now in Texas. That's the main location in the track of this. I don't know if any of our storm chasers are in this area. I think they're all still in the Eyewall area. Yeah, it should be mostly unpopulated until it gets to 2004 Road near Peterson Landing. There's a couple more homes there, it looks like. For the next, like, 4 or 5 minutes, it's pretty unpopulated. See what the next radar scan shows. You're just tuning in, possibly an unwarned tornado heading towards Peterson Landing, going eventually towards Liverpool, Texas. We will see if this does stay on the ground or not. It's possibly been a tornado and a water spout here for the last, like, 10 or 15 minutes. Going right towards Peterson Landing, Texas. And then after that, Liverpool and Chocolate Bayou would be in the track of this, if it does stay on the ground. Which, again, a lot of these tornadoes usually brief, but this has been actually a strong pocket of rotation for almost 15 minutes now. Or maybe not 15, about 10 minutes. Started back at 157 or so. Still waiting on a radar scan here. It's not far from Angleton for what it's worth. And there's still... we're going to see what the velocity is showing this next scan, but there's still no warning on this. I don't know if they just have a view of this rotation or not. I just don't know if there's, like, somebody awake or not. I mean, hopefully this just occludes as it goes over land. That's the hope. But we'll see. Got a new radar scan coming in as we speak, so we'll see. Does appear as if Hurricane Beryl will be making landfall at Matagorda Bay, by the way, in the next hour. So within the next hour, we should have landfall. Let's hope. Landfall's taking too long. Here's the latest scan. Still looks like we may have a tornado, or at least a strong couplet approaching 2004 Road. Near Peterson Landing, Texas. Again, we may still have a tornado or lowering or something like that just to the south of Peterson Landing. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, or in this area, make sure that you're seeking shelter. It's not a tornado warning cell by any means. I mean, it's still a tight area of rotation. It's unwarned as of right now. Really quite unfortunate that they haven't put a warning on that. Right now on track for Peterson Landing, Danbury, Liverpool, Texas. Still a CC drop. Yeah, there's still a small debris signature there. I think this is still a tornado or previously water spout, possibly a tornado over land right now. I'm just surprised that we don't have a tornado warning. Tyler Kurtz, real quick. Let's go to Tyler. Look at Tyler right now. He's right now on, it looks like on a bridge. Wind is very strong and the water is it's definitely starting to flood here. I don't know exactly where he is, but it's in the Bay City area. This is Connor as well. Connor's back to where he was earlier, where he was getting out of his car. So Connor's out there in the same area as before. Wind's still very strong. Hasn't really changed from earlier. Still very strong. Wind gusts right now moving through Sargent, Texas, where this eye is currently nearby.
She's working now.
That rhymes.
Yeah, she's working now.
Fun fact.
Dang. Wow. Letting her rip.
Definitely in the outer eye wall.
You show us where that is on the map? Yeah, it's back down over near Cedar Lake. It's right here. That's his exact location. And again, you can see this stuff on Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. It's an app you can download with the radar and everything on iOS and Android. But they are currently in the pretty close to the Eyewall. So, excuse me. Jeez, my voice just decided to die. All right. Let's see if this tornado is even on the ground or not. We're about to find out. I mean, that rotation's still pretty strong going over 2004 road. No tornado warning at all on this. And I know it's 2:11 in the morning, but, I mean, we really should have a warning on this, even if it's occluding. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to like the stream, subscribe if you're new here. Helps get this out to more people. Here's the latest scan. And looks a bit broader on the latest scan near Peterson Landing. Still got a debris signature, though. It's probably still on the ground. There's no warning. Welp. That is unfortunate. I think this is still on the ground. I mean, that debris signature doesn't match up with the velocities, but it makes sense where it is. We've had a little CC drop on this for a while. Even if it's not on the ground, it's still should warn a tornado warning. If we had a tornado warning, I'd let you know. We don't have one at all. Let's go to Tyler Kurtz full screen while we wait for another radar scan.
Wipers on low.
Yeah. I got him on like...
This is Tyler Kurtz right in the middle of the action. This storm sucks. I lost everything to Harvey. I'm tired. I really wish this wasn't happening. I think a lot of us wish nothing like this was happening. Especially this early in the season.
I want to continue south, but I don't really want to go over this bridge in these very, very intense winds right here.
Tyler Kurtz right now basically in the middle of this thing. Can we get an update on the woodlands? There's nothing to update you about right now. It's just really the outskirts right now that are getting to your location. Like, literally, that's all it is. Got this little band shooting up to woodlands. That's it. I wouldn't expect anything really until later in the morning. Tornado threat is increasing? Yeah, it is. Man, I'm still surprised we don't have a tornado warning on this. Despite the rotation being a bit broader, not by much, but it's a little bit broader, I'm still surprised we don't at least have a warning on this. Don't know. Don't know what to tell you. Only 5 more months of this crap. Yeah, only 5 more months, guys. It's like saying only... I don't know. I was gonna think of something, but I couldn't think of anything. I mean, like... only 5 more months. It's literally like half the year we still have until hurricane season's done. Alright, still waiting for a new update on the velocities, but again, possibly an unwarned tornado heading towards Danbury and Liverpool. Where are the tornado warnings at? I don't know. I think we've had a tornado warning in Texas today. We've had at least one in Colorado, and we had one in Louisiana today. That might still be a tornado. I don't really know. The debris signature doesn't match. Oh, it kind of does. I think we still have a tornado. We still have a debris signature right now near Peterson Landing. Where is the warning? Please put a warning on this. There's a debris signature. Hello. Unless I'm going crazy. I don't think I am. The rotation's definitely not as strong as before, but that matches up perfectly. It's near Peterson Landing, just east and northeast of Danbury, Texas. Moving west-northwest. Going towards 171 between Liverpool and Danbury. Again, I don't know. I don't know where the warning's at. Looks pretty clear to me. And really our main focus isn't tornadoes, but obviously when there's something that's not warned like that, it's just kind of... It's not very big, obviously. Again, a lot of tropical tornadoes do not do much damage, and they're usually small, but... This has probably been... This has been something that's happened for the last, like, almost 20 minutes now. Like, this began... literally all the way back... I don't even know. I mean, this started back like 20 minutes ago, I think. Like back over near Terramar Beach. It still has a pretty clear hook on radar, too. Thank you, Hazmat, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I always tell you, this should be warned, though. Should be warned. Started at 157. Yeah, I mean... Even if that's not a debris signature, which I think it is, but even if it's not, we still have rotation. Like, the thing is, the CC radar is 30 seconds behind the velocities. So the velocities are going to be a bit out in front of it no matter what. So I still think this is a tornado. Near Danbury, Texas. But again, this has been ongoing for 20 minutes. It was a tornado, it looked like, over Terramar Beach. Went into the water, it looked like a water spout. Went back onto land. It's been rotating the entire time. So I don't know what is happening. Apparently Andy's been tracking this tornado for the last 20 minutes too. Andy Hill from Ryan Hall. He's also been tracking this too. So I mean, he's a meteorologist. Obviously, I still have a year left until I'm a meteorologist, but like that, I'm pretty sure that's a tornado. But Andy Hill just told me that. Alright. Well, latest scan, rotation does look like it's occluding, so the tornado that we did have, it looks like it's occluded before hitting any major population areas, but... I don't know what's going up near Boney right now. Or Bonnie. Is that Boney or Bonnie? Check out base velocities here. Sounds like Connor, by the way, has had some power flashes. Look at that rotation, by the way, on the base velocities. I don't understand how this wasn't warned. I didn't look at the tilt 3. This is tilt 3, so we're looking higher up into the clouds. I mean, that right there is clear as day. When it comes to at least a lowering, at the bare minimum. Even coming offshore. I don't know. It's another case of an unwarned tornado. I mean, again, it's pretty rural areas, but it doesn't really matter where it is. It's not the same thing as, like, the... You know, it's not the same as what we just had in North Platte, right? Like, that was a huge tornado that literally should have been warned immediately, but it never got warned. It's not the same situation, but still. We have another pocket of rotation also south of 3005. And we also got one maybe near Treasure Island, but it looks really weak. But this will be the next one to watch. This has a similar look to what we just saw moments ago near Liverpool. So this particular area of rotation, very similar looking to what we just saw. And that one also could drop a tornado here soon. We're going to be watching that closely. Let's see. All right, everything else down the coast looks good. This area here with this outer band, this is where we're going to be watching for tornadoes. It's going to be all in this right here. Those storms are definitely starting to have that hook shape to them. Very well could see a tornado risk start to increase over the next hour or two, just to the south of Houston, Texas. Let's go back to, for the time being, we're gonna go back to Tyler Kurtz.
Another good strong gust.
Still near the Eyewall in Matagorda, Texas.
Really testing the strength of the Starlink mount for the roof.
So for reference, where Tyler is, he's going to be near the eye. The eye is actually, it looks like, about to come ashore here pretty soon. It's not on land yet, but we do have part of the eye coming in. This is where the eye is still. So again, it's still about 10 miles, it looks like, south of Matagorda. That right there is going to be your eye of the hurricane Beryl. So landfall is not far from now. We're about 11 miles out from landfall. Almost there. Almost there. 11 miles to go. We were right there in the smack dab middle of this thing. Yeah, put Tyler there. Okay, why does it keep doing that? I have the wrong thing. There we go. Alright, let's check this out again. Alright, yeah. We're probably going to get another, near Jamaica Beach. Another area of rotation. We might get another tornado out of that. We also have a pocket of rotation back over east of Treasure Island. So 2 more areas of rotation right now moving ashore here in a moment near Jamaica Beach and Treasure Island. Let's check out base velocity tilt 3 or tilt 2. See if we can see anything better here. Yeah, tilt 2 shows it pretty well too, but 2 more areas of rotation gonna be coming ashore here. Right along the causeway. Very, very shortly. Is it at peak intensity? I would say right now is about the peak. Might be close to the... I mean, we might still be going up a little bit in intensity, but we're definitely really close to it. If not, we're already there. But this is another situation that we might get another tornado near Jamaica Beach, or maybe it will go more inland as a tornado threat. But I'm looking at other places. I think everything inland right now is pretty much just, for the most part, I think it's just rain. Maybe a little bit broad circulation east of Peterson Landing, too. This tornado threat's definitely going to start ramping up, though, over the next hour. I mean, you can see all the hooks on these storms. There's a ton of them. All these storms basically have some, at least, mid-level rotation, if not near the surface. We're going to continue to see that threat really ramp up overnight tonight, especially tomorrow morning, too. Connor's going right through a big surge of wind right now. Let's go to him real quick.
Real.
Make sure
Connor
they're
Croft
okay.
going through a
What
big
are they
surge
doing
of wind.
up there?
Looks like he might be on a roadway near the water.
Sigma Garrett leading them back in.
Sigma Garrett leading them into the surge. And this road looks elevated anyway.
It is. Yeah.
The last time I was sleeping was about 18 hours ago.
60 plus.
Right now it's going nuts.
Like this
Are
is
you having to hold it
Pretty
pretty
stuff.
far left to stay straight?
Dude, I
Houston
literally
update?
have to
Nothing
keep,
really to
like,
update about
cranking
Houston
to
right
the
now.
left.
Wow.
Right there, I have to like literally like.
Is this where
Houston
we
is
were?
still a little ways away
No.
from actually seeing anything major. Alright, let's see what the rotation looks like on this next scan. The way they said Sigma, I said Sigma. Yeah, probably another unwarned tornado near Jamaica Beach. Don't have a debris signature on this one, but it's tight enough for there to be at least a brief tornado. It's near a pretty populated community, too. Near San Luis Pass Road, just west of Jamaica Beach, Texas. Probably another tornado, or at least lowering there, moving ashore. Got another one north of Treasure Island, it looks like, too. Maybe. Maybe not. It's very weak. Everything inland looks pretty weak, but right there, possibly another unwarned tornado there. But can't confirm it because we don't have a debris signature on this. The Storm Prediction Center just outlined this area near Galveston and northeast of Freeport for the greatest tornado threat over the next few hours. So that is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. With that said, we've had no tornado warning on this yet. On this one or the one that we just had on the ground. And there really aren't many roads here near the shoreline, but obviously this is going to be going towards Peterson Landing, pretty much the same area that we just had the last tornado. Again, just southwest of Galveston. So... Wow. We go back to Connor real quick. Look at the wind there at the gas station. It was right there, I believe, in I think they're still in Sargent, Texas. I think they're still where the peak of this wind is going to be. Wind is absolutely ripping right now.
We're about to enter it, guys.
I mean, I think this is it. This is going nuts.
We're right on it. This is maybe a mesovort.
Like,
we got some wobblers coming in here. Yep.
We're basically on it.
That is some intense wind here.
It's going nuts right here.
And Sargent actually looks stronger than earlier.
Wow.
Looks like it's moving faster than earlier.
Wow.
It might just be the lighting, but
Holy crap.
still
Big
definitely
time.
Category 1 winds here as this gets closer to landfall.
I even have to point to the wind at some point.
Jeez, man, this is going nuts right here. Wow.
It gets
Winds
strong enough.
whipping on Stormer Media. Yeah, they're ripping on both of them right now. This is pretty crazy though. I mean, this might be the peak of the wind. We'll see. I mean, we've had a lot of peaks at this point, but it just keeps getting stronger and stronger when it gets closer to land.
Oh!
Bro is getting out of here.
Maybe he's just like angling more into the wind.
Man, oh man. Crazy.
Wow. I bet the Forerunner's just wobbling right now.
Dude, the
That car's backing up.
probably going nuts.
Probably getting some deja vu.
Poor DL.
Wow, just like
Palacios will probably have their peak of wind in the next like 30 minutes to an hour.
crazy.
We probably have a fishnado, aka a water spout, over the I don't know what bay this is, but it's just west of Galveston, northeast of Treasure Island. Probably it's gonna be on land here in a moment. Another velocity scan. May have a water spout and or a tornado going on shore here in a moment, east of Peterson Landing in Texas. So again, just be ready for that. Again, no warning on that one either, but once again, probably should have one. Everything else down to the south isn't really looking too concerning right now. We have a live camera here, back over in Dickinson, Texas on Radar Omega. Still getting a little bit more windy here. Hasn't been really crazy here yet. But those outer bands are starting to reach that area near Dickinson, just south of League City. This is Connor Croft. He's inside the Eyewall near Sargent, Texas. He's not in Bay City. He's in Sargent.
You never know. Like,
Yeah. Wow, man.
4K
This is
video.
this is
Yes, language is going to be a thing. I think that was on their stream. But language will be a thing in this sort of instance.
Way more intense.
Look how strong the wind is. I mean, it is just ripping right now in Sargent.
Don't have to have it.
Alright. I mean, I'll get it on record. I'll start recording my stream.
There you go. Just record your screen.
And just send it over and you can upload it to the Severe Studio thing if it blows off.
That's what I was thinking, though, right?
Yeah. When we start chasing the tornadoes, I'll make sure you can get your camera in there. My gosh.
Wow.
This is going bonkers.
Friend, this is Radar
Still don't
Omega.
think we're in the most
You can
intense part.
purchase it on iOS and Android for
This is the
$8.99. Top link in the
outer
description on iOS and
It's
Android.
only on the inner side, right?
Inner side.
Looks like the wind has calmed down maybe a hair. Just a hair. For the time being. We are still watching an unwarned area of tight rotation, moving onshore, west of Galveston, moving towards Peterson Landing in Texas. Unfortunately, I don't think these people really have power, or they might, but if they don't, definitely not a good situation, because they might not have any clue about this. If you know any friends or family near Peterson Landing, definitely give them a heads up. You have the potential here for a couple or even a few tornadoes over the next couple hours. SPC is uncertain about Tuesday's threat. Yeah, Tuesday is going to be a bit of 50-50. I saw that. I didn't really look at the Storm Prediction Center outlook, but Tuesday is going to be very hit or miss, I think, for that tornado risk. Either it goes kind of crazy or just is mid. Wednesday doesn't look too crazy right now, but there is a marginal threat up there. We know what happens when there's a marginal threat in the Northeast United States. Cough, cough, Maryland. Like, we know the story. We know what happens when there's a marginal threat in Maryland. All right, let's check out this rotation. I don't see a debris signature on this. Should update in a second. Yeah, I'm looking at the future radar right now for Tuesday. We'll probably end up being live Tuesday. I think there will be a chance for at least a couple tornadoes there in the Ohio Valley. We'll probably be live Tuesday. And then Wednesday, I don't know. Too far out right now to tell, but there is a marginal threat for Wednesday for severe weather. Yeah, Wednesday, the only area is northern Pennsylvania and southern New York. Terrible chasing terrain, by the way. Still broad circulation, no tornado warning on that right now. I don't think it really... I would still say it needs one, but it's not on the ground, at least for the time being, west of Tiki Island. Back to Beryl, again, right now south of Palacios. I think that's how you say it, in Texas. Moving north. Should be making landfall in the next hour or so. Near the East Matagorda Bay in Texas. Going back over to Connor, the wind is still very strong there right now. Again, this is a live shot in Sargent, Texas.
They're both out.
They're both
The
out.
worst of Beryl is happening in real time when it comes to the wind speeds.
I swear, I think it looks big.
Oh my gosh. Right here, that might be shielded by
Stormer
some trees
Media's
over
out there. What are they doing right now? They just got out of their car, I think. Wow. Are they... They're out there. Holding up against the wind with some... I don't even know what those are. I don't know what kind of jackets those even are. Hey, Scott, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We're actually 3 members away from 100 today. 3 members from 100 on the day. Bro, what are they doing? Is this... I mean, Connor Croft just did this, like, an hour ago. This is not anything new, to be honest. They're getting blown away. Not really, but they're facing the wind. It's the wind versus Storm Runner Media in real time. Not very smart to do. I think they have safety goggles on too. I could be wrong. They're doing it safely. They're fine. Everybody's saying they're unwise. I mean, Connor just did this an hour ago.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna bring you
Literally.
guys out with me, okay?
Connor literally just
So
did
you
this
guys
an
don't
hour
feel
ago.
left out.
I don't remember
Find the
Gritty.
phone case
If we get
to
like
you
10
guys
more
to come
members, I'll
outside
do
with
Gritty.
us.
I need to get my feet moving anyways. I think a lot of us are on edge because of the tornadoes in May. I don't blame you. I think everybody's on edge. I mean, I am too. Like I think the Maryland tornado threat that we had that evolved like a month ago now.
I gotta find the
That
bag.
definitely put me on
We got
edge.
it today.
Like literally, like it's hard to now miss a marginal threat day
Gosh, dang
and
it.
like
I
do
need
other
to be able
things
to
because of
find
what
the-
happened
help
that
me find
day.
this phone
Now,
case.
granted, that setup was kind of crazy, but still.
I need to get his attention.
Hey, Claire, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Wow,
I guess he's enjoying being in the wind when he loves.
crazy wind out here. Gritty NATO. Looks like a mega car wash. It basically
I would
is.
love to bring you guys out.
Thank you, State, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. That wind is really whipping.
I don't know if I actually...
Quick update, still have a little area of rotation east of 2004 Road. It's broadening out, but could still see an isolated tornado. Looks like the areas of rotation offshore should remain a bit quiet for probably about another 20 minutes. Got another one right now southeast of Treasure Island, where another fishnado might be in progress or might be in progress soon. And that could eventually turn into a tornado over land as that approaches Jamaica Beach in Texas. Might even have a little tornado in the inner core. Usually don't see that with hurricanes, but might be a little bit of area rotation there. At least damaging winds from the inner eyewall here. Beryl's still kind of spinning here. It's getting close to landfall. The center of Beryl probably just about... It's still a little ways away, about 16, 17 miles away. It's been kind of just sitting there over the last 20 minutes now. Hasn't moved a whole lot. Let's go back to Storm Runner Media. And Storm Runner Media right now in the Eyewall, which is where the highest winds are with the hurricane. Wind is still whipping out there. Man, it's the peak of the winds. Bottom right of your screen again is Hurricane Beryl. This is again a Category 1 hurricane if you're just tuning in for whatever reason this late at night. This is still a Category 1 hurricane. Not expected to intensify beyond that, but it might increase in wind speeds, but I don't think we're getting to a Cat 2 tonight. I just don't think that's going to happen. With that said, aircraft recon is still out there. I can't even see anything anymore on their screen. What is happening? That wind is just crazy. Thank you, Sav, by the way, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Let me let's go to Hurricane Hunters, because I do have some more info coming in terms of the wind speeds. They just measured some recent wind speeds. Where is the plane on this map? It's going north. They have measured 78 knots of wind, 79 at flight level. Near 80, actually, 81. Yeah, 80 knots at flight level. That's pretty close to a Cat 2 hurricane. I mean, I don't think we're going to get there, but this could be upgraded in their next outlook. Again, the next National Hurricane Center update is in approximately 20 minutes. Wow, Connor is having a crazy wind threat too. This wind is getting crazy on both ends right now. This is the most intense that we've had it with Beryl. Look at that wind.
Wow, God.
This is the strongest it's actually been now. But Beryl is probably intensified further. I think it's at least up to a higher end Category 1 now. But we'll have an official update from them here soon.
In your shot.
Man, that wind is just absolute. It's a tunnel right now of wind. In Sargent, Texas, which is where the worst of this wind is.
Problem is,
this is still a Category 1 hurricane.
It'll be hard to get it back on. Oh
wow, here we go.
This, to me, does not look like a Cat 1 anymore. I think it's getting close to a Cat 2. Thank you, Lala, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
Should I get out? Dude, should I get out without a shirt in this, dude? It would hurt so bad.
That's up
Again, 80 knots is going to be the flight level wind. So at the surface, it's probably a bit lower than 92 miles per hour for wind speeds, but it's probably very close to it.
I do want to get back to that gas station on it, though, before it, like,
blows up.
Because it might.
It might.
This wind is absolutely ripping right now.
I might move back.
All right, yeah, go for it.
I don't want to, like, choke it,
Fair.
That on and go.
I mean, their car is literally just it's a human tunnel. Like, literally. Or car tunnel, I should call it. It's a Storm Runner Media. Actually, I think they're both in the same spot here. I think Connor and Freddy are right there in the middle. And then this is Storm Runner Media. How intense is Beryl in millibars? It's down to 982. It might be a bit lower now, I'm not sure. I haven't seen a new pressure yet. This is the most intense wind that we've had so far. This is Stormrunner Media, which is still walking out there like they are Jedis here at Star Wars. I mean, they're still out there. Just need a lightsaber and we're good to go. Man, this wind is intense. Can't even stand up against that wind almost. Further reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Like the stream also, it does help get this out to more people. And you're watching Hurricane Beryl live coverage with a absolute surge of wind right now. That's Stormrunner Media. We're gonna go back to Connor Croft again. The wind is just absolutely ripping right now at this gas station.
Wow!
No power at all, which is not shocking. This is an area that we were expecting widespread power outages near Bay City and just south of Bay City. Again, they are in Sargent, Texas, not Bay City.
Storm. Yes, they do, actually.
They
No, I
are
did
still
not
experiencing
tell
some very intense
We kind of
winds.
just left.
In the Eyewall of
Look at this
Beryl
guy.
as it is approaching
over there.
landfall. We
Oh,
have
we
not
can
reached
almost
landfall
stand
yet.
it.
We're probably still an hour out, I would say, from landfall, but getting awfully close
He's
Wow.
getting cooked right now.
Lots
to
of
landfall.
focusing on
The
that
wind
guy.
is just absolutely ripping right now.
Bro, is taking it on!
He's taking it.
I don't even know who he is, but
Never seen him.
a shout out to him.
W guy.
I don't know who that is standing outside the car right there. I don't know if you guys can see him. I don't know if
Oh,
he's...
here we come! Here we come!
Insane, bro. We're in it. We're in it.
We're about
I
to
think
get
it was
the
a moment ago, but-
boards. Wow!
I don't know who that person is. I don't think it's not Connor or Freddy, but
Tank top intercept.
another person that's just standing outside their car, bracing the wind right now. The wind is just whipping here. I would say, again, I would debate that this is near Category 2 level here. But this is the
Trying to get
Eyewall.
right
It's
to
going to be
that
where the most
eye.
intense winds are
Just
located.
go crazy.
Ooh, dude, it's gonna be insane.
Dude, it's about to get
And just an
insane.
update, we don't have any areas of imminent tornadoes.
Steal your goggles.
Next one would
Yeah,
probably
just
be
take
near
mine,
Jamaica
I'm not
Beach
gonna
again.
bother.
Holy
And Sea
crap, dude, I
Isle,
might die.
which will be probably
I
in the
might
next
die.
10 to
Connor
15
might
minutes.
actually die, Chad.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk right in front of the stream, and then I might bring it out in a second, but
Bro's gonna hit the gritty now.
yeah, dude, I might have to hit the grid. Where's that tape
Back
go?
to Stormrunner Media.
Yeah.
Stormrunner Media has even a crazier view. And the wind is just absolutely crazy. Next National Hurricane Center update is in 15 minutes. We will see, or possibly sooner, we will see if this is upgraded or not. And I can't say it will be, but it can't be ruled out at this point.
With gusts extending over 60, over 70.
Absolutely insane. Let's go back to Connor. Again, they're both basically in the same area.
Only gonna get more intense from here.
What
When
view?
those
We can't see
buzzer
anything?
boards hit,
Dude, on the very inside of the eye
The
wall.
wind is just crazy with
it
this.
might get quiet, and then it's gonna all of a sudden just like.
My microphone.
I bet there's already been at
my
least 5
microphone's
flying
gonna be
trampolines here in the
terrible
Houston area. Or just south of Houston, at
what it
least,
is.
near the coast.
again. All right.
I mean,
Here we
it is
freaking
now
go.
Monday,
It's about to be
which
nuts.
is Mesoscale
scared,
Madness
bro.
Monday,
About
but
to go.
Dude, I'm
we're almost done
scared,
tossing
bro.
trampolines on
I'm
Tacos
scared,
Tuesday, and we're
bro.
definitely having some
Freaking
tossing
scared,
trampolines out there today.
You got this.
Thank you, Ryan, for becoming a member, and welcome to the
Be on there for a
Velocities.
second.
Yeah. All right. So when
It's enough to get it.
I come back, I'm gonna put my phone right here, tape right there.
16,000
I'm
plus
gonna put the
without
towel
power.
down on the seat so I can just sit on
Yeah,
it.
that number's just going to keep going up.
Right away. It's already wet.
Oh, here we go.
Connor, Mike, Gritty. No way, Connor's going to go Gritty
I
out
have
there.
to use the car for cover.
There's just no way.
All right, is it time?
Is he going out, though?
Going out.
He is going out there. My goodness. Connor is now out in the hurricane. Hurricane Beryl. Look at that. Like... and he lost his safety goggles. I think they're gone. He can't even see anymore. That's not a good thing. I think those are gone. They might have just flown away. Can't even see anything anymore. I mean, those safety goggles, they are goners.
Gone! They blew up my face!
Looks like you're, somebody just said in there, somebody said in Connor's chat, looks like you're skydiving.
Where's the other pair?
Thank you, SoTyke, for the 20 gifted members. Put some hearts in the chat for SoTyke.
Where's the other pair?
Got the gifted membership. Make sure to thank SoTyke in the chat. You're way too kind. I guess we have to do another gritty, because that is now another gritty goal hit. I'll do a gritty at some point here soon. This is insane, though. You might fly away. This camera might go flying at some point. My goodness, that wind is strong. Now, obviously, you might not be able to see what's happening, but if you go to Storm Intermediate, this is the wind that we're talking about. That wind is just... again, we're at the peak now. This is basically the peak of the wind. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, I'm going to kind of outline it, but that right there is your Eyewall. That is coming right now inland, so the strongest of the winds are going to come out of that, and they are currently in that right now. Connor somehow got his glasses back. I don't know how. I don't know what Connor's even wearing, to be honest. I mean, this... I did not expect to see something like this tonight where the wind is actually this strong, and Connor decides to stand outside in it. Like, those two things just were not in the forecast tonight. But here we are. The next thing we need is a Connor Croft gritty out here. I'd pay to watch him gritty, honestly, in this. In this. Man, oh man. What a crazy... Is Connor near Storm Intermediate right now? I think Connor just approached Storm Intermediate's vehicle. This is Storm Intermediate's view. I mean, Connor's looking into their window apparently. I think they got jump scared. I was listening to them on their stream.
Oh really?
I don't know where they went. There were a couple mesovorts in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for scaring you guys.
Oh no, you're good.
Madness.
I just didn't know that was you.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize you.
I did not
like,
recognize your face.
I just thought you were someone that followed
I'm
us. I was
hungry.
like,
I need
huh?
food.
You're
I
up
don't
there
want
with
to
no. Yeah, okay.
What's a good 4 a.m. snack on a day like today?
Dude, it burns the skin.
No
yeah,
clue.
dude, this rain hurts, man.
But I need food.
Oh, there goes our...
Connor is apparently using their car as protection. That's what he's saying. Connor's having the time of his life out there. He is having the time of his life. There's no doubt.
Out of the Eyewall.
I'm gonna stand at Storm Intermediate. I'm gonna try to get a snack real quick. I don't know what I'm gonna eat though.
I think it's as strong as it's gonna get.
I'll be right back. I'll be back in a second.
That was, oh Connor, that scared us so bad. That didn't look like him. It still doesn't look like him.
Alright, let me go back to Connor here. Connor's walking. I got myself ice cream. And Connor's gone. He might... I don't know if he's coming back. He probably will. It might just take a second. By the way, this is what Hurricane Beryl looks like right now. Again, we got a tornado threat that is evolving near the causeway, and then back over again near Sargent and Bay City is where the most substantial area of wind is right now. We got wind gusts upwards of probably 90 to 100 miles per hour moving inland. It's getting pretty crazy out there. Just back to Connor here. I don't know why Connor's still outside, but that's gonna hurt. Trying to find the opening tab for this ice cream. I mean, I don't know what else I would eat, like, literally. There's nothing open this late. I can't DoorDash anything. Unless I want more McDonald's, which I don't even think they're open. There's a tornado in Peterson again. I don't see one. I'm looking at velocities right now. I don't see anything.
Ah, there he is. Ah, how was it?
Holy crap.
Oh, Connor's back in. I don't think Freddy was even out there for that. Low key.
Oh, man.
I don't blame him, by the way.
Oh
What flavor ice cream? It's chocolate chip cookie dough. That's if I can get this wrapping paper off this thing.
We haven't quite got
I
there
have scissors. Oh,
That is so freaking
pull it
crazy
off.
out
There we
there.
go. Bada bing, bada boom. I would put this into a bowl, but I don't have the time for that. Really quickly, I'm going to go back to... I don't know. Stay on Storm Intermediate. I'm going to get a spoon. I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
You should get a video of this. Would phone be better?
Sure.
Alright.
Or would just... I don't think it matters.
Look at this. Sheesh. 4 a.m. ice cream. This might be the latest I've ever had ice cream in my life.
We're consistently
Right out of the
60
tub.
With gusts up to 70 plus.
This is Briar's ice cream. Yeah. Well, I do think the worst of this was in the Eyewall, because the wind is starting to die down a little bit on Connor Crossfeed. You can see at the bottom right. It's dying down a little bit. It's not dying down fully, but it is dying down a little bit. With that said, this is where we're going to be watching for the most significant winds as this moves into areas like Lake Jackson and Bay City. So if you're in those areas, you can pretty much expect power outages at this point with how strong those winds are. I'm not really seeing any rotation right now near the causeway, which is good. No imminent tornado risk, it looks like. Check out the other velocities. Yeah, looks like pretty much all this area, still a pretty large outer band, but nothing that's imminent for a tornado. And this right here that we're looking at, that is the eye of the storm, eye of the hurricane. We are probably about a half an hour to maybe an hour out from this making landfall. So it's gonna be making landfall here pretty soon in Texas. We're not far from it. Very close to landfall. Let's go back to Connor again. Wow, it's actually worse again. Surging again. This is unbelievable. I thought it was winding down. It's not. Just when you thought it could not get crazier, it is still crazy.
Well, guys, I'm gonna flip around for just
How's it going,
a second.
JD? Welcome back.
Try to get a different angle on this.
As of right now, this is still a Cat 2, or sorry, Cat 1. It could be upgraded, we'll see. Oh, what that white thing is there? Is that a boat? Looks like a boat. Just lost power in Bay City. Yeah, power's gonna be going out in a lot of these areas.
Now we're like triangulating.
Hey, Yogi Bear for the $9.99.
Dude, look at the freaking like.
Please check the speed of Beryl, because it's moved 2 miles in the last 30 minutes. It's probably still moving at about 8 to 9 miles per hour. It might be slightly slower, but it's still going right around the same speed. I don't think it's only moved 2. I think it's moved a bit more than 2 miles.
What?
It's definitely moving faster than that.
I know, it's like kind of killing.
I'd still say this is probably close to 10 miles per hour. Maybe a hair under that.
If they could triangulate.
I would be surprised if it was any slower than that, though.
That one was crazy right there.
Shut this off, that might help.
How late am I gonna stay up? I don't know. I'm not tired at all, like literally. I'm eating ice cream, which is definitely helping too. But I feel very energetic still, which is shocking.
Just keeps getting stronger.
This wind is still crazy. Already mentioned it too. This wind is still getting stronger. It hasn't really weakened down yet at all.
There you go, Storm.
Still in the Eyewall.
Perfect.
Perfect. Now park underneath the awning. I'm kidding. Oh yeah, look at the roof. Roof's getting torn off at the gas station.
Yeah, the roof is going.
Roof is getting torn off at the gas station.
Still probably about a half an hour or less away from landfall in
Good thing they boarded up.
Yeah, for real.
Matagorda. I do gotta mention that this particular eye is definitely become more organized. And I would not be surprised if we are nearing Category 2 intensity. Velocities are still showing near 115 mile per hour winds offshore. Granted, that's off the ground. It's still pretty impressive, even a little bit aloft. So again, I would not be surprised if this was a bit of a stronger hurricane at this point compared to where it's been at. Infrared imagery showing a large area of organization right now. Lots of convective activity. As I mentioned before, if it did even have 4 more hours, I think this would be a Cat 2 or 3 easily. But for the time being, it is, again, still a Category 1 hurricane. We should have a National Hurricane Center update within the next 5 minutes, though. So there is a possibility that we do get an update here in the next few minutes that might increase the wind. We did have a 76 mile per hour wind gust as of 17 minutes ago in Port O'Connor, Texas. So we'll have an update from the National Hurricane Center in a moment, and we'll see if this is a Category 2 or not, or if it's at least stronger. I would say at the bare minimum, this is stronger than where it's at. Because it's 80 mile per hour winds, that's at least what it's a Category 1 of. I'm thinking that this is going to get upgraded at least by 5 or 10 miles per hour.
100 mile per hour.
Yeah, we're definitely getting some crazy gusts. This thing might blow off, guys.
It's crazy.
If it gets any stronger, this awning might just go. And whatever car is sitting there is going to be cooked. I just noticed there's even a car there.
Yeah, I didn't wait.
Apparently Connor's reporting that a roof just got torn off the building.
Hang on, chat.
All right, the latest National Hurricane Center update is out.
Thanks, Dominique.
They have actually not upgraded the winds at all. Which is
Bobby, I
actually
was
crazy.
already outside, bro. I couldn't go out in this.
The latest update from the National Hurricane Center is that Beryl is expected to make landfall within the next hour or two. I would not be surprised if that's sooner, by the way. Currently, life-threatening storm surge and heavy rainfall is ongoing across portions of Texas. Sustained tropical storm force winds and hurricane force wind gusts have been already reported along the coast. The latest from Matagorda City is that a wind gust of 86 miles per hour was observed, and also a 68 mile per hour wind speed was observed. The latest on the pressure and the maximum sustained wind speeds. The maximum sustained wind speeds are currently at 80 miles per hour. It has not been upgraded to a Category 2 or anything like that. Still very far from it. This will not become a Category 2 if that stands true. Minimum pressure is at 982 millibars. So that is the latest on this particular update. As I mentioned before, I would not be surprised if this was stronger than 80 mile per hour sustained winds. I'm surprised that there was no upgrade to that, but I don't think there's enough data to upgrade it any higher on the sustained wind speeds. Connor just tweeted on Twitter too. He said, this makes a Dahlia look like a tropical depression. I actually have to agree with that. A Dahlia looked horrendous when it made landfall. Like, it didn't really have any crazy wind. This is way worse than a Dahlia, I think, when it comes to wind. That is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. on Beryl. And as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're currently 400 likes away from 5,000. Make sure to hit the like button down below. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream so far, finding it informative. We've been live for almost 5 hours, plus the 3 hours earlier. We've basically been live for almost 8 hours today.
It's so close.
It is so
This is our latest live stream, I think, of all time
I don't
now.
know if it's actually going to go off, though.
I'm pretty, like, if this was a
I'm
normal
eating cookies
gas
and cream ice
station
cream.
canopy,
Or sorry, no. Chocolate chip cookie dough. Now I know what I'm saying.
Still not quite out of the eye, though. The eye wall.
Dude, we're going to be in it for another decent amount of time. It's kind of like paralleling.
Bottom right of your screen again is the live shot. Oh, look at this. Wow. This is Stormer Media's view right now. It looks like the ice container at this gas station got flipped over. I don't know how heavy that is, but that has to be a bit heavy.
I was just trying to fix the light situation a little bit better. I just wonder what Gus moved that ice box. Because now it ain't budging.
There might have been maybe a mezzo vortice or something.
While we were outside.
Sometimes your most intense gusts
Wild.
happen during that time frame, too. Yes, they do. Be careful of debris. There should not be any debris downstream of us here.
No,
got, like, marshlands
I would have got
all
like,
that.
I would have like died if there were debris, so.
You know, to me,
Connor would
personally,
not have a
I
head
do feel
right
like,
now.
Yeah, for real.
like feeling-wise, this feels more like a Cat 1 that's on the
Also
stronger side of
strategically
things.
positioned
Maybe even a low-end
away-
Cat 2.
Away from the debris in front of us.
Like, that's just
That
my
were to
personal
go.
opinion.
It's gonna make landfall not a Gorda.
I mean, again,
That's gonna be
I'm
the
not the
landfall-
National Hurricane
landfall
Center.
spot.
I don't have a plane
Right
that
on
flies into
Matagorda,
hurricanes.
right on
I'm just saying, like,
Matagorda.
my personal feeling is that this is a little bit stronger than what the sustained wind is at. Because, I mean, honestly, like, to me, this just
We
doesn't
nailed
look
that
like
northeast eye position.
even a low-end Cat 1. I mean, 80 mile per hour sustained winds, I get it, but, like, just personally, this feels stronger than that from what we've been seeing. It almost feels like a Cat 2. I mean, that's at least what I've been saying. Now, again, we don't really know if it is, but it just feels that way. Velocities still show pretty high wind speeds, too, offshore. I mean, if this isn't a Cat, at least I would feel like this is at least near a Cat 2.
Coming to you live from Sargent, Texas.
I don't know. That's just my feeling.
Right on the
Beryl.
right next to the coast, just not in the surge.
Just by what we've been seeing, it
Clarification.
feels like that.
Right next to the coast, but not.
And also what the
Bobby,
velocities are,
bro,
too.
you
The velocities are pretty
You want
high,
a
even though
cookie,
they're
Bobby?
aloft.
It's
They're
weak.
still
I don't
pretty
know what
high.
to tell you. You think it's weak? Nobody else cares, bro.
I don't think we
Stop
have
putting it in the chat.
we still have an aircraft in there. Still measuring data.
Post said it's weak like 100 times.
No spamming.
Congratulations.
I'd like to see you.
Oh, I have to do another gritty.
Yeah,
I
Bobby,
forgot.
let's get you out here, buddy. If you were here, you'd be thinking it was cool too.
After I put my ice cream away, remind me to
What's
do a
the
gritty.
what's the wind speeds? We've definitely had a couple gusts get close to 100 here.
Gonna have to talk to DL and Garrett, but I can't get a hold of them.
Yeah.
I think a text them.
What if they're downplaying it to lessen our concerns about global
Little
warming? I
whipping.
don't think that has anything to do with this. What?
On the very inner edge of the eye wall, the northeast eye wall.
Brian Hall thinks it's closer to a Cat 2 as well. I mean, I think it's a Cat 2,
We are okay.
honestly.
If it's weak,
Sort
we'll
of.
stand under that canopy,
Like,
right?
I think it's either a very high-end Cat 1 or a Cat 2. Alright, I'll be back in 10 seconds. I gotta put away my ice cream.
This is a Cat 1. They're only getting 65-ish, but they're in a bad spot, they say. I figured that was going to be the case.
Right.
Alright. Some people on TikTok says this is a
Not
Cat
2,
6.
guys.
Honestly, I'm not surprised by that at all. It's a hypercane. I mean, I'm not even hyping this up. I'm just telling you my opinion. Like, this just feels like a category 2. Like, I know I've been in a tropical storm before. Obviously, it's not the same thing, but like I was, you know, hours away from landfall from a tropical storm, Nicole, which ended up being a category 1 hurricane. This just does. It looks worse, both on video and on radar and on satellite. I mean, like infrared imagery, I should say. Just, I don't know. I mean, even the velocities, like the velocities are just absurd here off coast. Now, again, these are off the ground, but still, like, this is up near 100 miles per hour. Just feels like at least a stronger Cat 1. I don't know. Just my opinion. I mean, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it's my opinion. As a reminder, Hurricane Beryl is closing in on landfall. It is currently located only about 6 or 7 miles south of the Matagorda Bay. So landfall again is expected in Matagorda tonight. As in within the next hour. I know it's like early morning now, but technically tonight, quote unquote. We're gonna go back to Connor, and I need a pee. So I'll be back in 60 seconds, and then I'll gritty.
Rocking.
Right on the edge of that eye wall.
Yep, inner edge.
Go to Waffle House, it's open.
It probably is.
Oh,
Bro's gone.
All right. Latest National Hurricane Center advisory said 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, I still think it's higher.
or maybe just angling.
Personally. Again, just my opinion. My opinion does not really relate to the actual numbers that were observed, but it just, again, it just feels worse. I don't know why. It might just because it's nighttime. I don't know. It looks and feels worse, just in every way compared to a tropical storm. Now, again, granted, Beryl has been an intense hurricane for quite a while. I mean, comparing this to what happened earlier, it's hard to tell because we didn't have a view like this, like on reflectivity. Infrared imagery, like you can look at that, but again, none of this really matters. It matters more about the wind speeds. I have to say, if this was over water for like 4 more hours, I would say that this is easily getting to a Cat 3. But I mean, again, sustained winds and wind gusts are a bit different. Wind gusts are definitely up there. I would say they're close to 100 miles per hour. Just in this Eyewall that Connor Croft's been in, and as well as Storm Runner Media, which I think the wind is a little bit weaker now. Just a little bit. But it's definitely still up there. This is the live shot of the gas station. And Sargent.
I think we should go in the gas station, okay?
No doubt, it's been crazy.
Maybe they're open.
Could be.
I am retweeting a photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We have a porta potty emergency. Some porta potties decide to fall over. And I don't know where that is.
Chad, where's everybody
I can't tell
watching
where that
from on the
it's
screen right
probably
now?
somewhere in Sargent. Show me live
Where's
footage.
everybody?
There's live footage happening right in front of your
Yeah,
face
there
right
might be
now.
some people local.
Who knows?
Dodging the gritty.
Might be some,
No,
probably
I
a lot of
just kinda
international
forgot.
viewers.
Who knows?
I'll do it in a second. That's intense. It's been intense this entire time. It's
Dylan
been.
says take shelter.
I
at
would say ever
Arlington at
since
the
I would say ever since we
AT&T
started the stream, really, it's been crazy.
We want the touchdown.
Give me 1 second. I got filled my water.
In this case, we want the touchdown.
Yeah.
Not in AT&T
Got a
Stadium.
bunch. Oh, we got people from everywhere. Houston,
There we
Fort
go.
Worth, Gainesville, Germany, Las Vegas, New Zealand. Oh my gosh.
Kirbyville, another Australia, Alabama, North Cal, Arizona, Germany.
That is 4 gritties in the same
Philippines.
stream. That is definitely a record.
People from everywhere.
Comfy bed.
I have my water tumbler filling up
Flying
water.
to
I'll
Houston
have to-
later today.
Remind me in like 60
is
seconds
not
I have water
gonna
being
happen.
filled
That
up
is
in the
not gonna
tumbler. Why is my
happen.
face cam so
I'm
blurry?
not sure about that.
That is not gonna happen. You are not getting into Houston today.
There we go.
Yeah, that flight is.
Love
should
your
be
stream.
canceled.
Appreciate it.
If it's
I
not,
don't-
it should.
I don't know how it's not canceled already, to be honest. It should be.
You might want to abort. If they let you on that flight, you might just want to get off.
Yeah, for real.
We go back to Storm and
text.
Meteor here again. You can just see the damage. It's already been dealt here from Hurricane Beryl, right in Sergeant. Little ice storage container flipped over. Was that a blurry gritty? Blurry gritty. It's a blurry gritty. Apparently.
Did Garrett almost get blown away? We actually got in right before like that.
Sleeping.
Looks less violent now. I mean, it wasn't really ever violent, I would say, but like, I mean, the wind has been definitely
Tonight.
a little bit
Maybe we get 4 hours. Maybe
We-
we'll
I
get
feel like we
quote
can
unquote
get-
we
better
might
than
be able to get
before.
7, yeah.
And it's not really good by any means, but
We
it's
just
not as
gotta
bad as
survive
before.
today, guys.
Focus on the rest
No
of this
power in
intercept,
Galveston?
then we gotta
I have
get
no
to
clue.
Freeport area.
There might not be any power in Galveston at all.
I do-
Got some of the outer bands rolling through there right now. Probably got another water spout offshore. Can't circle things. Why does my pen always do that? This pen is annoying me. There we go. I'll be going towards Galveston here soon. Kitchen is now flooded, left the water on. Thank you for the reminder. The kitchen could have flooded.
Going nuts still.
It's still going. Wind has just been crazy.
Not quitting.
It will not
I
quit.
feel like we wait till it we get to the other side, and then we turn around and we just pass through it. Yeah. Yeah. Look, we're back.
Max
I
velocity
recovered a
flash
little
flood.
bit finally.
Imagine.
Covered.
And I think it
You
just took
wild.
me going outside and like hurting myself in the wind. My
Yeah,
skin
you
is-
had to put
my
your
skin-
life on the
My
line.
skin's on fire right now. Still, it feels like.
By the way, guys, we are both live. We got two streams going right now.
live stream. It's going great.
From what I'm seeing, not really any areas of rotation right now that look
Connor Croft in the
concerning.
passenger seat.
I do have to say though, the Radar Omega Cyclone port in Dickinson, Texas, the wind is definitely picking up now. Got the outer bands now reaching Dickinson, Texas, as we are approaching landfall in Texas. Again, it's not officially made landfall, but we're very close to it. Beryl is probably within the next, I would say 20 minutes, it's going to make landfall. Maybe a little bit after that, but within the next 20 minutes. Landfall should be made here near Matagorda, Texas. Some brief intensification still possible before landfall. Really impressive hurricane. I mean, again, just look at the reflectivity. Clear as day eye. If you go to infrared imagery, it doesn't look as impressive, but still pretty impressive. Just a lot of convective explosions. The worst of the wind, again, being in this area. Corpus Christi, basically getting missed by the worst of all this. And really just an unbelievable looking hurricane on reflectivity, though. Thank you, Corey, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Connor's a funny guy. I can't wait to go to Disney with him. That'll be so lit. That and the golf match.
What my
Be wild.
Bro.
What app is that? This is Radar
man,
Omega.
that's funny.
You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android.
Whoa!
Oh, this might be it. Or not. Kind of caught me by surprise, though.
I'm glad for Corpus. I'm there tomorrow.
Paige, thanks for hanging on.
Somebody else just said right after that, I'm
Don't
visiting
let
Corpus
Connor
later
drive.
today.
You like
So like
to
some
get
sort of
stuff
work
done.
meeting going on there tomorrow? Because like two of you just said that at the same time. Wild.
know what you're talking about, right?
Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well. We are closing in on 321,000 subscribers.
Are y'all at Stanley's?
Is Disney my happy place?
I don't know what Stanley's
could
is,
be.
bro.
I mean,
maybe this is
I wouldn't
Stanley's
really say it's my
gathering,
happy
yeah?
place.
Don't
Just
know.
nice to get away
Really
sometimes.
know.
At least from the weather. I mean, only, like, that's like the only quote-unquote vacation spot that I actually like going to. When the weather's, like, in between the weather being crazy. Like, that's been my place I've gone anytime that, you know, it's a little bit quieter when it comes to weather for like a day or two. It's raining
Connor
hard.
has worse audio. Well, probably because
We can't confirm it is raining.
Bro.
yeah, it's probably because of that.
I've been out. Oh wait, maybe because the tape's still on.
Bro still has
I
the
could have
tape
it
on.
could be because I have the tape on, guys. That could be a problem.
Might be the tape.
Busch Gardens is lit too. I've been to Busch Gardens.
Okay.
Not the one in Tampa. I've been the one in Virginia.
There's the answer to the question.
Oh man. Hey, Max is in the chat.
Let's go,
Signal.
Max.
Daryl, thank you for the super chat. By the way, Max, sorry I have not gotten back to you. Your DM there. I meant to get back to you yesterday.
Bro's basically saying he had more important things to do.
All
How do you
love,
feel
brother.
about
I don't know
that,
what
Max?
Freddie just
How
said.
do
If
you-
anybody
how
can
do
fill
you
me in, let me
feel?
know.
Listen, Max, I was trying to
I cannot
figure
hear very
something
well.
out.
Yeah, I'm just up the road from Reed. We don't mess with the storm surge because we're not in a rental. That's basically it.
Actually,
We're not
golden
in a
stuff.
rental. We're not in a
Imagine,
rental, so
imagine
we're
if
not messing with
Connor gets
Do
stuck
wanna
again.
chase the tornadoes.
Yeah.
Are we chilling or should we be scared? There's no reason to be scared by any means with anything that's happening right now. I get it. It looks scary, obviously. The wind is obviously very strong, but like, as long as you're, you know, you have a plan in place for whatever might happen tonight, including flooding rains, hurricane force winds, whatever it might be, you know, you'll be good. There's really no reason to be scared, though. Yeah, we're here to calm you down, hopefully. Hopefully we're not trying to scare the crap out of you. Somebody just said be scared. Absolutely. They're talking to you, Max. What are they saying? I don't know what they were saying before.
Just dominate that like button, chat.
We're only 100 likes away from 5,000 to make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Only 100 away. Seems terrifying. I mean, being in the Eyewall, it's pretty bad. Like, they are in the Eyewall right now.
When Freddie reaches
Which is the worst part of it, which is right now moving through Lake Jackson near West Columbia and
That's
Angleton.
a reference to Ben licking dirt
Texas.
off my door. Back when we had
So those
2,000
areas will be
likes,
hit here soon.
he licked the El Dorado dirt off the car door
That's wild.
when we hit 2,000 likes.
That is
and
actually
no, I will
wild.
not be doing that.
Wait, why would you lick the
I don't know. I'm not
for
really
my
sure.
stream?
That doesn't make much sense, but
It's probably like manure on the door.
Likes in thousands
This guy went
equals
right here.
category
I'm
number?
getting out and taking a
That'd be
peek.
wild.
Just sitting right there.
Honestly, I can go for
I mean, technically,
Yeah.
it's accurate if we go back in time.
I'd probably go for one maybe
Technically.
briefly once it like
Jared, I don't have a sunburn.
settles down for a second.
I've already been outside enough, bro. I'm just starting to dry off, and I'm trying to not be completely
I do have to say, I'm
miserable,
glad we've been live
the
for this
tornado
hurricane.
chase side of things.
This entire time. With
Yeah, that's
what
a
has been
reservoir right
transpiring.
here.
Like,
And I
I'm
think
glad
it-
we've been
we'll
live
see,
this.
we'll see.
It might pass just below us though.
We'll
but-
see.
Because this is definitely intensified
We're still in the
quite a
same
bit.
Eyewall.
Even if they don't say it's a category 2, it's been pretty close to it. I mean, again, just looking at Stormrunner Media, like looking at any of these guys, they all have views
Right now
of
it's this, and then they might
just
go back
crazy winds right now.
and change it later.
We can also go back over to our triple camera. It's just wild. Wild to say the least. Stormrunner Media, Connor Croft, Tyler Kurtz, all in the midst right now of that Eyewall or just outside of it now. It's been undoubtedly a very crazy last several hours with it making landfall. And again, it hasn't even made landfall yet. It's still over the Gulf of Mexico probably for another 20 minutes until it officially makes landfall. But it's been quite the unbelievable hurricane. ETA until landfall. I mean, this is probably gonna make landfall in the next like 10 to 15 minutes. I don't think we're far from it. I mean, it's very close. Like the center of this is like, it's still about 5 miles actually offshore. I didn't realize how far it was. I mean, it really should be making landfall here really soon. It might not be in the next 15 minutes because it's actually 5 miles away, but probably in the next half hour. The bare minimum. Thank you, Lucy, for the $4.99 super chat. Rain is picking up here in Galeria area in Houston. Your stream is making me feel much better. I'm glad I can help. Yeah, going through a hurricane for the first time can definitely be an experience. This is no exception to that, by any means. Seems like Connor still... I mean, they're still getting a surge of wind here.
Five gifted if you run to the pumps and back. Honestly, I don't think it's worth
Wedge tornado in Japan? What?
I don't really want to get out.
We don't cover anything other than the United States, really. So, or the Lesser Antilles a little bit, and also Canada. But like, those are usually hit or miss when it comes to that stuff.
Reed is stuck on.
If you do have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. We'll be answering some questions while we have some time here.
Something Reed would do.
As a reminder, if you're new to the channel, subscribe.
Normal Reed encounter with those rentals.
Weekly Reed experience.
Yeah.
When is it going to make landfall in Houston? It's not going to make landfall in Houston. I mean, it'll make landfall near Sargent, Texas, and near the Matagorda Bay, but that's going to happen here soon, probably in the next 30 minutes.
Just a quick pop.
DFW impacts. I don't expect much of anything in Dallas-Fort Worth. I think it'll be mostly just, for the most part, just some isolated
depression
showers, maybe isolated localized flooding. Nothing beyond like an inch or two rain I would expect there.
Survive, basically.
Well, it looks like Connor is going to be in the eye here in a second.
Basically.
So the wind's dying down now. They're going to be in the eye of the hurricane here in a moment.
Whoa.
You can see at the bottom left of their screen
Trying to make a comeback.
their location.
Do it.
Thank you, by the way, Brock, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. If you look at Connor on Radar Omega, you'll see him. He's right there on 457. So this is now where he is. He's getting outside of the eye wall. Winds are still going to be high for the next few minutes, but after he gets into the actual eye, which I'm guessing he's probably going to try to look at the eye, the wind is going to be very calm. It's pretty typical for a hurricane. To this magnitude, at least. But Beryl, again, is very close to landfall. That eye is huge, by the way. Apparently they're gonna okay, so this is what Connor just said. They're gonna be in the eye, and then they're gonna punch right back into the eye wall. So that's what they just said. But this eye currently is 30 miles wide. If you compare that to Houston, for reference, that's about, this is 30 miles wide, right here. That is how large the eye is. So it'd go from Pearland back to Pasadena, and then back into Houston. And even further north of Houston. Like, the eye is not small, by any means. At least on reflectivity. This has been a crazy, crazy hurricane. For its entire lifespan, this has been a crazy hurricane. Obviously, we've been covering this since day one of it becoming a major hurricane near the Windward Islands. Seeing the progression of this hurricane has been very fascinating. I've got to say that. It's been a very impressive progression of just what this hurricane has done ever since the start. I mean, look at the path of this. Like, this is the historic path of Beryl. Started as an invest out in the central Atlantic, became a tropical storm. And who would have thought this would go to a Category 4 right before making landfall in the Lesser Antilles? Like, it's just crazy. Became a Cat 5 for about a day. Just insane. It's been quite the eventful week of covering Beryl. And it's still not over. I mean, we got tomorrow. We got possibly Tuesday and Wednesday.
Wind is still ripping.
For isolated tornadoes. It's
a little less
still far from over.
So the wind is also, but then you get like the periodic gusts. Maybe we'll go find Reed.
Yeah, if we can get to him.
It's kind of wild that we're like right next to like where they're like chilling.
Like,
We got extremely lucky it clipped the lower Mexico. If it missed the Yucatan, imagine what it would became. Yeah, if this missed the Yucatan Peninsula, it would have been way worse. Like, this would have easily been Category 3 in my opinion.
I'm just curious just to see.
But luckily it didn't. I mean, if it missed the Yucatan, it would have probably gone towards Louisiana, though, for the record.
see what it looks
Landfall probably wouldn't have been until tomorrow. Like,
water out.
it just are technically today now, but like,
That
you know what I mean.
So golden.
Well, that's somewhere there, I think.
Is that water right there?
I think it's water.
It is water, actually. Oh, it is water.
So, I mean,
I'm
it's,
actually
there is
curious what
some
the
water.
H-triple R model
Close,
showing
not
right now
too
for
close.
wind
There is
gusts.
some storm
it'd have to rise another 3 to 4 feet to even, like, start nipping over the road here.
Maybe even go to like Storm Runner for a second.
Yeah, but no, there is water right there, a decent amount, just not quite up. This lake, this pond right there.
It would have, yeah,
like
it would have
about to
missed
overflow.
Texas if it did that.
wow.
For somebody just mentioned it in
close to
chat.
overflowing.
This is the forecasted wind gusts over the next few hours from the H-triple R model. So again, the worst of the wind right now is currently south of Houston. Winds will pick up tomorrow morning in Houston, right around 9 to 10 in the morning, near Columbus as well. Probably going to have some hurricane-forced wind gusts. As we go into the afternoon, the wind will stay strong. Tropical storm-force winds throughout the afternoon and evening. And then by Tuesday, this thing's out of here. I do want to point out this tornado risk tomorrow is definitely going to be a little bit concerning, especially in Louisiana. Our second live stream, because I don't think we're gonna. I don't know yet. I don't feel bad right now, but like I don't feel tired yet. But like, I think what we're gonna do is that we'll probably go live if we do not do this as a full 24-hour stream or whatever. Which this won't probably be 24 hours in general, but you know what I mean. Like if we keep going beyond this morning, we'll have another live stream probably around like lunchtime tomorrow for this tornado threat, because this tornado threat will probably start to ramp up in Louisiana around lunchtime, and it'll continue in the afternoon with several tornadoes being possible, full-blown tornado outbreak being possible. Initially, it looked like Houston might get the worst of this, but you'll probably see that tornado risk right in the mid to late morning. And then after that, it should be mostly moving to the north. So that's at least what I'm currently thinking for this tornado threat. I do not expect so from what we've seen, I don't think we're going to see this in Houston. But Houston will at least get tropical storm force winds, which will be a bit lower than what we just saw. But Connor is now repositioning, but we will go back to him. He is going to be, I think, punching the eye wall here.
Over the road there.
Yep. Whoa, right here. Coming over. Yeah,
I've been seeing Reed. He's been
never even go further, to be honest.
in a pickle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Say
yeah,
the
right
least.
here. Look at the
Look
surge.
at the surge. Yeah, we got surge right here.
I think he'll be
Coming
fine,
in.
though. He is in a
Surge is
truck.
coming in.
Really pretty close to where we were. Wow.
Wow.
We hit the surge zone.
We did hit the surge
Still no
zone.
official landfall quite
Back
yet.
around here. Before we become
close
the
to it,
surge
though.
zone.
Yeah, there's the surge, guys.
Don't want to play with it too much.
Yeah. Careful, media.
Yeah,
Someone
maybe,
mentioned this, almost
gotta
taking the
be-
same path as the eclipse. I
Right
have
here,
no
that's
clue.
all water right there.
I don't remember where the eclipse went anymore.
Big time.
It's actually not in the. It's pretty much in the
Surge
same
is
area.
coming over. I might even take the left lane just so I can
Conspiracy
kind of
theory? Let me put on my tinfoil hat real quick.
over the road up here.
Yeah, it was over the road a little bit up there.
Yeah, I think this was a I think this
There's
is
a
or
big
was
time
a
wind.
Category 2 hurricane at this point. Like,
Sides
I
are
just think it
coming
is.
down.
Velocities are still up there, too.
Maybe it was over the road just back there.
If we go back to radar, like, again, velocities are 100 plus miles per hour offshore. I just don't see how this isn't a Cat 2. Especially with how organized it is. The Eyewall is fully closed, too. This is what we needed for rapid intensification. And I personally think this is a Cat 2. Personal opinion. Back to Connor here.
Right.
I'll look and see if I can find any more data on this.
Road work. Glad it does.
Looks like the current mission is leaving,
Yeah, we're gonna
so
check
we will
down here.
not have
make sure
any
there's no low
aircraft
spots.
inside
We're
of
gonna
Beryl
make sure that we can
for a little
actually,
bit, it looks like.
Get out, because we have
Because
literally
the
2 more
current
days.
mission that is currently happening in Hurricane Beryl is leaving, so I don't think this is going to get upgraded any further at this point.
Activating the Subi sub.
Subi sub activated.
Again, this just feels like a Cat 2. I don't know.
Let's go.
At least a high 1, but either that or a low 2.
So I think you're okay.
Just from everything that we've witnessed.
Actually, like, really chilling, but
You know what I mean?
honestly, the stronger part of the Eyewall might be up here now anyway.
Maybe we should just blast back up there.
So a little bit, just go a little bit north here. Just why not?
Yeah. I just feel like we're gonna sit there for the next like
Regardless,
hour.
we
trying
have a
to
couple
take
up.
peek.
Regardless, if we want to hit the
If it was a
Eyewall,
Cat 2, we would have seen widespread flying debris. Not necessarily.
which I would like to get in the
Don't
eye
need
at least
widespread flying debris for a
Let's just
Category
do
2.
it.
'cause we
That
can
would
go
happen if
here,
there's
we
like a
can go to the
Category
last one,
4 or
we can get in the eye
5.
for a second. Plus, this drive there is going to be
Media
intense.
will
We're
call
gonna
this a
go back
Cat
up
7
the
after
Beryl.
landfall.
We're gonna go back up into the
I wouldn't be
strongest part of
surprised if
the
TikTok
Eyewall.
does that. I don't know about the
Back on the
media.
move,
This
guys.
is really a big eye for such a
It is.
low-end hurricane.
Actually, on Radar Omega right now near League City. This is the live shot. Got tropical storm force winds now approaching Houston, Texas. Heavy rain is falling. Or at least moderate rainfall is falling. Not seeing any imminent tornado risk right now, at least from any of these storms that we're seeing out there, which is good news. And the eye is about to be inland here. Just to the south of Bay City. Very, very, very close. Not official yet, but we should have an official landfall here within the next 30 minutes, maybe sooner than that. How's it going, Ryan? This landfall's because of my cheese curds. I've had no cheese curds for what it's worth. And ever since the rapid intensification. I can't believe I'm still awake, to be honest. It's almost 5 a.m. my time. Almost 5 a.m. And even after that, like, I'm gonna probably be live again tomorrow for quite a bit. I don't know when and for how long, but tomorrow could be another long stream. Not sure what my plan is yet. Can't sleep? Yeah. No power nap? I mean, it would be basically a power nap. Because I wouldn't be getting that much sleep. I mean, I had a quote-unquote power nap earlier, but, like, that didn't even turn into a nap. I napped for, like, 5 minutes. Literally went to bed for 5 minutes in that 3-hour break that I had. Next update is going to be in about 25 minutes. Possibly sooner if it does make landfall officially. Red Bull sounds good right now. I've never had an energy drink in my life. Insane tornado risk tomorrow. It's probably gonna be pretty interesting. I don't know when I'm gonna go live tomorrow though. Like, I'm really debating like when I go live. Because I don't think the stream is gonna be all the way until tomorrow, because if that happens, we would be literally live for 24 hours. And I need at least some sort of sleep between now and then. Just looking at the latest run, like, I feel like I could probably shoot up a live stream around 10 in the morning Central Time for what's happening in Houston, and then go into the afternoon across Louisiana. Don't really know, though. 10 a.m. is 7. Let me check this again. 10-7. Yeah, I kind of want to be live for the Houston tornadoes, too. You get Andy Hill on this channel. Andy Hill already has a job. Wow, there's actually debris. Actually, debris on the road right there. Roof ripped off a building or something like that.
Trees uprooted.
On Connor Croft's feed.
Yep. They keep going though.
Can't sleep. How's the hurricane?
Yeah,
Still a pretty strong
I agree,
hurricane.
it would've
Hasn't
been
made landfall
absolutely
quite yet,
monstrous.
but will be
If it had
making
a little
landfall
more
here
time,
relatively
a little bit more
soon.
time, it would have probably been absolutely insane.
Probably cat.
Be making landfall momentarily. Probably gonna be making landfall in the next like 5 to 10 minutes near Sargent. There's no road here, it looks like. So, just to the southeast of Matagorda. I really wish I knew what time the tornado threat would be, though, here near Houston. Because that would determine when I get up tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what I'll be doing yet. For waking up purposes. I will have to schedule a live stream, too, just to make sure it's up and ready to go. And I also need to make a thumbnail for tomorrow. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff I have to prepare ahead of time. go to Connor real quick. Just need to type this out real
You
quick.
can't even see that. But
Yeah.
down over there.
It might be where the power flash is happening, but
Power flash might have been from that power
Looks like
flash
Connor's
we were
going back
talking
into the
about.
Eyewall again. Yeah, he's back in the
I hope
Eyewall.
they're not over the
It's again
road.
where the most intense winds will
Yeah,
be
the
out
power poles are
of
over the road
Beryl.
somewhere. That's going to be really unfortunate.
Then we're gonna be very cooked.
This is our only way out.
The power pools are down, then we're gonna have to activate the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Yeah.
Definitely some pretty intense wind in here. We had roofs torn off, trees uprooted, power lines down, power poles snapped. Yeah.
This has been a really solid intercept so far.
It's been a solid one. Wish it wasn't 3.
We do have a couple
a.m.,
of special
right.
marine warnings. We haven't had these in a while. Got a couple of special marine warnings. Got one just to the south of Galveston. Potential for an isolated water spout or tornado will exist. And then same thing with the one down here to the south. Going to be approaching eventually Jamaica Beach. So a couple new warnings there offshore. That means fish-nados are a possibility. Thank you, Heather, for the $4.99. What does making landfall technically entail? It means when the pressure, the lowest area of pressure makes landfall. Which would be it's right about there. It's very close to making landfall. Where is... Let's do this. All right, let's go back to Connor. Let me... I gotta try to make a thumbnail for tomorrow real quick.
Like 20 minutes.
Apparently it's down to like
Tomorrow's tornado
979.
threat.
979. I do not doubt it, too.
Recon's out. Recon's out of there. They're done.
Is it close to, like, Cat 2?
Yeah, but I don't like. I mean,
Flying
I don't know
Nemo
what it is
warning?
right now.
Could be a Flying Nemo
Recon's
warning. We
not
could call it
flying.
that.
They're headed back.
Is Galveston going to see a lot of damage?
Hold on, let me stay
Okay,
straight on
wow,
this
we
road.
actually got a tornado
You have
warning.
it? You have,
I got a lot.
you have the road to Wadsworth?
Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I have issued a new tornado warning for Fort Bend and Brazoria County, Texas. That is going to be radar indicated rotation. Where is that on the map? Oh, wow. Okay, that's south of Sugarland. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Actually, that's a pretty clear one right there. Near Juliff. It's going to be going towards Fairchilds, Needville, and Pleak and Rosenberg. So if you are in the pink polygon, get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Could have a tornado on the ground at any time as this moves to the west. It's definitely a storm that could produce a tornado. We've had a lot of tropical, but we've already had at least 1 or 2 tropical tornadoes, and this is another one that could drop if it isn't already on the ground. It looks like we have a small possibly a small debris signature south or just to the west of Juliff, but it's not clear yet. We'll give it another radar scan and see what happens. You have to keep it on velocities. Should have an update here in a second. This is just southwest of Houston for reference, south of Sugarland. So we should have a radar scan here in a second. Radar scan should be in here in a second. And this is a tornado warning. The pink polygon is your tornado warning for Fairchilds, Needville, Pleak, south of Rosenberg, Texas, near Thompson's and Arcola. Just waiting on a radar scan here. Tornado thing didn't update, yeah. The warning count hasn't been updating. It should be updated now. Just waiting for a radar scan. Alright, we got a thumbnail ready to go for tomorrow. Never thought I'd be watching Max at almost 5 a.m. I didn't think I'd ever be up this late for a live stream. Like, to be honest. But, we have a new radar scan coming in right now. We'll see what this looks like. See if there's any debris signature or anything like that. I'm not seeing anything clear. It looked like the rotation was stronger before this warning got issued, to be honest. It's kind of broadened over the last couple scans. It did have a tightening there south of Arcola, so we may have had a tornado. Back over near Galveston, it's mostly just going to be waterspout activity. Might get a tornado warning there too at some point. We'll see. Again, this is what Beryl looks like right now. Glad you're up. Good coverage. Appreciate it. My voice is definitely starting to feel it. Feeling it a little bit. Let's go back to, let's see. Go to Connor for the moment.
Sorry, Chad, I needed to,
Connor is back into the Eyewall, as mentioned before, so we are going to be seeing more of a wind surge, but he is going to be going more, I think, tornado mode here soon. He's going to try to get in position back over near Houston, because the tornado threat should start to increase as we go into the morning hours.
Now. Just like the tiredness, and also
so,
just
that's what we'll be looking at
badly needing to, like, you know, just leak.
Yeah,
this
really,
is just
really
like
badly. What's the
Landfall? I don't think there's an official landfall quite yet.
Intense wind in here, though.
Let me check. Yeah, we don't have an official landfall quite yet. We should have one soon, but not yet. We don't have one.
But hopefully you guys have been enjoying the stream so far here tonight.
I don't know how you could, chat.
It's been exciting.
Let's check out live radar though. We'll see. I think landfall's happening as we speak. Actually, this is where the eye is. So landfall is moments from happening near the East Matagorda Bay. Max Archer reported a 122 mile per hour wind gust. Again, I would not be surprised if this is a Cat 2. Didn't get upgraded by any means, but just looking at velocities and everything, it still feels like a Cat 2 to me. Still got a tornado warning south of Sugarland. Let's see what the velocities look like here. Maybe a little tightening there. Still no clear debris signature. A little bit of rotation south of Sugarland, though. Could still see a tornado as that goes towards Pleak and Needville, Texas. So if you are in those areas, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you are currently in this tornado warning. Normally during a hurricane and flooding, you would stay on the higher floor, but this case, for a tornado warning, you need to be on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. But some of these inner bands, they are at least the Eyewall is beginning to reach areas like Bay City, Wharton, and El Campo, where upwards of stronger Category 1 winds are expected. Same thing with Lake Jackson. And then areas like Houston will start to see some heavy rainfall here soon. Relatively low risk when it comes to not really tornadoes, but more of a low risk right now for Houston when it comes to just purely wind. But we should start to see that threat increase as we go later into the morning hours. But landfall should be here in just a few minutes. But this is officially our latest live stream, I think, of all time, in terms of morning hours. Northern Plains and Great Lakes could be at risk for severe weather this upcoming weekend. I'd be watching the Great Lakes more than anything. I don't think we're going to be doing another live stream for the Northern Plains unless it's a major event. I just, right now at least, I mean, we're going to need a break after covering Beryl. We are going to need a break after Beryl. There's no doubt. Like, a serious break. Like, actually, a few days. Just completely off. It's literally, we've been live basically every day for the last, like, 3 months. It's been nonstop. I don't mind being live, it just... There's a point where it becomes a lot. And I have not had much of a summer so far, aside from weather. I think this will be a post upgraded to a category 2. It might. That does happen with hurricanes. There are post upgrades. So it's very possible that this does get upgraded to a category 2 later on, even if it's not now. We are probably minutes away from landfall right now, near Matagorda, Texas. So again, landfall will be here momentarily in Texas, and then after that we'll be talking about the potential for flooding rains and maybe a tornado outbreak in southeast Texas during the late morning hours tomorrow, and then eventually into the afternoon in Louisiana and East Texas. There is a tornado warning? There is. Now, we're keeping a close eye on it if anything does happen. It's gonna hit Killeen, Texas. Killeen will be mostly just rain if you get anything. I wouldn't be watching for much else in Killeen. You're still awake? This is the plan all along. We were planning on being live for the entire thing, even into tomorrow. Problem is, I did not get much sleep last night, and the nap that I had was not really a nap, so... I mean, we would be live probably all the way through tomorrow afternoon in just one stream, if it wasn't for that. Yeah, Conroe's not going to see anything until the morning hours tomorrow, like, talking about, like, mid to late morning. Still a little ways away from anything crazy. You look tired? I am. I mean, honestly, like, the plan, like, after this makes landfall, I think the plan is we're going to go back live. I think we're going to go live again at, like, 9 a.m. tomorrow, so we're going to get, like, 4 hours of sleep, maybe, at best. Maybe 5, and go from there. Like, that's about all we're going to get, I think. I'm monitoring, I'm looking at the models right now and trying to figure out what time we need to be up by. Because, I mean, I can get 3 hours of sleep and probably still operate for a live stream tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time I need to be awake tomorrow. That's the problem. Let me check the SPC outlook and see if they talk about that at all. I mean, I'm looking at models. It's hard to predict with tropical storms. Because this tornado threat, it's probably going to go throughout the overnight hours. But tomorrow is when it's going to be a bit more different. Let me see what they're saying for tomorrow. During the day, let's see. Northeast quadrant of Beryl is forecasted to move at a moderately unstable air mass into the mid to late afternoon. Ramp soundings near Shreveport, Louisiana. 21Z, so an afternoon threat there. So the peak of the tornado threat will be 17Z to 01Z tomorrow. Okay, that helps a little bit. So if that holds true, then what is 17Z? I can never get the translations on these. 17Z would be, on this, it'd be 12. I'm doing math right now. Give me a second. We're cooking right now. 1 p.m. Okay. So that means we can probably get a pretty good sleep for tomorrow's stream. So I don't really have a bedtime then tonight if we don't go live until then. I mean, that's the greatest threat. We'll probably end up getting up closer to like 11 Central. That way I do have the opportunity to fully go live for that. It will only be like 6.5 hours of sleep at this rate, but it'll at least be enough to get through it. Set a loud alarm. I'll have an alarm set, don't worry. Don't worry about that. I mean, more than anything, like, my biggest thing, I think, for tomorrow is that, like, I might even set a few alarms, like, at 9, I might do one at, like, 9 a.m. If the weather looks concerning, I'll go live. I might set one at, like, 11. Might do one, like, every 2 hours and just look at my radar and see if there's anything concerning. If there isn't, then I'll just go back to bed or something for tomorrow. That's my thinking, at least, right now. Because I just don't, I mean, I see a reason to stay live overnight. I just don't think it's going to be concerning, again, until the morning, for at least the tornado threat. Thank you, Kaylin, by the way, for the 199 super chat. I appreciate that. Looks like Connor Croft's going back into the Eyewall again. This is live.
Doesn't make much sense. Does not make any sense, but that should go 5% on the next update.
Max is like 16 years
There you
old.
go, guys. 10% tornado
I
risk
do
and
appreciate you
enhanced
calling me a
tornado risk.
younger age than I actually am.
We're gonna have to dominate that later today.
This is not going to strengthen into East Texas.
Yeah, we do have 10% tornado risk, guys, today. So that's what we're gonna pivot to later on. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Just gonna plug in the
Oh, okay, I'm about to say if you need it.
TNT here.
You need it, got it.
Should be almost in the eye.
Several tornadoes, semi-discrete supercells on the easternmost rain band of Beryl. Strong,
See what Connor says.
rotating, storm capabilities, greatest tornado threat
Asking to
between
see when he
17
thinks I should
and
go live. I don't know if he's going to see my message though.
17Z and 01Z.
Between 17Z and 01.
So between like 11.
Thank you, Kalen, for another 199. Hey, stay safe. Seriously. It's gonna
Wait,
be
Max, what's
very,
up, bro?
very rainy out there. Hydroplaning definitely a possibility with how much rain's falling.
Threat? Well, I would do like 11 a.m. probably.
Yeah, 11.
Yeah, I mean that's when the tornado is gonna be great. It's 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. So.
Wow.
Whoa, major tree
Yeah.
limbs.
Oh,
here
there might be a
now.
tree down here.
No. Wait, we can get around.
We can get around this.
We can get
tree.
around that light
It's
work.
easy money. You do have a tree down though.
We got a tree
Yeah,
down.
look at
here.
that tree
Watch out
down
for
here.
the limbs here too. Don't want that to
Got some
come down.
damage.
Yep.
Do not want a tree limb coming down or a tree.
Yeah, or a whole tree is
Whole
not
tree
good.
would not be
You
good.
know, not something we're really looking for.
Now I think we're on the flat though. Look.
Oh yeah, we're out.
We're on the
We're
flat.
on the open flat. We should be getting close, man.
Dude, where are we
We're
at?
like on the very.
Bro, we are like,
fringe.
we're gonna maybe get some insane wind potentially if we get like some mesowarts or something in here.
Yeah,
but
we're gonna get the Wadsworth and hopefully it'll. There's like random stuff in the
I
middle
was
of the
gonna
eye.
say,
Tornado
like, what is it
update?
doing?
No new update. Nothing confirmed on this. Again, I've been watching it closely. We don't have any debris signature as of right now. Rotation's been relatively broad speaking at this point. So, not super duper concerned about it. But this is going to be a trend for the next several hours, is that there are going to be some isolated tornadoes in this area. For the next several hours, but it should be a pretty low risk. Still no official landfall on Beryl, by the way. But I do think it's over land now. At least the center of low pressure does look like it's now moving over the East Matagorda Bay in Texas. So I do think we officially have landfall, or very close to being official. So that's good news, hopefully, if it is officially making landfall, which it does appear as if it is. And again, the worst of the impacts right now near Lake Jackson, south of Sugar Land, where the highest wind speeds are currently occurring in real time. The velocities are going crazy on this. It is not 130 miles per hour, just FYI. If that was happening, that would be absurd. But no, it's not that high. Just a little radar glitch. But right now, it doesn't look like we have any tornadoes that are on the ground or anything. We got probably some water spouts offshore near, just to the south of Galveston. But right now, I'm planning on my stream at 11 a.m. Central Time. That's what Connor said. So I think we're going to go with that for tomorrow morning. Is that cool with everybody? Or is that too late? I don't know yet. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm probably just gonna get up at like I'm probably gonna start setting alarms. Like first one will be like 9 a.m. Eastern time, the next one being 11 a.m. and just kind of set alarms just to, you know, check the radar and see if I have to go live or not. If I do, I can try to get up. I'm gonna need DoorDash though for food tomorrow, like low key. It's gonna be no notice at all. They have declared landfall. There it is. Hurricane Beryl has officially made landfall. It has. It is official. Beryl should be done after this when it comes to going crazy. This has been one of the craziest hurricanes that we've ever covered, and the center of Beryl has now officially made landfall in Matagorda in Texas. Dangerous storm surge will continue as well. So that is official. Landfall has occurred. Also, we have a new tornado warning. That's going to be, again, just to the south of Iowa Colony now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, a new tornado warning near Arcola, west of Manvel, near Arcola. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as we will have the potential for another tornado with this storm as well. So those tropical tornadoes are beginning to take place now here, just south of Houston, which this should be a reoccurring trend here for a little while. There it is, yet again. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, Hurricane Beryl has officially made landfall in Matagorda, Texas. That is going to be at 979 millibars of pressure for the pressure of the hurricane. The wind speed was at 80 miles per hour upon landfall. I still think this is stronger than the wind speed that's advertised. With that said, again, we don't really know for sure. But it did appear stronger from what we've seen over the last little while. In my opinion, at least. But Beryl has officially made landfall. So there you go. Okay, let's see. Let me double check models again here. Yeah, Reed's been surrounded by water for a while. It's been pretty crazy there. No doubt. Been crazy to say the least. Has been a crazy one over there. Sorry guys, I'm trying to look at when I'm going live tomorrow. Or I won't have to go to bed tonight. Honestly, I don't know. I'm thinking. I really wish I got more sleep last night. That's all I gotta say. I really wish I got more sleep. So we'd be live probably all the way through tomorrow. So easily. Or through today, technically. Sleep is overrated. Not in this case. Okay. I think this is the plan. Because I need some sleep. And I do want to be able to cover the tornado risk tomorrow. I think what we're going to do, this is the plan. I have a stream scheduled already for tomorrow, which is going to be planned. It's currently scheduled for 11 a.m. That could be earlier if I do see something concerning, because I'm going to set multiple alarms tomorrow. I'm going to probably, let me go ahead and set them now so I can get times here. So I'm going to set one at, what time is it right now? 5. I'll set one at 10 a.m. I think. When's Houston going to get hit by this? Let me check. The worst of Houston will probably be around 8 a.m. So I'm going to set an alarm for 9 a.m. So that would be 4 hours of sleep. I'll set one for like 10:23 or something. And then I'll set one for 11:30. So I'll have 3 alarms set. I'll wake up at each one of them. And if there's anything that needs to be covered, I'll go live. But I'm going to need some sleep for that. So, I mean, I'm not going to get much sleep no matter what happens tonight. We're getting no sleep, basically. We're going to get like 3 hours of sleep, probably. So, plan is that this stream will redirect you after it ends. It'll redirect you to our other stream that's scheduled. Just make sure to go click the notification button on that stream, so you're notified when we go live on there. But if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream if you enjoyed it. Thank you to anybody that gifted a member or became a member today. Thank you to anybody that super chatted. And thank you for Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. If you want to download it, is the top link in the description. But again, I'm going to get some shut-eye, and I'll be back tomorrow morning, probably, as long as it does still appear concerning here across Houston. But again, you can check it out. Radar Omega, top link in the description below. That's the Radar app we've been using this entire stream. But again, we'll be back tomorrow morning. Possibly earlier than what the stream time says, as I mentioned before. But at the bare minimum, we are going to be live sometime tomorrow. All right, or today. I keep saying tomorrow, but it is today. All right, appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one. Thanks for watching. And this is our longest stream of all time, 5 a.m. Eastern time. I've never been live that late, so it's pretty crazy. But again, we'll be live in a few hours, possibly as early again as 9 a.m. Eastern time, which would be 8 a.m. Central time. So we might not get any sleep if it looks concerning. All right, so that's the plan right now. See you guys all again soon. Have a good night, and thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it.